Roll call.
Mayor Brinkman,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallman,
Here, mate.
Councilmember Beckman,
Here.
Councilmember Cernanik,
Good day.
Councilmember Cole,
That's me.
Councilmember Taylor,
Present.
Councilmember Valdez.
Oh, wait.
Will you rise for the pledge, please?
Sir.
Okay, so the minutes, I think it's right there in the center. The minutes from the July 30th meeting, are there any changes?
Mayor, we need to approve the agenda first.
Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, it's approved. So the minutes from, get to this, July 30th council meeting, any changes?
I've given minor comments.
Okay. Any others? Okay, those are approved as amended. August 6th council meeting, any changes?
I've given minor comments.
Okay, anybody else?
No.
Wendy, a couple. West Fest should be Pet Fest or Best in the West instead of West Fest. And that's throughout. And I thought there was another one. That's it. Oh, wait. No, excuse me. Page or line 545. It's criterium. Any other changes? Okay, those are approved as amended. So this evening, we have special guest citizens, and we have our BIGA delegation here in town with us, and they've been visiting with us for a while, and we want to welcome all of you. Round of applause for our friends from Australia. We are pleased to recognize the 25 citizens of Bega, New South Wales, Australia, who comprise, I'm sorry.
They love zoning, though. Yeah.
Okay, where's the glass? All right, I'm over it.
Take two.
I tried. Yeah. This year's Bega Littleton Sister City delegation. For more than half a century, these exchanges have taken place. The bonds of friendship grow stronger as each delegation travels such a great distance to spend time with and learn about each other's cultures. These exchanges have occurred every 5 years since a long-distance friendship developed between Houston Waring, editor of the Littleton Independent newspaper, and C.W. Curley Annabelle, editor of the Bega District News. This friendship quickly turned into an exchange of citizens between the two cities, forming America's first sister city exchange between the United States and Australia. At this time, I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem Stallman to introduce you. And as you're introduced, if you'll come down and we have a gift for you, and if you'll stay, we'll have you line up and get some photos taken.
Sure. Are they going to sing their song to us tonight?
Okay.
Is that an Australian no?
Yeah. They're notoriously polite that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative of the Australian Consulate, Sir Mark O'Regan. Rick Vanderbaum. Vicky Bond. Why don't we'll do the applause en masse at the end is probably good. Ray and Diane Kearns. Christy McKinnon, Phil McDonald, and Loretta McDonald. Phil and Allison Moffett. Norman Norell Pierce. Jeff and Jenny Purse. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say, oh, I said Pierce, Jeff and Jenny Purse. There you go. Missed that one. Ken Sullivan. They'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Maybe 2 rows is good. Let's see, Faye Stewart, Ross and Bev Sutter, Margaret Taylor,
Through behind you, sir.
Lyra Thornton, did I get your first name correct? Lyra? Lyra, there you go. Thank you. Andrew Warby and Trish Warby. And Lily Warby. And Meg Warby. I'm sorry, I'm not reading far enough. I remember this from the dinner, too. The Warby clan. You got to watch out for them. And last but hardly least, Bob and Barb Westmacott. And I trust we got everyone. I don't see any other the turquoise shirts. So if I missed anyone, please come down. Probably because I picked Reagan. Yeah, that's okay.
I know.
Sure. On behalf of our 42,000 citizens, the Littleton City Council extends the warmest welcome to the delegates. The City Council also offers its appreciation to Littleton's sister city group and the host families for their hard work that ensured a memorable visit for all of the guests. At this time, I'd like to have Bob and Barb Westmacott join Mayor Brinkman for one last presentation of gifts.
On behalf of the City of Littleton, we want to give this to you as a token of our friendship and something that you can take back to your country and remember ours. Oh. I'm saving paper. Oops. I hope you've all noticed
Double
red,
wrap job.
white, and blue on the paper. Yeah.
Autograph?
Very impressed.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's her. Nice, nice.
This is a photograph taken by a favorite photographer and Andy Marquez. And he's a Littleton guy, and this is a photograph of our precious South Platte Park.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy.
I'd just like to make one point. We were given this so that we wouldn't forget you. It would be impossible to forget you. You have to know that you have been wonderful to us. Your generosity is so much appreciated. Thank you. Well, we have a very small gift for you. And very small.
Can't give them first, we've got to take them home.
Yay.
Okay, a few more pictures.
Bigger cheese.
Take a cheese.
Yeah, they'll put what's up with something. Everybody's done?
Hey, good job, guys.
That's authentic.
Sing this song.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Guys, thank you. Good to see you again, Aaron. Good to see you again. Good to see you. All right. We're going to take a collection to get you guys some socks, by the way.
The one thing you don't do is
Norman, you're going to stay the whole night, you said, right?
And then we also, for our scheduled public presentations, we have a presentation by Bega Student Ambassador Kirsty McKinnon called My Hometown. Kirsty, do you want to come on down? And then you'll need to go ahead and just turn that microphone so you can speak into it. Yeah.
Okay.
Do we get a TV tonight? Stop it. Yeah. You're good.
Get close to the microphone, go.
All right. It is a huge privilege to live in such a beautiful part of the world. When we are not in drought or swamped with massive amounts of water, the valley is as green as fresh paint on a young child's picture. Rolling hills are dotted with Frisians, one of the valley's main income providers. The centre of the valley, 15 minutes away from pristine beaches and 3 hours away from the snow, just about perfectly situated. The sound of birds singing outside my window every morning and the familiar sound of the local radio presenter, Ian Campbell, blast through my house. Although I'm not much of a morning person, this is the best alarm clock anyone could ever hope for. Sometimes I sit in my room on a boiling summer's day with Mum and Dad at work. I get annoyed. Why do we have to live here? I don't own a car and it's too far to walk anywhere. I forget that I have a bike. I don't need to be in town to be doing something. I forget that I just have to look out my window to see the most amazing views in the world, or open my door and breathe possibly the freshest air there is. The stars that fill the valley skies at night are incomparable to any other and indescribable to anyone. I love going out early in the morning and dodging the kangaroos on the driveway. I love the fact that instead of looking out my classroom window and seeing busy traffic or brick walls, I see kangaroos grazing, birds flying, and echidnas waddling. It's not often that you find a school surrounded by bush but right next to the beach. It is this school that has given me my grounding to strive to be whatever I want to be. The schools in the Valley give their students many sporting and academic opportunities, from maths competitions to gala days against each other. The interaction between the schools is great, and many friends are made this way. As students, we all benefit from the efforts of our teachers, sports promoters, and organisations such as Can Assist. However, it's moments like the ones you see in front of me that make me realise it's not the rolling hills or the Frisians. It's not the pristine beaches or the beautiful night skies. It's not even the singing of the birds. It's the people. It's those people who can always make you smile. It's the people who make frozen dinners for new mothers or arrange fundraisers for the critically ill. The people who remember the days when there was a milkman and the baker came round on a horse and cart selling half loaves. When there were no fridges, but instead ice boxes that flooded the houses frequently. The people who remember the grocer boy coming and taking your order and then returning with your goodies. The people who remember when the only cars around were Fords. The people who are passing on their stories and history of the town to the next generation. It's the next generation who are supported by the most loving and caring community there could possibly be. The opportunities that we have are extraordinary for such a small and relatively isolated area. And the support that we, as young people, are given by other members of the region is amazing. Youth groups, Sunday schools, sporting clubs and recreational clubs are run right throughout the Valley. However, it's not just opportunities that present themselves in the Bega Valley, but also interstate and abroad. Things like Scripture Union ad camps made possible by people like the ones you see in front of me. Exchange programs like the Littleton Exchange, Rotary and WEP, allowing youth to travel, share their valley, immerse themselves in other cultures and broaden their horizons. From as long as I can remember, sport in various forms has played an important part in my life. When I was too young to take part in any competitions, I played mini soccer. Run by parents with great enthusiasm, I made some lasting friends and learnt what it meant to be part of a team. Since then, I've been involved in many other sports, including pony club, netball, swimming, kayaking and volleyball. The running of sports and clubs in the Valley is mainly down to volunteers and the players themselves. This sets a great example for younger population, prepares us well for future community involvement, and gives us excellent role models to look up to. Apart from regular team sports, the Valley also provides challenges suited to all ages and abilities. The Wharf to Waves is a fantastic event where people from all over the Valley come. The day always involves a swim and is accompanied by a bike ride and a run. This is one of the great ways the Bega Valley raises money. The proceeds of this particular event go to the Tathra Preschool, the Surf Life Saving Club, and the Rural Fire Service. The people involved in this event inspire me every year to find something I am passionate about to raise money for. About 16 months ago I found it, the thing that sparked my interest. In April of 2012, I accompanied my father to a hospital in the highlands of Papua New Guinea. The need there was so great that I was inspired to come home and fundraise. I was ready to finish school, go to uni, and get a degree that would really help me help the people over there. I soon discovered it is all well and good when I had my planning permo out, but putting those scribbles into actions was a lot harder than it looked. I was so thankful at this point to have a wonderfully supportive church family. Dessert auctions and beach movie nights were organised. People helped me organise guessing competitions and trivia nights. The help that I received was phenomenal, and this church family I've grown up with and love shone through once again. For the past 2 years, I've been working at the local vets. When I first applied for the job, it did not exist. However, they created a job for me. Initially, it was walking dogs and cleaning cages, but soon I was giving injections and making up surgical kits. The kindness and encouragement that has been shown to me, the skills they have taught me, and the opportunities that have been put in front of me are not uncommon in the Bega Valley. Many of my friends have also been presented with similar opportunities. Several work on local dairy farms, agricultural supply shops, pharmacies, and family-run businesses. The number of volunteers in the valley is absolutely outstanding, especially the emergency volunteers. I often drive past a VRA on my way home and 2 of the local fire sheds every day on the school bus. I see the SES rushing off to emergencies and cannot wait until I am old enough to give back to my Bega Valley in this way. I see what they do, hear stories from family involved, and witness the impact it has on the community. The SES supporting all affected by floods, VRA helping out from retrieving kittens from trees to saving the lives of those involved in car accidents, and the Rural Fire Service who have been so busy of late. These, however, are only a few, and there are many more out there, from Vinnie's and the Salvation Army helping the poor and needy, to the surf life-saving clubs keeping us beachgoers safe. People who give up their time to run Ricky's Place, a provision of meals for free or donation, however big or small, depending on your situation, with large supermarkets like Woolworths helping out with donations of food. The courage and support shown by these volunteers, especially of late, is amazing. The recent fires that struck the Bega Valley, both north and south of the centre, brought out the best in our volunteers. The help they gave not just the people, but also the animals was outstanding. People dropped everything to help others in the valley. Friends volunteered houses for strangers. The messages of concern and support that were posted on various social networks, such as Facebook, from both those living in the valley and those who had previously left the area, demonstrate the continued sense of community that the valley instills in people. I know the time will come when I have to fly the nest, fend for myself, enter into a new community. Somewhere where people don't know me, I'm just another shadow. Another person doing all for themselves, getting ahead in life. I hope that when this time comes, I avoid the rat race and take my most treasured item of the Bega Valley with me, my sense of community, the kind where no one is a shadow and everyone is everything, where people's talents and aspirations are acknowledged and encouraged, a community where everyone looks out for everyone.
That was wonderful. I think we all want to move there now. Very nice. Thank you. Well, at this point, if you guys want to stay, you're more than welcome. But if you have other things you'd like to do, then you are welcome to move along. Okay. So we'll let them depart, and then we'll get right back into our meeting. Thank you and welcome. Good to see you guys.
Show me how to milk one of those cows, eh?
Thanks.
Just what we already received?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was incomplete.
Not what we already used. I don't remember this.
Christmas morning here.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next item. That is unscheduled public appearances. This is an opportunity for any citizen to express an opinion or ask a question regarding city services, council policies, or other matters of community concern that are not part of the scheduled agenda. Generally, an immediate response should not be expected, and typically issues are referred to the city staff for follow-up information or research, and then reported back to council and the individual that initiated the comment or the inquiry. This evening we have 9 public hearings, so if you want to speak on any of those, I ask that you please hold your comments until we open each of those public hearings. At this point, is there anybody who wanted to come down in unscheduled? Pam?
I'm going to ask for the projector. My name is Pam Chadbourne. I live at 5402 South Nevada Street at the corner of Crestline in Nevada in District 1. 2 weeks ago, I began to talk to you about Council's burden of proof regarding rezonings from retail specifically to residential. Councilmember Cole asked for copies. I'm still figuring out what this really should say. I will send copies after this. I spoke to you 2 weeks ago about the fact that rezoning has impacts, not just impact fees, but impacts. And they're in time, they're in space, they're on the budget, and they're on quality of life. The problem is that city presentations and decisions on rezoning applications have been short-term, site-specific, and applicant-focused, and they must be city-focused, medium, and long-term, and focused on our quality of life. That's a problem, and I'm asking the council and city management to fix it. The city must supply an independent city-level long-term impact assessment on the items I listed, and I think I went over them last time. And I said, how about a current compared to a proposed impact statement for all of these items in 5, 10, and 25 years? And part of this is a city is a system. Real estate and infrastructure are basically zero sum. There's only so much property. If you allow significant land use changes at one site, how does it restrict development at other sites? It does. And that must be assessed, and it should be done by city staff, and we're not getting it now. And this page just lists some of the questions that naturally arise out of common sense, looking at that. So I've become aware, you folks are aware of this, but we're not in the time of our father's mortgage anymore. There's no connection now between real estate loans and physical reality. Mortgage loans are securitized, they're traded, and then they're formed into even more complex items called derivatives. What that means is investment is separated from consequences. In traditional mortgages, the bank retained the risk. Now, the risk apparently is flowed down to us, the taxpayer. What's the meaning of this? Well, conditions have changed. Real estate investment is not connected to physical reality, and that means council may not maintain that what is good for investors is good for Littleton. Council may not proceed on the belief that it worked 15 years ago, so it will work now. Council instead must demand an independent, city-focused analysis of the projected impact of requested changes. So the number of apartments proposed in these applications are carefully calculated to pay off in 8 to 10 years. And that's because that's when they're projected to start becoming vacant. So that's great for the investor. One of my own investment folks cautioned that these are great in the short term, but you must look at the midterm because that's when these units start to become unpalatable. That's a problem for Littleton, folks, and that's your obligation to evaluate and assess. Changing conditions in the comprehensive plan apply to the city, not to the investment climate. If the investment climate aligns with the city goals, capitalize on it. But if it doesn't serve city goals, reject them, and the current zoning defines our goals.
Thank you, Pam. You need to wrap up.
Okay, I appreciate that. And last page, rezoning has impacts. Assessing it is the responsibility and obligation of city servants and decision makers. Demand the impact assessment for you and for us. Do not vote on them on rezonings unless you and the public have been provided with independent city-level impact assessments. The burden of proof is on you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Betty?
I'm Betty Harris. I live at 6281 South Cedar Street, and don't let me forget I have a handout for you. Good decision-making must of necessity be based on reliable data. New data from the Center of Housing Policy shows that even so-called white-collar employees can't afford the rent prices in many major cities. Examples from the data include a receptionist, a bank teller, and an urban planner, none of whom get paid enough to cover the average rent in large cities. These middle-class jobs, paying the median salary of workers in these industries, is too low to qualify for a one-bedroom apartment in metropolitan areas. At $30,000 a year or less, these salaries don't cover today's expenses, nor pay off the college loans that these positions require. But don't let that bother you. With all the high-density building proposed in our town and all those that continue to be built in Denver, the rents are going to be lower than proposed by the developers. While Littleton doesn't qualify to be a major city, it appears that some developers would like to pretend that we are. At last Tuesday's study session, a young lady associated with the Apartment Owners Association presented information that she said came from Teen Magazine, where she stated that the people of Generation Y do not want to own cars or houses. However, Advertising Age magazine, which purports to give advice to businesses on how to sell their stuff, says that we have about 4 million young people turn 21 each year, and that of these, more females than males go to college. The high growth fields, healthcare, education, and professional services require college degrees and employ mostly women. Low growth and high cyclical blue-collar industries, manufacturing, transportation, construction, seldom require an education beyond high school and employ mostly men. How many of Generation Y will fit in between, and will there be enough jobs for them? The mean wage of 21-year-old men, according to the Census Bureau surveys, is $17,000 for high school grads and $26,000 for college grads. As you can imagine, the salary for women of this age is significantly less. The median rent plus utilities of an urban apartment exceeds $10,000 a year, and college graduates often have big student loan payments. For these luxury apartments that are being proposed, a roommate will be required, and with more roommates come more cars. The Pew Research Center says 37% of this generation is currently unemployed, with only 41% working full-time. They are twice as likely to be working part-time than the earlier generations. 36% rely on family for financial help, including 14% of those who are working full-time. A number of millennials will have boomeranged to live back home for financial reasons. 12.5%, or 1 in 8, and 15% have moved in with a roommate to share cost. The Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Expenditure Survey shows the average 25-year-old and under category spends 116% of its after-tax income. So masses of this generation are still going to live with mom and dad so they can afford the car that they already own or will buy. They do spend 68% above the average household on beer and are not interested in wine, so the Breckenridge Brewery probably was a good idea. More apartments may fill the taverns downtown, but young people won't be able to afford the rent without roommates, which will not bode well for the apartments or our little community. Oh, by the way, we're not objecting to being little. We actually like it that way, which is why most of us came here to start with.
Thank you. Come on.
Hi, my name's Colleen Gray. I live at 3080 West Prentice Avenue, Littleton 80123. I've lived in this community for 26 years. I lived in Columbine Knolls off South Platte Canyon and Mineral Boulevard. Then I lived at 4475 South Lowell Boulevard. 7.5 years ago, I was happy and lucky enough to purchase my own condo at Steeplechase. I am here to speak against the rezoning, permanent rezoning of Federal and Bellevue at the Villages at Bellevue. Like I said, I've been in this neighborhood, in this community for many years. I support small business. I support local business. I know many of the people that did not have their leases renewed in that shopping center. I went to the break room when it was Ducky's. I went to Dugan's when it was a fine dining restaurant. I've been around this neighborhood. Lost my favorite Mexican restaurant of 20 years, a small family-owned Mexican restaurant, El Lucero. Gone, no sign. I know people that work at the King Soopers and retired at the King Soopers up at Federal and Bellevue. I've gone there for many, many, many years. And my concern is about the quality of life. Any studies that have been done? I just heard about this 2 weeks ago, and I'd like to know if there's any kind of comprehensive plan that the council has done regarding my little neighborhood or community around there. I know people from Englewood, Denver, Sheridan, Littleton, and it really upset me because I feel the value of our property, our quality of life is going to go down, and traffic has gotten a lot worse since the new King Soopers has opened, and I can't imagine, 560 plus more parking places on that corner. I would totally support keeping it as a retail business. And I live right off Berry Street, and I walk the neighborhood. And it's a single-lane street. And you go by the school, you go by the park, you go by the Danny Dietz Memorial, and the next stop is a light where people try to get on Lowell and South Platte Canyon. It's a single-lane little street. I live by a bus stop on the corner of the property, and kids are going to be crossing that street in the next couple of weeks to try to catch the RTD bus from that school. What is going to happen to traffic in that area? Traffic is very key, very key. And I love Old Town Littleton. I love the old buildings. I love living here. I've made it my home. And I don't want to see it go down. And I just want you to, if anybody wants to come out and check out that neighborhood at rush hour, I welcome you to it. I just want to say I'm totally against the permanent rezoning because permanent is going to be forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Lou Sullivan, 5940 South Bemis Street, District 1. I started attending council meetings about a year ago when I first heard of the Broadstone project. And in that time, I have become totally disillusioned by how our city government is run. All of your bios reflect how you believe in fostering community involvement, communication, and trust. And what I have seen, in general, has been a total disregard for the citizens. There have been very few exceptions, particularly Peggy Cole. Her voting record comes closest in agreement with my friends and myself. Why is there a sudden need to review our charter? If there's a problem that is identified, changes should be brought up by the citizens when needed, which is exactly what we've done by submitting our initiatives. With just 4 votes, you guys can put a measure on the ballot, whereas our 1,600 signatures should indicate the direction the citizens want to take us. Our initiatives are in line with state law, and I find your versions to be outrageous. You act as a quasi-government and continue to disenfranchise the citizens. The only good thing to come out of my experience during the last year is that I am really looking forward to the election in November.
Thank you. Anybody else? Marty?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Martin Bolt from District 2. I've been a resident of this city since 1964. I've been, I guess, alerted to the high-density excursion that we're on in this city, something that dates back, I'm sure, years before any members of the council were involved. I don't know really what precipitated it or how it got going or how it was ignored for so long. But I've become so concerned that I think that this city is on the verge of going down the tubes if we continue with what is going on with the planned high-density developments that are on the books now. How you would stop it, I don't know offhand. But I think that's a job. I would like to read something that gave me a little bit of hope. And it's from the economic plan, focus on a proactive plan for strategic development. And it was published in the June-July Littleton report on page 2. And it's the paragraph says a new beginning. Littleton is embarking on a new strategy for economic development. This is the plan you've come up with now. The first successes of this effort are now coming to realization. The economic plan states that in the past, development has happened in Littleton instead of being thoughtfully directed. Now is the time for the City Council to continue its lead in this process, to serve as the moral compass for the community, and encourage a bright future for Littleton. I thought the statement, the center statement of the economic plan states in the past, development has happened in Littleton instead of being thoughtfully directed, gave hope that that would happen, that we would now recognize the error of the past and thoughtfully direct a correction. And so far, I don't think we've seen that. And I always like to be a little bit constructive of what should we do or what should it look like. I don't believe it should look like 6 floors of high density or 5 or 3 or 4 or maybe even 2. And there is one example in the city, I think, that is acceptable to what we'll call high density in conformance with the feel of the city, and that's the development across the street from Bemis. It is high density. It isn't spread out all over the place. It doesn't take as much space for each unit, but it is acceptable and it's nice. This high density is going to ruin this city, is my opinion. Thank you, and I hope that you'll consider what came out of your plan and gave us a little bit of help. Maybe something was going to happen, but I don't see it happening just yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
My name is Karen Matusik. I live at 5608 South Lowell Boulevard.
Pull it down.
South Lowell Boulevard, District 1. And I've actually never spoken before the City Council, but I feel compelled to address the Council given what I feel are serious issues affecting the future of my city. I've lived here over 30 years, moved here with my parents when I was in high school, got a good education at Littleton High School, left for college, grad school, and the military. And when I was finished, I looked around for Littleton-like cities and decided to come back here. I watched the initial planning board session regarding Broadstone on Channel 8 until midnight, and then went to the city's website and was really sad to see that even though the citizens survey voted for an increase in renovated, updated retail and business space, the three major rezoning requests were changing not to more retail and commercial, but from retail commercial to high-density residential apartments. So I'm wondering, how is this consistent with what the citizens voted for? And I'm also wondering if the city has done its own impact study, not rewording what the developer wrote, because obviously he has a vested interest in his projects, as to how this will affect the current residents in the nearby vicinity, how it will further affect the potential for developing new businesses in our city. If we have relatively little space remaining and we use up all our retail space, then what do we have left for any new businesses and new jobs? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one else, we will move on to Peggy.
Since some of these people have written statements, I'd very much appreciate if they give a copy to the clerk so she could send us a copy.
Okay, consent agenda. Consent agenda item A. Okay, this is a resolution affirming the City of Littleton's 3-mile plan. The policy question is, should council affirm the city's 3-mile plan for annexation, which was originally adopted in 2009 and updated in 2012. In 2012, there were minor changes made to the plan to update the names of 2 utilities and to change the reference to the city's comp plan, since it was amended in 2012 adopting the downtown neighborhood plan. State law does require that we update this plan annually. 6B is a motion to approve educational affiliation agreement with Health One. Policy question is to approve an educational affiliation agreement with Health One for the clinical training of students. Since 1990, the city manager has signed off on this agreement, but our city attorney has determined that council needs to do the signing off on it. It is an agreement with Littleton Fire Rescue to continue providing educational opportunities for Health One emergency medical services students. 6C is the approval of an amendment to the Rural Metro Ambulance Service Contract. And this is a proposed new fine structure which evaluates Rural Metro's performance on a per-call basis instead of a per-month basis.
Pull that one, please.
Okay, that's been pulled. Who pulled it, Phil? No. Okay. 6D is a resolution authorizing an MOU between the State of Colorado, the Governor's Office of Information and Technology, Communication Services, and the City of Littleton to benefit from state-supported upgrades to the public safety statewide digital trunked radio system software. State of Colorado is seeking to improve public safety communications by providing a system-wide upgrade to the users of the DTR system. The installation of the software upgrade allows the communication center to remain compatible with the DDR system. Without compatibility, the communication center is unable to maintain communications with other jurisdictions. Okay, so I need a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move we approve consent agenda items 6A, 6B, and 6D.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 6A, 6B, and 6D. Any discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay, Councilman Cernanik?
Yes, with regard the contract with Rural Metro has recently filed for a financial reorganization, and with the contract, and that could we just hear an explanation of how the city's protected as they move through this financial reorganization, what the implications might be to the city.
Sure. Councilmember Cernanik and members of council, the filing that Rural Metro made is a Chapter 11 reorganization. They're restructuring their debt in preparation for the meeting tonight. I did speak with them and review some legal materials from the filing. Basically, the bankruptcy court allows organizations in Chapter 11 to continue to sign contracts and to continue their business operations. My understanding of this amendment is it's actually a minor modification with our existing agreement, but the bottom line is there is somewhat of a hope, if you will. They come out of this bankruptcy on the other end stronger than they are now. The contract itself is not the kind of a contract that is going to expose the city to any kind of significant amount of monetary liability. So if Rural Metro were not to be restructuring right now and were to go away under the existing contract, chances are there would not be any kind of significant exposure for the city under the existing agreement, and therefore, given the current status that they're in, where they have the bankruptcy court and a trustee overseeing their business operations, there does not seem to be any risk, certainly not any more than continuing to do business with them, and arguably less risk given that they've just had a significant cash infusion from investors.
And given that we have, they're not our sole source, they're an auxiliary source for services, have we put in place anything to monitor their status as they move through this reorganization?
I think that is a question that is better directed to the chief or someone else who is interacting with them on a regular basis.
Chief, you want to come down?
Good evening, good council. As far as the question on who is the backup, they are sole source at this time. We've also talked to Action Care Ambulance. Action Care is more than willing to back up our backup, which would be Rural Metro. So I think that minimizes the risk. As far as monitoring performance, we do that on a monthly basis. We do have a contractual agreement where we call in Rural Metro and go over compliance with the calls, the amount of calls that they've gone on. Does that answer the question?
Anything related to their financial status as they're moving through their reorganization? Any communication around the contracts, either with their trustees or others, to give us some confidence that financially they are going to be okay? I know they've made or received a cash contribution from their investors, but sometimes that lasts and sometimes it doesn't.
I'm afraid as far as their financial stability, I don't have any knowledge of that other than the performance that they deliver, which has been real good.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
back to Ken.
Councilmember, we certainly will monitor the filings in this proceeding. They're all online, and our firm has an account there. So there's actually a couple of entities right now that owe the city of Littleton some money that we're keeping an eye on. So if new matters are filed, if entities that have bigger issues with Rural Metro than we do start having problems, or there are other things that show that this is going south, we'll be monitoring the filings, and we'll be able to bring it to staff's attention and council's attention.
Thank you.
Jerry.
For the city attorney. Regarding the compensation, there is no compensation to or from the city, is that correct?
I don't think there's compensation to the city, Chief, for the backup or...
That is correct. There is no compensation from the city to Rural Metro.
And they are our contractor, is that correct?
That is correct.
So the question is then is, what is our true liability then regarding response time? I know in this report it says we're not responsible for the response time, but I'm thinking if somebody had a very delayed response, I would think the city, as having them as our contractor, would be on the hook for something.
Councilmember, we're speculating somewhat, but in a worst-case scenario, let's assume we needed them for a backup transport. They screwed up. Somebody got hurt. Lawsuit was filed. Everybody and their brother gets named in the lawsuit, which means the city would get named as well. And then the company crashes and goes away in this bankruptcy. Now, they currently do have insurance coverage. They're required to have that, and as long as they're in Chapter 11, they're going to continue to have that. But theoretically, that kind of a situation could happen while they're in bankruptcy or now or 8 months ago. And if, again, in the worst possible case scenario, if an insurance policy was canceled and the city didn't know about it, I mean, there are those kinds of extreme examples out there. But beyond that, we'd have to get even more creative to come up with ways that the city could somehow be exposed.
Thank you. Now, for the city manager, then, I have a question on the sole source justification. I don't have a copy of the sole source justification. And does the sole, can you show that to me, please? Our procurement says that we must have one, and the city manager has to sign off on it, I believe it is, or the director of finance.
I think this has been a long-term sole source. I don't know how far this goes back.
But if we're doing this as a new contract, I would...
I'm sorry, this is not a new contract. This existing contract, in fact, it's one that I think went into effect in 2009. That was for a 2-year term, and we then, council then approved an extension of that contract, a renewal of the contract for another 2 years. This particular contract now comes due, I believe, in November for renewal, and at that time we will go out for bid.
Again, I don't think a sole source, if there is one, because I haven't seen one, I don't know if that's forever. I mean, for one, I would like to see a sole source, and that is our procurement process, that we're supposed to have one, period.
We can see if there's one from 2009 when the contract was created, so we'll get back to you.
We should have one today. Okay, well, so we need to look at our process there, I think. Okay, thank you.
Phil, did you have something else?
Yeah, I know we don't necessarily have a usual exchange of funds on services provided, but there is a schedule of penalties. Where do those penalties get remitted? To the city?
I'm sorry, what are
the schedule of penalties in section 5.7. Their response time penalties.
And what is your question concerning the response?
Do those come to the city? So, I mean, there's a liability, at least as I read it, there was a liability that they might have to the city that would develop over time. Yeah.
Yeah, we're issuing the penalty and they're paying us.
Got it.
Any other questions? Peggy?
Yeah, this probably has been existing, but the penalty for failure to respond,
Yes, ma'am.
it's $100. But if it takes them 22 minutes or longer, it's $400. If they don't respond at all, why is it cheaper?
That's a great question. The reason we put in $100 is because we wanted to encourage them to let us know when they could not respond. Rather than wait the 25 to 30 minutes and try to incur that penalty, we wanted to encourage them to come forward saying that we are unavailable, and that's when we go to a fallback ambulance or another medic unit to encourage them to give us a call. Does that make sense?
No.
No. If we made that penalty,
I mean, I understand what you're saying. It just seems to me if the penalty's higher, they surely will respond in some way.
that's absolutely correct. Unfortunately, there is no outer limit with that. So if they said same-day service, and it's going to cost us $1,000, that would give them all day. We're trying to narrow that down into a specific time period If they cannot reach that, if they know from the outset, from the time of call, that they would not be able to respond, we want them to give us that word immediately. And to encourage that, we reduce that penalty.
I'm still not following, but you're doing the negotiating, so.
Bruce?
Chief, just a couple clarifications. Presently, Littleton Fire Rescue is doing full transport. So basically, our staff is taking all calls to the hospital as need be, and the only incidents of use from the standpoint of rural metro would be if we got to a location and found it was non-life threatening and there were the opportunity to hand off to them to free up our resources. We could do that at our discretion. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. The other reason we would use rural metro is if the patient had the ability, meaning the physical condition, to make the choice and chose a hospital, say in Denver or Colorado Springs, which would necessitate taking our units out of service for a prolonged period of time. At that point in time, we would call rural metro in to do that transport.
Okay, but really, we're not using them for much capacity at all at this point, are we?
We went from a high of about 210 calls a month to last month, I believe, was 8.
For rural metro?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Jerry?
So now this is a contract because it does say it's a contract amendment. Okay.
Correct.
So and we have a sole source justification apparently. Well, are there other ambulance services out there?
There are.
Have you looked at them? Have you considered them?
We have. In fact, when we were going through this RFP process, I believe we had 4 or 5 ambulance companies that bid on this. Is that right? We selected rural metro. You selected rural metro. There are still numerous ambulance companies out there willing to come in and do the service for us.
And that's what I'm talking about for this amendment here. Did you consider anybody else, any other service company?
No, this is the only contract we have.
Just to be clear, we're making an amendment to an existing contract. This contract isn't up for renewal until November, and that's when we'll do the full RFP. So this is a midterm changes based upon primarily, to Councilman Stallman's question, the fact that we have gone to a full transport. And so we're taking that opportunity, and we have the contract with West Metro. That's the paragraph 2.1, 2.2, I believe, removal in there and the changes. So we're updating the existing contract, and we'll do the bid.
Thank you for that clarification. When November is just right around the corner, I would get. So great, thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I move that the amendment to the existing rural metro ambulance service contract be approved with the understanding that the financial restructuring will be monitored and the council president be authorized to affix her signature thereto.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any questions? Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor with Councilmember Valdez voting no. The motion carries. I'm sorry, who seconded that?
That was me.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So moving on, we are into our public hearing phase. And just to let everyone know, we will, in each of these, we will hear from staff and or applicant. They'll receive questions from the council. We'll then open the public hearing. We'll hear from the public. We'll close the hearing. And council will have discussion and at that point also be able to ask additional questions. The first one is the renewal of the Meyer farm lease for Littleton Inglewood Wastewater Treatment Plant Biosolids Farm. And I'll read the ordinance. This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, authorizing the farm lease for 2 years for the farms in the Littleton Inglewood Wastewater Treatment Plant Biosolids Management Program. Charlie?
Council, I'm Charlie Boston, Director of Public Works for the city. I'd like to introduce Jim Talent. He is the operations manager at the Littleton Inglewood Wastewater Treatment Plant, and he supervises the people that do the biosolids recycling at the plant. So he knows more about the treatment of the sewage and the application of biosolids than anybody. He's an expert, so I'll turn it over to him.
Expert? I don't know. Good evening. My name is Jim Talent. I'm the Treatment Division Manager at the Littleton Englewood Wastewater Plant. And we have a significant amount of acres of farms that we use for the disposal of biosolids that are derived from the wastewater treatment plant down at our facility. This is a beneficial product. It is a certified fertilizer with the State Department of Agriculture, so it's safe to use on the farmland. And we typically contract our farming process with the farmers to do the actual crop planting, harvesting, and care. We take care of the biosolids application, and that's, pardon me, and that's all. That way the farmers don't have to worry about the soils testing, the biosolids testing, the application, and the reporting that are required by the EPA and the state. We take care of all of that. So we have been doing this for many years, since we bought our property out east in near Beard Byers, and have been very successful in the cooperative efforts that we've made with the farmers to do that work for us. So it's a benefit to them because they get an amendment to their soils, which are sandy out there, and they see a higher quality grain come out of the product in the end. So,
any questions?
Kind of what happens.
Questions, Bruce?
Refresh my memory. When this thing comes up every so often, and who has the mineral rights under the property at this point? Do we have any mineral rights, or was that pretty much deeded away whenever we bought it?
Depending on the sites that we've purchased, we have partial mineral rights on all of those properties, and they vary from site to site.
Okay, and there at one point was an easement for somebody putting power lines or wind?
Correct. That was, I think, last year or the year before that we granted that easement.
Okay, and nothing's been done. I think maybe that came up on first reading. I don't remember. Nobody's done anything with it.
No, there's been no action on that yet.
Okay, and nobody's doing anything from an oil and gas perspective?
We've had inquiries, and we've basically responded, we're not interested, and it's been dropped.
And why are we not interested?
Mostly because the sites that we have, we're looking at not creating situations where we have oil and gas activity going on where we need to be doing our biosolids application and commingling the two. So,
but the biosolids are just surface application.
Correct.
I mean, hypothetically, if we were getting some sort of a royalty fee for mineral extraction, you guys have any idea? There's no idea how much money that might be worth.
Not any idea at all, no.
Right, okay.
I mean, there have been some exploration in the area looking at, is there gas, is there oil?
Right.
And that's been done on the site that we have that's for sale currently, but not where we're doing the biosolids application.
Okay, I mean, it might be worth at least entertaining I don't have a problem with that, but at some point, if it's a serious inquiry, it might be worth investigating.
We do that, yes. We get requests for any kind of surveys or whatever that's discussed with the supervisory committee, and we kind of get direction from them at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Phil?
Jim, you may have answered the question on the map that we have in the last page of this section of our packet.
Okay.
It shows available parcels. Are those the ones that are up for sale?
No, that was a map that was put together when we purchased the Meyer property, and that's why those pieces in yellow show available. So that was to look at or to identify the pieces that we were actually purchasing. So the Meyer farm for the lease renewal are those pieces on that map in yellow, yes.
Okay. And then the rent rate of $8 per acre, what's been done to kind of test the market for that to say that that's the right lease rate?
We are currently looking at a 5-year cycle on these leases, and the other 4 that were approved, I think about 3 years ago, will be coming up in 2015. Part of that renewal is we're going to look at area markets to see what the leases are. Are we charging what's appropriate for the lease. Is it too much? Is it too little? And I know that Arapahoe County is doing some assessments, and I might be able to get some information from them in helping put that together, which will be part of the next renewal application, for which they'll all be together for one action instead of having split ones like this.
Okay. So this being a 2-year extension, that'll put it on the same cycle as all of that review?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will open the public hearing. And we have a sign-up sheet. There's no one signed up to speak. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to come down and address council on this issue? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, and I need a motion.
I move we approve the 2-year lease for the dispositive waste solids at the Meyer Farm with Gary and Nancy and Jason Meyer.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ready to vote? Approval of the lease?
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Item 7B is a rezone. This is the Meadows at Platte Valley General Plan Development Plan, Fourth Amendment, rezoning from PDC to PDR at 7620 South Platte Canyon Road. I will read the ordinance. So hold on. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Littleton, Colorado, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Meadows at Platte Valley General Plan Development Plan and the rezoning of a portion of the property known as 7620 South Platte Canyon Road from PDC Plan Development Commercial to PDR Plan Development Residential District. So staff, Glenn, you ready?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I have your public hearing roster and your list of exhibits.
Thank you.
Thank you, and you hit the high points, but just, I guess for everybody else, give you an idea of where the site's at. It's 16.14 acres at the southeast corner of Platte Canyon Drive and West Mineral Avenue. It's really the last remaining vacant parcel of about 3 different planned developments that surround the site, totaling about 189 acres. And I'll get into a little bit of detail of those various planned developments. We did have a hearing with the planning board, and we heard from residents from all the subdivisions and the apartments directly south, and that included folks from the Meadowbrook subdivision directly north of the site, the Overlook subdivision to the east, and directly adjacent on the east and south, the folks from Pinnacle at Mountain Gate Apartments weighed in as well. Here's the illustrative site plan that the applicant is proposing. What the rezoning is changing of the 16 acres, 13 of it, from PDC, or Plan Development Commercial, to Plan Development Residential. Of that 13 acres, they're proposing 250 residential units at an overall density of 20 units per acre. They're retaining 3 acres for commercial, as it was originally zoned as PDC. One of the issues with the site we'll talk a little bit about, they're showing a traffic light at their main access point off of Mineral Drive that lines up with Wolf, which also serves the Meadowbrook subdivision as well to the north. They're also asking for well, one of the things that we've been addressing is how to get the traffic numbers up to warrant that traffic light. So you'll see in the south edge of this site, we're hoping to get additional access point from the Pinnacle subdivision to provide better access for that area to access a traffic light and have a little bit better access onto Mineral. Overall, they have 25% open space. I'll get into a little bit more about the architecture, and they do meet the parking standards of the City of Littleton. Here's an idea of what their architecture is. All the buildings are 2- and 3-story. They're 2 stories on the end, and they graduate up to 3 stories in the center of the project. They have accessory garages, which are 1 story, and I think they're limited to 20 feet in height. They are proposing a max height of 50 feet for the residential buildings. Most of the buildings have direct garage access. A lot of the apartments do, but again, they also have detached garages for lease as well. This is a table we provided in your staff report to give you an indication of what's really proposed to be changed. So if you look at the last row, the PDC, that's what's in place today. So 16.14 acres. They have an ability to cover the site with 25% for buildings. That would total up to 195,000 square feet of retail buildings. They have a height allowance today of 35 feet. Minimum setback from a secondary road, which in this case would be, it's actually called West Mineral Drive, but it runs to the south of the site. Let's see, minimum building setback from the arterial streets, which would be Mineral and Platte Canyon, would be 50 feet. And then when they're adjacent to any residential building, they have to be at least 40 feet. And they're providing our code requirement parking for that retail center at 1 space per 250 square feet. And again, our code requires 20% of a retail site to be open space. The 2 rows above that is really what's proposed. So the biggest change is we're taking 13 acres, and instead of commercial buildings, we're providing 250 residential units. That comes out to about 20 units per acre. They're increasing the height of the building, so again, the maximum height of the residential buildings, the principal structures, can be 50 feet, and those garages will be limited to 20 feet. The setbacks are being increased from the secondary road, and again, that's the road directly south, from 20 feet to 30 feet, and they're being consistent with the overall plan development for the PDR areas. And they're asking for the building setbacks on the arterials to go from 50 feet to 40 feet. Again, consistent with the residential requirements of the plan development. And then, of course, we have the remaining retail for 3 acres, and it's all the same standards that were required with the original site. I will mention that the allowed uses in the retail are simply what's allowed in our B1 and B2 districts, which is a bevy of different land uses. So when you make we make a recommendation to you, and your planning board makes a recommendation to you, and you ultimately take action on this, one of the things you consider is consistency with the comp plan. And our code says there's 2 options. You either are consistent with the comp plan, or something's changed in the area. There's changed conditions that have affected the property. So it may not be directly consistent with the comp plan, but there's enough things that have changed in the area that make it consistent. And then there's also a number of statements under the plan development intent. So in this case, we really looked at the existing plan developments, and there have been a number of changes. It was originally approved in 1985. The top row, of which this is a part of, there was a plan development of 77 acres. Total number of 1,176 units were approved originally with that zoning. However, they came through and they amended that. They did a PD amendment, just like we're discussing tonight, and reduced the density down to 590 units to build much more of a single-family development. So they were approved at 15 units per acre, and they ultimately developed at 7.5 units. Then we have the subdivisions of Polo Reserve, Polo Ridge Farms, the Sanctuary. Those were a PDR that totaled 90 acres, originally approved for 915 units, but developed at considerably less than that, again, to create a much more single-family neighborhood. Only built 57 units. So they were approved at roughly 10 units per acre, but only developed at less than 1 unit per acre. And then finally, the overlook at Platte Valley was a PDR of 20 acres, had a density approved of 303 units, Again, went through a plan development amendment in the 90s and reduced it down to 52 units per acre. So they went from 15 units per acre down to 2.6 units per acre. So in essence, we dropped the allowed residential density from roughly 2,400 units to 700 units. So there's 1,700 fewer units in this area from what the original plan development. So part of staff, what staff is presenting to you is this does affect the market area for that amount of retail. It's certainly not the whole reason why this hasn't developed for retail development in the past 30-some years, but it's significant. One of the things staff wanted to point out is just this points out only a half-mile area, and certainly you look at a market area for a retail center, you go considerably beyond that, 2 to 5 miles. But I think staff wanted to show you what I think was compelling to us in why we're recommending approval of the change, and that is a good portion of this market area is actually underwater. In this case, we have Cooley Lake, Eagle Watch Lake, Red Tail Lake, South Platte Reservoir, all kind of taking away shoppers from this particular intersection. Another issue is, yes, there is access to 470, but it's only a right-off. If you're going, if you're westbound, you can get off on Platte Canyon and you can get back on to go westbound. So it's really taking off half of the potential traffic off C470, and that's really not a part of the market area as well. Also, freeways kind of act as a, it reduces the market area. Folks a lot of times will not cross an arterial to go shop in a shopping center. It's a barrier, so that affects the market area as well. The applicant gave you a much more detailed analysis of the retail, and I think they did a good job of explaining at 16 acres that you have to have a major anchor, and if you're serving a neighborhood, it really it comes down to being a grocer. So what they've done is they've identified all the grocers from the normal Safeway, King Soopers that serve kind of a 2-mile radius area to Super Walmart and Target, which has a much larger area. And I think in this case, I think we have the overlap of like 3 different market areas. So that certainly affects the potential of developing a 16-acre retail site. But they can certainly speak to that in a lot more detail. Again, here's the standards for the Plan Development District. We have gone through this in detail in your staff report. We talk about, I think the first condition is this an efficient use of land? And we're saying it's been vacant for 25 years. This is an infill development. We think the addition of the residential units will at least make 3 acres remaining viable. So there would be some economic benefit from that. And it's also compatible with the adjoining project in design and use. It's supported by adequate utilities and a transportation network. And again, it refers us back to the comprehensive plan as far as providing variety of housing stock, links to Littleton, and attractive and helpful living environments. On July 22nd, the Planning Board heard the case and heard from a lot of the residents on the project. They recommended to you approval by a vote of 5-2. They also strongly recommended that a traffic light be installed at the intersection of Wolf Street and Mineral. And that was a topic of discussion. Either there were folks for it and against it. And then because we hadn't received a response from Littleton Public Schools, there was concern, and they did ask staff to reach out to Littleton Public Schools and get a response as far as can they handle the impact of these kids, which were not originally planned for. So we did receive a good response from LPS. They provided some numbers as far as where they are at capacity. Heritage High School is only at 64% capacity. Goddard Middle School is at 84% capacity, And I think primary concern of the neighbors was Wilder Elementary School, and they are at 88% capacity, but plenty of room for the kids coming from this development. They even went so far as they'll welcome these kids to the Littleton Public Schools. They also supported the installation of a traffic light because that will help them circulate buses from the Meadowbrook subdivision to this project and to the Pinnacle project. So they felt that would be very supportive for their facilities. So in discussion of the traffic signal, the developer has agreed to pay for and install that traffic signal. They provided a traffic study, and there's basically 3 warrants. They feel it meets the peak demand warrant. We, however, disagree and don't feel that that is sufficient to meet the warrants for a traffic signal today. However, we do feel that it will change, and we could analyze it over time, and at some point we could meet the warrants for that traffic signal. So at least from the analysis we've done today, staff is not comfortable saying this project builds that there will be enough traffic to warrant a traffic light. And so there's good and bad there. So we're reducing the amount of retail, which reduces the amount of traffic, and I think you'll hear from a lot of neighbors that feel we have a traffic issue there today. So we're not exacerbating that problem by reducing the amount of trips from a 16-acre retail center. However, we don't have enough trips to really warrant that traffic signal today. So with that, staff is recommending approval, your planning board is recommending approval, and we have a proposed motion for you. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council? Glenn, does somebody have a question?
Just a short question.
Jerry?
You said it's been vacant for 25 years?
1985, I believe it was zoned.
Oh, you said, okay, so you said vacant. I was going to say, well, hasn't it always been vacant? But
It was something prior to it being
zoned 25
It's been zoned for.
I think, yeah, that was all I had.
I have a quick question on the traffic signal. There's a traffic signal a little further down at Polo, correct?
Yes.
Isn't there a light? How does that warrant?
I'll refer to Charles Boston.
Okay. Down at Polo?
The traffic signal to the east at Polo Ridge Drive is a pedestrian activated signal. It is not coordinated with the traffic flow of Mineral Avenue for allowing traffic from either of the developments on Mineral Avenue or Polo Ridge to use it as access on the mineral. It is only a pedestrian or equestrian activated traffic signal at that location.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
And just
Okay, hold on.
Go ahead.
Bruce and then Phil. Go ahead.
Okay. Glenn, in the section of the package, it says supplement to staff reports, citizen comments, and staff response. Let me see here. Oh, that's a good question. What page? Really? Oh, okay. 95, apparently. Yeah, 95. Well, 96. Yeah, thanks. I never noticed that. It talks about more appropriate land uses for the site, and there were 6 bullets. But I wondered if you could discuss at a little more length. It says the single-family homes and the retirement community, quote-unquote, relatively small parcels of land at the corner, not conducive to single-family developments. But it doesn't strike me as being a parcel that's demonstrably different than the other parcels in the vicinity. I mean, I get that the developer, I think in here somewhere it says the developer's doesn't do single family. They're pretty much a multifamily developer, which is fine. But from your perspective, from staff's perspective, the issue of single family and or retirement and or some integration of the two, given the nature of the surrounding neighborhoods, you know, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Well, actually, we thought a retirement community would be a good use. Potential or a assisted living potential, wouldn't be any retail dollars from that, but you potentially would have jobs, relatively high-paying jobs. Be quiet use, certainly reduce the traffic. And we did, or I reached out to somebody that has been looking in the area for such a development. Their concern was the size of the acreage. So their biggest site was around 5 acres. So that's roughly a third of this parcel. So you would have, again, then what to do with the remaining. Single family is a possibility. One of the things that concerns me, I guess, in putting a single family neighborhood in this kind of location is because you are on the corner of 2 arterials. It is noisy, and the planning board heard that from a number of the residents in the Meadowbrook subdivision to the north. So do you create another subdivision that potentially would be impacted by the noise and traffic of the intersection? Single family or multifamily, certain residential use, you have those concerns. However, if you're dissatisfied, you move. So it's a little different situation. But yes, there are subdivisions that are on the corners of arterials.
Well, and as you say, I mean, there's an existing one to the north, which, well, the northwest corner is a park. The southwest corner is retail of Platte Canyon and Mineral. And then to the northeast corner is a subdivision. So, I mean, it is, you know, it wouldn't be that out of bounds, I don't think. But be that as it may. Now we'll come back to that one. The other question at the moment is there was a comment about, I think it's still on page 96. Actually, it might be top of 97. It talks about the trail connection. I think it was Overland, the Overland subdivision talked about the trail connection not directly related to the project.
Overlook.
Was it Overlook? Okay, Overlook.
Right.
Yeah, right, Overlook Park, sorry. Will be considered by Public Works at a later date. What are the parameters? I mean, I guess I'm not entirely sure I'm in violent agreement with that statement. Why wouldn't it be part and parcel of what we're doing at this juncture? Because we're replanning the whole parcel, and presumably we're talking about the traffic lights and other issues. Why wouldn't we consider this if Overlook's interested in it?
Right. Well, the trail they're talking about is at the south end of their subdivision. So it's well off this parcel. So there's nothing we can really compel this developer to kind of solve that trail issue.
Where is it?
Point at it?
Can you show it on the map, or you have a?
I believe it runs right. It connects our open space through their subdivision roughly in this alignment here.
And the concern with respect to this parcel was that people would be using it, moving through the neighborhood to get to that trail. Is that
right,
the implication?
Yes. Right. There were 2 issues. One came from a resident of the apartments here that the folks here would be cutting through their development to get to this trail. And then I believe there's just kind of a misconnection, and perhaps Charlie could speak to it a little bit better, but there's not a real clear connection from this point into the South Platte Park area.
Do you guys have a plan to resolve that at some point, or where are we in the process?
Charlie's shaking his head no. We don't have a plan to solve that. It's been an ongoing issue. I think their concern is here's a rezoning. It's going to add more people to that trail cutting through our neighborhood, I think was ultimately the concern.
All right. Let me see what else we've got. We'll put that one on hold also for a minute. How did the 16-3, I'm sorry, the 13-3 split residential versus commercial come into being? I mean, it was 16 acres, and I get the 3 pad sites. and I get the 250 acres, but I mean, how was there staff input to that split, or was it just something that the applicant came in and said, here's what we see as being the most efficient use of the space as far as we can determine it?
Mm-hmm. This is what they originally proposed. As you mentioned at first reading, we did say there were a number of concerns we felt it should wrap around Platte Canyon as well. That would increase it up to 5 acres. In my understanding, when you talk about a convenience retail center where you don't have a major anchor, 5 acres is about the max. You don't want to go beyond that because that's just too many retail uses without a major anchor and the benefit of the traffic that brings. They were providing an access drive that basically took out the landscaping adjacent to Platte Canyon in order to get folks from that southern collector road into the retail, and we said, well, we think you could support 5 acres and eliminate that drive and give you good access onto Platte Canyon. One of the things we were going to try and do is get additional access off Platte Canyon. As you may or may not know, that's controlled by CDOT, so we weren't able to do that. And just looking at the market area, we feel that 3 acres can be successful. You get up to 5 acres, and there's a potential that 2 of it can remain vacant. So we would have the same problem, maybe a bigger problem, because now what do you do with 2 acres sitting on an arterial road?
Okay. Okay. And do me a favor and go back to the first map of the development that had a closer in shot of the buildings, if you please. Yeah, there you go. Did staff consider, you've obviously got this going out onto Mineral with an expectation that most of the traffic is going to exit onto Mineral, hence the conversation about the traffic light at Wolf. But if the traffic were forced to go to the existing exit there to the southwest and onto Platte Canyon, there's much less, my impression is there's much less traffic on Platte Canyon than there would be on Mineral. Did you guys talk at all about forcing, but not necessarily having an exit onto Mineral in order to address some of the traffic concerns?
Oh, and instead force it onto Platte Canyon?
Right.
No, I think our approach was try and spread out the traffic to as many access points as possible. And in fact, we did discuss the right-in, right-out access into the retail part. And we did have some initial concerns about that because, again, that kind of bleeds out the amount of traffic going to Wolf. But we do think that that's going to help, again, that retail develop. But as far as cutting access off to Mineral and providing it all out to Platte Canyon, no, we didn't think that was a great.
Did you entertain possibility of, would you say, just right only with a median or something there to make sure that people were only going one direction on Mineral, such that if they weren't going to go east, they'd have to go to Platte?
Right. On the retail part, yes, they have to because there's a medium. So you cannot turn left directly out of the retail, out of that driveway. But as far as eliminating left turns, I don't know if that wasn't an alternative we looked at out of the Wolf
Does
driveway.
it have any merit? I mean, I'm thinking about the neighbors.
I'm not sure that it would. I mean, it still is going to impact Mineral Avenue, and you're going to be forcing somebody to do a left turn, and if they want to go westbound out of Mineral, they're going to be doing a
or they come down and get on Platte
or they come
and
out
hang
on
a
Platte.
left.
Right.
Yeah, which I mean that would, and the only reason I'm saying that is because it strikes me that Platte Canyon south of Mineral has a lot less traffic on it relative to Platte Canyon north of Mineral and/or Mineral.
Yeah. I think the main advantage allowing full movement at that point, again, is for the retail portion. Again, those retailers are going to want people to be able to reach their site from all directions. So it does give that ability to get traffic in and out.
Okay, and my last question, I'll defer on the rest of this, but the Pinnacle at Mountain Gate, when was that PDR done, did you say? Was that done in the 90s?
1985?
85?
Mm-hmm. No?
You're asking for the development?
Well, the one that's there now, the apartment complex, the Pinnacle.
I think the zoning was amended in 1990. I'm not sure. I think that was built in the mid-90s.
Okay, and curious, I don't know if you guys had gone back and looked at any of that, but what was the logic at the time from their perspective in terms of asking for a zoning change to do, does anyone remember?
I'll bring Jan up, who perhaps was here at that time.
You remember? Or was that predate?
Well, it was zoned for the apartments back in the 80s, 85, with the original Meadows of Platte Valley PD. And the only processes that went through to be developed to the apartments in the mid-90s was subdivision plat and a site development plan. And the amendment that was approved specifically for the apartments was an administrative amendment that had, I think it had something to do with like a trail connection or something. And
Was it basically, it was always envisioned as apartments, I assume when it was annexed?
Yes. I mean, that was when it was annexed, and the PD plan that went with the annexation it designated this area for apartments. And it also, as Glenn described earlier, designated the rest of Meadows of Platte Valley that's now known as Meadowbrook as a higher density.
No, I understand that. Okay, I'll go ahead.
Phil?
Thank you.
Yes. Glenn, first off, I was going to ask about the ratio of the acreage, so thank you, Bruce, for asking that, and also about single-family versus multifamily. I still have a reservation, but we'll wait for the applicant to respond to that. The south exit from the property that looks to share the driveway from Pinnacle at Mountain Gate, that's a right-in, right-out. There is, if you're looking to move some traffic that direction, has there been any discussion otherwise? And the reason why I know that is I lived at that corner, so.
I think, again, as far as changing access to Platte Canyon, we do have to go through CDOT, and I believe up to this point they haven't shown. Okay, I'll turn it over to Charles.
Platte Canyon Road at this location is a state highway. It's one lane in each direction and some turn lanes. We have approached CDOT about changing that to a full movement, but we have to justify it through enough traffic studies that have not been done yet. But it is a preliminary position at this point of the city to try and make that a left-turning access as well.
And it's just that I appreciate the comment, but the Pinnacle at Mountain Gate folks, with not having a light at Wolf and having a right-in, right-out on Platte Canyon, is going to drive traffic through the Pinnacle at Mountain Gate traffic to their light that exists at Mineral.
Well, that light doesn't exist at Mineral. It's proposed, and in order to generate the traffic volumes that would warrant that signal, we need a lot of traffic, a lot more that can come from this particular proposed project.
I wasn't talking about one at Wolf and Mineral. I was talking about one at Pinnacle and Mountain Gate and Mineral. It's not on that map.
No, it's not, no. There's many people who go out the one at Platte Canyon Road where it is a right-in, right-out, and they make a left turn anyway. Shh. Oh. They make a left turn anyway.
My habits.
Other questions? Councilor? Bruce?
Just a clarification on what we were just talking about. Down in the lower left of the screen is what I called a driveway going out onto Platte Canyon. Is that private property then?
No, that's a public street. At the, it's actually called West Mineral Drive. Is this area?
Yeah, that's it. So that's all public road right there, that
Public
intersection.
street.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, I think you can see there's a pork chop there, right, Charlie, that keeps people from turning left.
Actually, the public street is below the map. below there.
Well, I believe this is all public here.
That's a public street, but then as it goes through Pinnacle and Mountain.
And it wraps around the south end. Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Applicant?
Is this here or not? Yeah.
This is the public street that goes through there.
The mineral.
That's mineral.
Yeah.
West Mineral.
They ran you out or? Homeowners.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Jeff Wickstrom. My address is 152 Willow Leaf Drive, Littleton, Colorado, 80127. It's the other Littleton. Thank you very much for seeing us tonight. I wanted to begin by introducing our development team. We've got quite a few folks with us here this evening to answer any questions that you might have. Besides myself, who is with Evergreen Devco, the developer, Tyler Carlson is our retail expert. We have the landowners are here as well, Chuck Edwards and David Fagan, here and here, who have been actually involved in this property for the last 25 years. Our architect is Kephart. Kephart, we have three folks from, Chris Grady, Adam Cantor, and David Beckner, who are here, here, and here. Harris Coker Smith is our civil engineer. Billy Harris is here. Traintron is here, and our traffic engineer, Mike Kibbe, in the back. Our landscape architect is Norris Design, Jared Carlin, and Brandy Hall, here. Let's see. Okay, and we also have on the retail side, we've got Brian Slaughter from Sullivan Hayes. It's a brokerage that's been working with us on this property. Right there. And two more. Katie Press with KP and Associates. Katie is a retail expert that you'll hear from later, and she can talk about some of the grocery questions that you had. Katie's here. And last but not least, Stephanie Brock here is with Riverstone. Riverstone is a property management company, one of the largest property management companies in the country. They manage 175,000 units and across the U.S., and I've worked with Riverstone on a number of projects in the past. Before I begin, I'd like to thank staff for the hours of support that they've provided to us throughout this journey that we've been on. Evergreen, let's go to the next one. Evergreen Development is 38 years old. In the last 38 years, our firm has developed 450 projects throughout the United States, primarily in the Southwest, Arizona, California, and Colorado. We have a very, very strong retail team, and in fact, you'll learn later on that our retail team is who found this site, and they looked at it with the intention of trying to do retail on it. We are a preferred developer for a number of name brands that I'm sure you're familiar with, Walgreens, Sprouts, Primrose, and in fact, we opened a new Sprouts store on Colfax at Colorado about a month ago. Our Denver residential team has over 45 years of combined multifamily experience and has developed over 10,000 units in the metro area. Let me begin by showing you a few examples of product that we have built over the years, starting at the top left corner and circling around in a clockwise manner. The top left and the center are two shots of a development called Alexan Castle Pines that I did almost 10 years ago at Castle Pines and I-25. It's one I always like to go back to. I like the way that one came out. Next, top right is Lincoln Square Lofts. It's a smaller 144-unit deal that was done on Lone Tree Drive over by the Lone Tree Entertainment District next to the light rail. The bottom right is the Sprouts that we opened last month. Bottom center is Alexan City Center, which I'm sure you're familiar with at Englewood. This is the old Cinderella City site. And finally, bottom left is Vantage Point in Broomfield. So let's kind of zoom in on the property, and I'm sure you guys all know where it is, but I'm going to take you there anyway. The site is in the far southwest corner of the city of Littleton. As you get a little bit closer, you can see that we're about a mile to the west of Santa Fe Drive and the Aspen Grove Shopping Center. I think Glenn did a pretty good job of talking about the adjacent uses. But to be clear, to the north is the Meadowbrook subdivision. To the east and the south are the Pinnacle at Mountain Gate. To the west of us is actually a retirement community called the Gardens at Columbine. And north of that is the Conoco, the little retail center there. Northwest corner of that intersection is Columbine Manor Park. So you've seen our proposed site plan, and in general, our development would include 3 one-acre retail sites fronting on Mineral and 250 apartment sites. Chris Grady with Kephart will be up a little bit later on to talk to you about amenities and architecture. Of the rezonings that you guys are looking at, this is the lowest density conversion from retail to residential, and we did that on purpose. We came in with a very low density because we knew that we wanted to be a good neighbor to our neighbors, and I think when you see the architecture, you'll see that it's a very nice product. At this point, I'd like to ask Chuck Edwards to come up, and Chuck is the landowner and can give you a little bit of background on the history that his family has had with this property.
Thank you. Mayor Brinkman and honored council members, we've been investors in Littleton for over 25 years. When we bought this property in 1985, our family bought it and the adjacent tracts around it. Right when we signed the deal to buy the property, we also negotiated and were involved in the annexation. So we brought this property into the city of Littleton. The very next year in 1986, we pledged not just this tract, but the land around it for bonds. Those bonds were to build West Mineral. The way those bonds were paid for is we said, not only are we going to put our land up as collateral, we'll agree to a special improvement district assessments. So the way the bonds got paid back was that we paid assessments on all of those tracts, including this one, to pay back the bonds. So West Mineral got built by our family and others adjacent, pledging our land, paying those assessments. We paid $2.9 million for all our tracts back then. This one paid about $600,000. That was 1990 and 80s money. If you add the interest on just the $600,000 for this tract, it's another $1.2 million in interest, and that keeps running. So the other tracts were successfully developed, great developments. They stood the test of time. We brought quality people in to do that. We've done the same thing here. We tried to find retail. In addition to the improvements we made to West Mineral, this was all in the floodplain. We worked with the neighbors adjacent to the property to channel the water, to take all this out of the floodplain. We helped pay for that. We helped pay for the improvements for the utilities and to supersize them to make this tract successful. We put in, with the apartments next to it, the wastewater so that it would handle all this site so there didn't need to be detention. We've worked with the city and been residents and taxpayers here for well over 25 years. And I can promise you, we have tried every different way to get retail to the site and have not been successful. So what we did is we turned to Evergreen and said, we need a firm that has the financial capabilities, the patience, and the experience to go through this process. Because you can look at the number of people here that are supporting their team in this effort. And it's not a casual undertaking. And it's really the only thing as owners of the property that we've ever been able to bring to the site that has the potential of being successful economically. So I guess we're asking that our investment at least be considered and rewarded, and we think this is the people to do it, and this is the project. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chuck. So I want to go through kind of some of our efforts that we've made in the rezoning process, talk about the reasons for change. Our public outreach began actually before it was required to. Before we submitted, we had a public meeting. Over the, I guess, past 9 months, we've done 3 public meetings. We've mailed over 5,000 letters and postcards to the community. I've personally been door to door in the Meadowbrook neighborhood and the adjacent owners and talked to a number of those folks. We created a web page, and that web page, the web address is there, has actually been hit by 1,400 different visitors. And that's not the same person hitting more than once. Those are different people coming to our website. The website talks about the kinds of FAQs for the site, the kind of architecture that we're going to do, and tries to answer as many questions as we can. I believe I have the numbers right. At this point, we've received 17 letters of support and 6 objection letters, and I think we've really gone above and beyond to get out to the community and try to get feedback from them on our development. So why do we want to rezone this? Why are the reasons that would make sense? The property has been zoned PDC for 25 years, and it's not been able to secure a retail development in all that time. It's reasonable to review, I think, based on that, the zoning on the property, and see whether there's a better use for the site. We believe that there are 4 conditions that have changed or are changing that warrant new zoning. Those are that the parcels surrounding the property have been developed at significantly lower densities than were entitled in 1985. Glenn talked about that a little bit. And what that's done is that's left too few rooftops to support a 16-acre retail site. The traffic patterns in the area have changed very significantly as well. In 1985, Santa Fe and Wadsworth weren't quite the high-density corridors that they are today, and there wasn't light rail. And at the same time, Highlands Ranch has expanded since that time to the west, creating more traffic on Santa Fe. The neighborhood retail centers that were built in the what I would call secondary neighborhoods, Pierce and Platte, are struggling because of the success of the regional centers on Santa Fe and Wadsworth. And they have high vacancy rates today, and the tenant bases that are in them don't generate sales tax revenue for the city. They're all mom and pops, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a bit. Finally, the surrounding tracts have developed at a much lower intensity than was originally planned. And if one were to think of 175,000 square feet of retail on this site, a sea of parking, and lights on 24/7 with deliveries in the middle of the night, I think the use that we're proposing is much more in line with the surrounding neighborhoods. So how many rooftops do you need to really support retail? And Katie's going to talk some about that in a bit, but one of the standards is, 1 mile radius, 20,000 rooftops. We have 6,700. And, if you think about, had all this land been, if Polo Reserve had been built as multifamily and the other surrounding neighborhoods and the reservoir, that would be a significant change. Glenn spoke about this, about how much the density has changed from the initial zoning. So let me just say here, remember the area in white, our site is in yellow, and the area in white, in 1985 was supposed to have almost 2,400 units of residential on that spot. And today, 688 were there. Additionally, there's 202 acres that are now the South Platte Reservoir that were contemplated to be developed as residential at the time. If you go back, this is kind of a cool slide because it shows today versus 1985. This is actually a 1985 aerial on there. And you can really see the changes that have occurred. I mean, mineral, what didn't even exist in 1985, and it made a lot of sense that this area being not connected to Littleton would have some retail. But today, we have mineral. Mineral is a connection, and that drives everybody to Santa Fe. I've talked a little bit about the 202 acres. You can see what is the South Platte Reservoir today and the area that used to be. And then finally, how much the traffic has changed, or how much the road infrastructure has changed in the last 25 years. So let's talk about traffic for a second. As we look at the traffic flows today, we can see that on Santa Fe and Wadsworth, those have become major transportation corridors, leaving Platte and Pierce as secondary connectors. At Aspen Grove, Santa Fe conveys 50-ish thousand cars a day. This is also true at Wadsworth by Southwest Plaza. The traffic is important to retail, and with South Platte and Pierce carrying 9,000 and 2,000 cars a day, it makes lots of sense why some of those other centers don't do quite as well. So now let's look at changing conditions. Let's look at some of the other centers that have been developed in those secondary locations. I spent an afternoon driving around and taking photographs of these things, but most of the centers on Pierce and Platte, Ken Carroll, Coal Mine, and Bowles are average over 20% vacancy. And I think it's fair to say that they're struggling. Additionally, the tenants who occupy these properties are typically mom and pop stores. They are nail salons and music and martial arts studios, doctors, and those are not the kind of tenants that provide sales tax revenue for the city. So as we continue to look at the question of conversion of retail to something else, we really have to look at what it is we're giving up. And sales tax is not the case for this corner. I mentioned before that the neighborhood surrounding us has matured, and a 194,000 foot retail space adjacent to us, I think would probably cause quite a stir in the neighbors if we were to try to put that in with the large lights, the large parking fields, and the late night deliveries. At this point, I'd like to ask Katie Press to come up and join us. Katie is with KP Associates, a former grocery executive and an expert in retail. Katie?
Okay. Good evening. My name is Katie Press, and I'm a consultant in the retail arena, and I consult in all facets related to retail. Not only do I consult on the private sector side, but I also consult on the municipal side, and have several municipalities in the metropolitan area that are my clients. So I've been asked to address the viability of retail at this particular location, and what I wanted to do in order to before I just gave you my opinion, was to kind of go through a little bit of a tutorial about retail and why this particular site has continued to struggle for as long as it has to not develop into the retail arena. Retail is not quite as mystic as some people think it is. It actually is pretty well defined, and retail really fits into very specific categories. There are some retailers, and we can always look at examples, who move between these different categories, but for the most part, in the majority of the anchors, they stay within these particular categories. Strip convenience, that's the retail that everybody's most familiar with. I mean, these are the convenience-oriented retailers of the 7-Elevens and the gas stations of the world, and the folks that really rely on a high pass-by traffic. They like sites that are easily accessible and have high visibility, and this is not necessarily a destination type of shopping opportunity. Neighborhood community is our grocery anchored. It's what we call needs-based retailing. This is where we tend to do our typical shopping for our household type of needs and services. This is hair care, nails, grocery shopping, things that we typically do, dry cleaners, liquor. These are the type of retailers who fit within neighborhood and community. Sub-regional is when we start getting into more of the power, and this is where you really start to see demand for higher profile type of locations. Sub-regionals are our Walmarts, our Targets, Home Depot's, Lowe's, and they're going to be also where we start to see our junior anchors and junior retailing anchors such as Ross, TJ Maxx, those Best Buy, Bed Bath & Beyond. This is where we're going to see these types of retailers start to show up in a retailing perspective. And then regional and super regional is really when you get into mall-oriented retail. These are the really big, this is Park Meadows, this is Cherry Creek, this is Flatirons up at the north. This is where we start to see that type of retailing, and they more than probably any other retailing group are really inclusive to themselves. I mean, these are the retailers who want to be together with each other and really seek out opportunities that are going to have those type of synergy and co-tenancy. Which one do I hit? See, Brandy told me the space bar.
Yeah.
This one?
You can help us out.
I told you.
Yeah.
So it's important to understand that because each one of those genres of retail have some site relationships to the type of intersections and the type of opportunities that they're responsive to. And when we start looking at what happens with Mineral and Platte, the characteristics that are associated with Mineral and Platte are consistent with neighborhood and community retail. Its location in relationship to its residential character somewhat in terms of how it relates to the residential is much more in line with neighborhood and community retail. When we start looking at the two genres that are higher in density, like the sub-regional and the regional, those are guys that are really looking for that high-profile capacity elements, and those are going to be, in this case, in this trade areas, they're going to be moving out towards Wadsworth or to Santa Fe. And so when we take away those two particular areas of retail, we really are left with the ability of whether this intersection can support neighborhood or community retail. This should keep me straight, right? There we go. Okay, so this is a map that I think is really important to understand. And this is starting to look at the trade areas that are related to each of the different types of grocery retailing that's in the area. So, you know, I apologize, I am moving pretty fast through this in the interest of time. I actually prepared a much more in-depth report that I'm not sure, I did at a pretty short notice. I'm not sure you guys have had the benefit of that, but it goes into a lot more explanation. So if you're wanting to understand something a little more in depth, I'm happy to go back and visit with that with you. Assuming that this is an intersection that should be able to support neighborhood and convenience-oriented retail, why has it not happened? And that would be a legitimate question. And really the story, I think, comes from this map. When we start to look at the different retailers that are all part of grocery, and there are differing factors with each of these, and the trade areas that they're looking to serve, we start to see that there are really no gaps associated based on the existing services. And so when we look at the Safeways, the conventional grocers are going to be Safeway, Albertsons, and King Soopers. And they still work and live off of a 2-mile trade area. That's the standard that has really not changed throughout all the years of grocery retailing, and is probably not going to change anytime soon. Even though they have been modifying and looking at different store sizes to be responsive to an ever-changing environment with grocery, they're still looking at 2-mile trade areas. And, you know, the old adage is that you're just not going to be any farther than it takes ice cream to melt in your car on a day like today. And so when we look at the white circles that are associated and the red circles that are associated with Safeway and King Soopers, we can see that they have chosen to serve this particular trade area from stores that were placed a little further to the west of this location, which allow them to get to a more central trade area for their service. The third component to that and the new entrance into the market is the neighborhood center for Walmart, and they took the old Albertsons. Then you can see that they're also operating off of a 2-mile trade area, and so there's overlap into this particular trade area by them as well. When we start talking about retailers such as Walmart Supercenters, Whole Foods, and Sprouts, these are actually grocers who have a more regional perspective. They don't have near the, well, for the exception of Super Walmart, and we'll talk about them separately, but when we look at Whole Foods and we look at Sprouts as a grocer, these are not grocers that have the same level of store count that the conventional grocers have in the marketplace. And so they're relying on much larger trade areas to be able to serve their stores. And so in most cases, these guys are looking at close to 5 mile, and it could be in some cases even larger trade areas, but for the purposes of this demonstration, we drew 5 mile trade rings, and that's a pretty conservative estimate in terms of what they were looking to serve. And as you can see, this area was well encompassed within those 5 mile trades. Walmart supercenters have traditionally been at about a 5 mile trade area as well. They played around for a while in the late 90s, the late 2000s in terms of potentially reducing down that trade area, and now they've moved that back out to a 5 mile trade. And that's kind of their sweet spot. You know, when we start talking about stores that are over 200,000 square foot in size, they have a sizable grocery component, but they also have a sizable non-grocery component. They need a larger trade area to be able to support their stores. And so as each of those stores that have more of a regional focus, they need to expand out those trade area circles to be able to encompass a large enough population base to serve what they feel is an adequate trade area for their stores. So when we really sit down and look at this map, we don't see a gap. And that's really where you would expect, if a grocer was going to look to enter the trade area, they're going to look to see where there are services not being met. And we don't have a situation where there are no services being met from a grocery perspective in this particular trade area. And it is of any of the reasons why grocery has not been responsive to this intersection. They've chosen to serve the trade area from positions in the trade area that put them more central to the residential base. And you know, as the gentleman from planning adequately noted and rightly noted, when we really zero in on Mineral and Platte, those large areas that are taken up by those bodies of water, when you're a retailer, that's not something you're looking for. You're looking for what we call a bullseye location, which means that you get 4 legs to an intersection which have the ability to feed into the residential population, and you have residential population of equal proportions in that whole, in all 4 of those quadrants. When you get half or 1/4 of a trade area that is taken up with large areas that are not residentially based, those are negatives, especially from a grocery perspective. So when this is just a recap to show you, we have Safeway, who is serving the trade area. We have a Walmart neighborhood market. We have King Supers. We actually have 2 King Supers. We have a Walmart Supercenter, and then we have the regional influence from Whole Foods and from Sprouts. And it really clearly identifies the lack of new grocery opportunity for Mineral and Platte. So to kind of sum things up, and I did want to touch on a minute on convenience retail, and I didn't prepare slides about it. Convenience retail, there was a time in the pre-2008 where everybody kind of lost their mind in retail a little bit, and we saw people starting to generate businesses, especially on the small scale. So when I say small scale, we're like 1,000 to 3,000 square foot type of retailers. And there was so much opportunity and there was so much capital available to small independent business owners that we saw a staggering amount of growth in the small scale retail arena. And many of those folks used equity out of their homes to be able to subsidize those businesses, and many of them chose to do it through franchising. It was an easy opportunity to have the appearance of a nationally branded retailer. It was easy access to capital to be able to start those businesses. And when the economic downturn happened in late 2008, many of those folks were not able to sustain themselves. And so the amount of people trying to enter the marketplace because of opportunity drove a lot of development to happen in a way that was not necessarily reasonable development. Traditionally, prior to that kind of crazy time in retail, and especially now in today's environment, small-scale retail lives and dies off of the ability of an anchor. When you look at a grocery anchor, that's the best you can get for small-scale retail, because on average we visit a grocery store sometimes 2.5 times a week. And that type of anchor trip can generally coalesce a trade area. It brings a customer base to a specific site that these smaller scale retailers have the ability then to build businesses off of. So when we start taking a look at whether or not we would want to do small-scale retail to the degree of 16 acres at Mineral and Platte, we've already determined that there's not the ability to do a grocery anchor there. So now we're talking about having to build a shopping center that has no anchor to help support this small-scale retail. And in today's environment, that just doesn't happen. Really, retailers have enough opportunity to find themselves in well-positioned shopping centers with well-positioned anchors. And the idea that we could support 16 acres of small-scale retail is just not realistic. Could we support 3 small freestanding pads, or can we support from a much smaller scale of retail? Yes, and the gentleman from planning was accurate. On general, we would like to see that be somewhere in that 3-acre range. 5 acres gets a little deep. That would scare me. If Evergreen was asking me to make a recommendation, I would not recommend that we do 5 acres of unanchored retail. And you functionally start running out of viable users when you start to get too large on a small-scale basis. So I think what they have actually proposed on a small-scale retail is probably appropriate for the intersection and the site, and that to look to go deeper would actually be detrimental to the ability to have it be viable retail. So to kind of sum it back up, the site's not going to support retail scaled larger than a neighborhood or community retail, so it lacks the high-profile elements that would make it attractive to sub-regional or regional type of retail. Neighborhood community retail needs are being served from other points in the area, so there's no gap. We don't have an anchor left standing that would help perpetuate a development of 16 acres of land. And convenience strip retail needs are being met in and around those existing centers. So there's minimum retail opportunity for Mineral and Platte. So in conclusion, I think any expectations that this site could continue to be developed into the future down the road as a 16-acre site is not realistic, and it's not very often that I'm asked as a retail person to get up here and say we should take away retail land, but in this case I've studied it closely, and it would be my recommendation that it's not viable as a 16-acre retail site.
Question.
Katie, thank you. You're saying not 5, but 3. And you've given examples of what would be an anchor. You've given some examples of neighborhood convenience. Recognizing there's limited curb cuts on the 3 acres that's there, what is appropriate?
I think the 3 acres with the signal is appropriate. And I would certainly ask Tyler to address that. But from my professional opinion, without the ability to having full turning movements, that would certainly be a negative in terms of its ability to attract a higher quality type of retail to the site. And when I say higher quality, I don't mean in scale. I mean in terms of having good retailers at the intersection who are viable. Access is always key. And especially because we're now talking about that convenience level of retail. And convenience is, at the end of the day, convenience. And if you are not convenient, it doesn't matter whether we're talking Starbucks or we're talking McDonald's or we're talking gasoline retailing. If you're not convenient and you are a convenience retailer, which is a broad basket that we can put a lot of retailers in, if you're not convenient, then it's not a viable opportunity for them.
Didn't answer my question. Exactly. Types of names that might be the higher end that would work.
When we talk about convenience, we're talking about a lot of food. Quick service restaurants certainly fit into the convenience category. Gasoline retailing certainly fits into convenience category. We see. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. And Tyler, do you want to address that? Because you're probably much closer to that.
Yeah, sure. Just real quickly, what Jeff breezed over really quickly is that he's actually Plan B, because this was supposed to be an evergreen retail deal, and Sprouts and Kings and Safeways and Whole Foods, that's what we do. And we quickly found out that wasn't going to be the case here for the reasons Katie outlined. But I can tell you the types of users we're actually talking to right now for the 3 acres of retail. First of all, we're not going to do a gas station because Jeff told me he'd shoot me.
Would you just give us your name and business, please?
Yes, sorry, Mayor. Tyler Carlson, 7899 East 32nd Avenue, Denver, with Evergreen Development. So We're not going to do gas station because Jeff said he'd shoot me if I put a gas station in front of his luxury apartments, so we're not doing that. But what we have received letters of interest from is a school use, a preschool daycare use. We have a sandwich shop. We have a juice smoothie shop. We have a coffee shop. And we have a bakery restaurant similar to Panera that's coming new to the market that's also interested in the site. So those are the types of exactly food and education types of users. And our hope right now is to do one restaurant, one school deal, and then do approximately 7,000 square feet of inline small shop space to accommodate the coffee and the sandwich shop and the, those smaller food users that can't afford to do a freestanding building. So those are the types of groups we're talking to right now.
Thank you.
And they are all very access dependent. If we were to lose the full movement on mineral, we would have a lot of dirt sitting there for a while. Because if you cut off the full movement, you're basically prohibiting, you're excluding everything west of mineral. Your trade area, getting people out that way. Going through the apartment complex to ride out on Platte, to take a left on mineral, people will do that once, and then they'll get annoyed, and they won't come back again. So the full on mineral is important. Signalized helps, but just the full period is what's really critical.
So before Tyler sits back down, does anybody here want to hear about why 3 and not 5 from our perspective, how we got there? Tyler can go through that. If not, we'll move on. Okay. Thank you, Tyler. All right. Almost wrapping up with the zoning part, and then we'll have some quick pictures of architecture and all the pretty stuff. You know, if you've been following the news lately, you know that finding housing in Denver is difficult. In the apartment world, the metro area vacancy rate is 4.17%. The vacancy rate in Littleton is 3.99%.
Can I ask you a question before you go on?
Ma'am.
A whole lot of apartments are being built around the Denver area and in Littleton. I mean, they will be because we've approved some. So what would that do? What kind of absorption? How would that change that rate?
So a couple answers to that question. One is operating at under 5% vacancy is not good. It's not very efficient. In fact, we normally plan to have 5, 6, 7% vacancy so that you have time to clean up units, as people as you turn your units. And there's a lot of units that could be built before you get from 3, 4% vacancy to 7% vacancy. That's kind of the one answer to it. And the other one is that while you have approved and are considering zoning for a number of multifamily units in the city, that doesn't mean they're going to get built. Some of the folks that have or are, without kind of pointing fingers, processed changes to multifamily are trying to sell their land, and they were selling it at prices that I would never buy it at. So, just because land is zoned one way, take our retail, doesn't mean it's going to actually be built that way. So, one of the things we did for our application was we hired a third-party multifamily expert to create to look at what the occupancies were and how the new turnover coming into the city would be, and that actually kind of brings us to this next slide, which is kind of interesting. If you look at the top corner of this slide, that graph shows you the amount of units that were delivered by decade. In Littleton today, 85% of the apartments are more than 10 years old. They're actually more than 13 years old. 65% of the apartments are more than 20 years old. And if you look at how those have been delivered, the city hasn't been keeping up with kind of the aging and turnover of its apartment stock. So there is a huge demand for this kind of product, for a quality for-rent product in the city. We've got Stephanie here with Riverstone who can speak to that in the Q&A if you'd like. But you know, you've got, let me go on a little bit with this slide. There are about a third, there are 20,000 homes in the city. About 7,500 of those, almost a third, are rentals. Of that rental group, 4,100 are what I would classify as apartments. And I classify apartments in properties that have at least 50 units. That's kind of who we compete with. So that doesn't include the 10s, the 20s, the duplexes, the fourplexes, the single-family homes. And that's the difference in the rental. The 7,500 number comes from the U.S. Census. We have that data here. The 4,100 comes from third-party data. It's the same gentleman who did the market study for us. If you look at, again, all the units that have been zoned or are being zoned, my count's about 1,900 units that are, you know, in or through the process. And our market study suggested that the absorption rate at our location was about 200 units a year. So that's, you know, if you look at, go back to your decades of delivery, that's starting to push almost a decade of delivery. And I don't know how many more will come through here. But today, the apartment stock in this city is, it's aging. It's very, very tight. Occupancies are under 4%. And the other thing that you'll hear from folks is something called concessions. Concessions are when you come in and ask to rent a unit, and I say to you, well, I'll give you a month free. That's a concession. That's 1 month, 1 in 12 is an 8% concession. Today, concessions in Littleton are under 1%. In the city of Denver, they're under 1%. So, you know, people will talk about something called economic vacancy, which is vacancy plus concession vacancy. It's the same number today. Anything other than that is data from 4, 5, 6 years ago during the latest downturn. Another thing I want to point out is that apartments do generate maybe not the same kind of tax revenue as a commercial property, but they do significantly contribute to the operations of the city. Top right-hand corner are the taxes paid last year by Aspen Grove, by 5150, and Pinnacle at Mountain Gate. And you're just a little south of $1 million that's come to the city coffers from the property taxes. And we would, you know, of course, our property would pay taxes in a similar kind of size at 250 units. So, benefits. Let me sum up the benefits of why it makes sense to rezone this property. Let's start with the schools. The school district said to us that their low, high, and midterm projections are that they're losing students and they want additional students. Here's the quote from the letter from the public schools saying that we would really like to have additional students to our schools. Economic benefits. Multifamily housing does a lot of things to the housing stock of your community. We become the feeder for the new citizens of Littleton. How many of you guys got out of high school, got out of college, and bought a house? Nobody. Very few people do that. Almost everybody rents. And that's how we mature through the housing stock. And without having quality multifamily housing within or for rent housing in your community, then you don't have the ability to grow your citizenry as the citizenry ages. Multifamily housing is less expensive generally on a monthly basis than renting a home, buying a home. It's a lower cost housing alternative, and that's important for employment. The folks that are working at Aspen Grove or working downtown, I think somebody mentioned earlier today, don't make a lot of money, and they do need to be able to have housing at lesser a price. And maybe you do have a roommate, but you still have a quality product that the two of you can be in. The residents that live here spend here. You know, that's sales tax revenue, whether it's at the grocery, Aspen Grove Shopping Center, or here on Main Street at one of the great restaurants. And finally, the building of these units, you know, creates jobs, and the folks that live here will support additional jobs, mostly retail jobs in the community, supporting them. A couple other things is that starting at the bottom, the zoning that we are proposing generates half the traffic that the current zoning would generate. And that's our transportation engineers looking at what will retail generate in traffic and what will residential generate in traffic. And it's a really hard concept that less is, or more is less. Clearly there's no traffic there today, and 2,500 traffic is more than none, but it's significantly a better fit for the community, for the nearby community, than the existing zoning has for the property. I've spoken a little bit about the variety of housing stock, so I'm going to leave that one. And finally, one of the things that we've agreed to do with discussions with staff is that this intersection is a gateway to Littleton. And so we will be installing, presuming we're approved and are able to build this property, we will be installing a Welcome to Littleton sign similar to the one at Broadway and 470 on the corner of our property, making this a gateway, which is something from your comp plan. Not that we're arguing for the comp plan, but I think it's certainly a good benefit to the community. So before I sit down, there were a couple of questions of staff earlier on that I'd like to take this opportunity to try to address. We've talked about the 16:3, and if anybody has any more questions about why 3 acres, we've got people who can talk about that. Multifamily versus single family, there's a question I think Councilman Stallman asked. And my understanding is that the national home builders don't touch a property under 100 units. And that's because of the efficiencies of production for them to get set up and market and build in a unit. This is 16 acres at a 3 density like the adjacent properties are developed. That's only about 50 units, putting it beneath the level for a national. I'm sure there's some small guys that might be able to come in. But this is a sweet spot for multifamily. 250 units is right down the fairway for us. The stoplight. First, there is a curb cut onto our property at Wolf. This was intended to be an access off Mineral. There is a curb cut through the median. It's set up for a left turn today, and I think that's been the intention since this thing was originally zoned. Katie mentioned how important it is to have access to the retail. If we can't get access off Mineral into the retail doesn't stand a chance. And I think there was one discussion, I'm not sure I understood it correctly, but somebody mentioned a traffic light in front of Pinnacle. There is no traffic light in front of Pinnacle. The only operating traffic light in this area is the corner of Platt and Mineral. The next traffic light is the pedestrian equestrian traffic light at Polo. There's nothing in between. So we would very much like to have a traffic light here. We've offered to pay for it. One of the other things that we look at vis-a-vis the traffic light, and the engineers are pretty solid in the way they look at these things, is there are 3 different ways to generate warrants. It's 1 hour, 4 hours, 3 hours, longer time frames. And the one we meet is the 1 hour warrants, and that's because this is residential. People go to work at 8 o'clock, they come home at 5 o'clock. You get an hour of peak. You don't have extended traffic through there, but that doesn't mean that those peak times are not important. My traffic engineer mentioned to me before I came up that when you look at the intersection of Mineral and Wolf from our side, with the stop sign, that intersection is graded an F level of service. F, that's the bottom. That's not acceptable. So with a traffic light, we hit an acceptable level of service, and I don't know this, but I would bet you probably have the same problem from the folks to the north. And as folks are trying to come in, go east on Mineral during high traffic hours, that is a really dangerous time. So if there's a way to get a traffic light there, we are ready, willing, and able to pay for it. We think it'd be a great thing. I think it would help the community. That's the end of my part, and I would like Chris from Kephart come up and show you a little bit of the architecture and the amenities, and then we'll be ready for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of council, Mayor Brinkman. My name is Chris Grady. I'm with Kephart Community Planning and Architecture, 2555 Walnut, Denver. I'll try to shorten this up a little bit. We've got to do some things for the sake of time, but Evergreen has included us as part of the team because we are residential design experts with a special emphasis on multifamily. We have designed over 400,000 living units over the last 40 years, and our latest honor being 2012 Architect of the Year by Builder and Developer magazine. So we believe that a neighborhood is much more than just buildings and spaces. It's designing to the way we live. It's reflecting our lifestyles, a sense of place, and a sense of community. And that's why we're excited about the Meadows, because we believe everybody deserves a well-designed place to live. What are the land plan and design goals at the Meadows? Well, first of all, we want to create a walkable neighborhood with a central pedestrian-oriented street connecting Mineral and Platte Canyon. We want to design the land plan and the buildings to live on open space and well-designed landscape areas, and provide a series of gathering areas and recreational amenities. And the last, to design buildings with scale, massing, and character that is compatible with the surrounding community. So a note about our future residents. Our residents, they're renters by choice. They choose to rent. They want great amenities. The location is very important. Neighborhood features and floor plan design is also very important. And it basically has to be special. It has to be a special neighborhood. So the site plan you're seeing north is up. So from west to east, it's really a portal into Littleton because we're on the west side of Littleton. So the character of the community and the buildings really has to be special. The plan includes buildings which are just 2 and 3 story, as we've talked, varying the size of the buildings into 18 and 28 units, breaks up the massing. All of the primary buildings will include attached garages. But the layout does emphasize the open space, and you can see from Mineral, as you're coming in from that main entry, you've got a view to the clubhouse amenity and an open landscape area. And then as you drive through the community, you've got little peekaboos to other open space areas. We use the buildings and the landscape to also minimize views to parking. The homes are organized around parking courts. The buildings and the landscape, excuse me, help to screen the views to those cars. But those auto courts include open and detached parking as well. So we've got attached garages and detached garages. Parking meets the municipal standards, as already mentioned.
Could you point out the detached for me, please?
You have to look behind you. The detached garages are within the auto courts. This is considered an auto court, and here, and those detached garages are back-to-back structures in addition to the garages, which are actually in the buildings, and you'll see that on the elevations as we go through them. The buildings also reinforce important edges, and what I call important edge is Platte Canyon, Mineral, and then the multifamily to the south. So we have to have well-designed, four-sided architecture with material, color, and character, which is consistent on all 4 sides. We want to make sure there's a consistency when you're viewing the project or the neighborhood from public spaces looking in. I wanted to show an overall connectivity diagram, and I would say we're really excited to create a neighborhood plan which seamlessly blends into the surrounding community through connectivity. So this overall plan, the red area is the city of Littleton boundary. The white, you can see our site in yellow. The white is on the left side is the Columbine Trail. The Platte River Trail is to the right, and then the C470 Trail to the south. So through Mineral and through Platte Canyon, we have connections to these major trail systems. And we also feel that the backbone of a good neighborhood or community plan is the open space network. So the blue that we're showing here indicates the existing sidewalks or trails. And if we're going to, I guess we'd call it complete the hole in the donut, this new neighborhood would complete in red internal trails and sidewalks along the perimeter of the neighborhood. So strong connections within and around the neighborhood. They also connect to gathering spaces within as well. We've included a central pedestrian-oriented street which connects Mineral and Platte Canyon. This will be well landscaped with gathering spaces. This also connects to open space trails. We've included sidewalks on both sides and pockets of guest parking. Just a quick summary of the amenity areas. Again, our future residents choose to rent, and so they make many lifestyle choices. So we're excited to create a neighborhood that's inspiring and alive with many amenity choices. The circled areas on the plan represent primary and secondary amenities. So we took the opportunity to kind of collage some imagery, a bark park or a dog park, gathering areas with seating, an open lawn to toss a frisbee or to throw a ball, and great landscape connections between these amenities. The clubhouse is really the focal point of the community. And so it's got to have a great visual cue from Mineral. And so we've also taken the opportunity to collage some details of clubhouse amenities in other neighborhoods that we worked on, and the Meadows will be very similar in programming. Our residents want fitness, recreation, pool, barbecue areas in a resort-style setting. And so that's what we're depicting here. This clubhouse building will include the leasing as well. This will connect to a great lawn, which is shown on the site plan, and this is really a recreational extension of the clubhouse area. And then even small niches between buildings become intimate gathering areas. So again, our future residents desire great amenities, a sense of place and convenience, and a connection to the larger community. We're also excited about the look and feel of the buildings at the Meadows. We have taken cues from adjacent multifamily and single-family homes for compatibility. Pinnacle is shown on the left on the bottom, and then the other two images are single-family homes. But you can see you're looking at a view from the parking court. So those garages are kind of tucked back in a little bit to soften that impact. We've got a high-quality four-sided design, 2- and 3-story. This is a rear view, and again, this is four-sided architecture. So on the front side, well-articulated and expressed entries, well-composed massing and roofline breaks. That's really helped by the 2- and 3-story. In variety of materials and colors. All the buildings feature decks and patios, and many units will look onto open space and landscape areas. The clubhouse, which we've already shown, will include massing detail and color which will complement the residential buildings. So all of the design elements that you're seeing here and all the intended character, this is outlined in the GPDP document, which would ensure quality of the neighborhood and the residences. This is a view from Mineral looking south toward Wolf. And we thought we'd take an opportunity to see maybe what that residential character and how it ties into the retail. The GPDP includes design guidelines, which does ensure compatibility with the residences. And then this is a shot looking south and east, corner of Mineral and Platte Canyon. Again, entry to Littleton from the west, it has to be special. So just to summarize, the idea of home, whether it's long-term or short-term, it's more than buildings and spaces. It's about capturing a sense of place through responsible and creative design. And we feel that the Meadows at Platte Valley will be that special place. We're excited, very excited for this opportunity. Our team is here to answer any questions about visioning with planning and architecture. This concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it back to Jeff for some final remarks.
And that's the commercial right there, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Chris, could I ask you a question before you leave? Sure. Did I understand you to say that all the attached garages are going to be entered from the rear of the buildings?
Yeah, the attached garages would be on the motor court side of the building. So the buildings are organized around auto courts, and the garages would be entered from that auto court. That's
So
correct.
there are a number of buildings in here, particularly in the middle of this, that there will be no attached garages. It'd be all detached. Am I
All of the
correct?
buildings, whoops, sorry. I thought I was doing that accidentally.
When you get to your site plan,
Okay.
right there,
So
right
we
in the
can
middle,
Look at that.
you've got an amenity space down at the bottom end of that. Those are all, the garages are not attached. They are detached.
If you guys, what's easier, to look at the pointer on this or behind you with a laser pointer?
Whichever.
Okay, so we'll use a laser pointer. So all of these larger buildings, these are the primary residential buildings, 18 and 28 unit buildings. All of those will have attached garages which face the auto courts, each one. Okay. In addition to those attached garages, we will have back-to-back detached garages within those auto courts, so that we get a high percentage of garages for our residents. And then the remaining would be open parking and guest parking.
Okay. Thank you.
But, Jim, I kind of have a follow-up to your question, if you don't mind. So then, if I look on the south side here, looking south is the front of those buildings, going around.
That's correct. That is
going around
correct.
all the way around the perimeter, is that correct?
That is correct.
That's what had me confused, too.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question about the clubhouse. What will be in that, and how many people would it accommodate for a party?
Well, the clubhouse is integral to the design of the neighborhood. So our parking requirement being met includes that clubhouse. But we do like to set aside, 8 or 9 spaces for folks coming in who want to go to the leasing office.
I probably didn't speak clearly. How many people for a party? And I mean, what size facility is it to accommodate people? Having lived in an apartment before I got married, well, more than one apartment at a time, there was a nice place for singles and other people to have parties.
Yeah, this is a 5,000 square foot clubhouse, so that can accommodate events and things like that they would organize through the management company.
And what kinds of things would you have in it?
It has a recreation area, area with Wi-Fi, a full fitness, a gym. Anything you want to add to that, Jeff?
Yeah. So within the clubhouse today, we have a fitness center. It's got a yoga room. We've got a kitchen area. We've got fireplaces, seating areas. Leasing is in there. Today, we are putting dog washes. We've got a dog wash because half of our residents are going to own dogs, right? And so having a dog park here and having dog washes is important. We also have, because the people that live here, choose to live here, are going to have bikes. We have a place for people to work on their bikes. Those are some of the newer amenities that we're putting in apartments today that maybe weren't there 10 years ago.
And is this a good time to ask about rental prices?
The rental prices are going to be generally from between $1,000 and $1,500 a month.
And the target income of the residents?
I haven't done that math.
Thank you.
Stephanie, is that something? So $3,000 a month, $36,000 a year. Just as a side note, the Aspen Grove property had an average income of $105,000, and that's excluding the 3 top-end earners that lived in that community.
I wanted to ask the gentleman, the owner, was it Chuck? Yes. If I could maybe invite you to come back down. And Jeff, I appreciate your comments addressing the issue of the single family versus the multifamily. As the owner or as one of the owners, wondered if you could chat a little bit about the decision-making process that perhaps you went through in terms of looking at the site as more appropriate for multifamily product versus, admittedly, I sort of the same thing, 48 to 50 houses, for example, of a decent size on quarter-acre lots, given the open space requirements, wouldn't look all that probably dissimilar from the surrounding single-family neighborhoods. So what was your thought process in terms of saying we'd prefer to do the multifamily product versus single family?
For one, when we pointed out the number of people here to support this project, we've had this site under contract since October of last year. This group has spent, without knowing whether or not they're going to get approved here, time to hire all these people. More importantly, they took their organization and said, hey, we're going to dedicate this effort. And this is a group of people who are very high performing with an impeccable reputation. So when we looked at what we've gone through before with bringing people who wanted to come to this site, you can't bring someone that doesn't have the financial resources, the time, and the effort that they'll even look at this. So in terms of bringing a home builder to this site, we've talked to everyone. We've talked to people that, over the years, that, nail salon owners to Walmart. We've talked to every retailer there are. We've talked to every home builder. A national home builder won't touch this site. We tried to say, let's talk about densities, putting retail on the bottom, putting residences on top. We've tried every single thing. So the fairway for this property, the highest and best use, based on our efforts for the last 20 years, is this development. And not only this development, this developer. We had multiple people come to us and say, we'd like to go on this site. And we had people say, we want to throw up super high density. We want to go really high, cram it in. We took less money to go with Evergreen because we knew they had the patience. We knew they'd bring this quality professionals. And we knew they would bring something to Littleton that would be in character with the neighborhood and be successful, economically successful. Because we have been here for 25 years. We help pay for all of this. We're out the money, and we want it to be economically viable too. We had people come and say, we want it to be a park. Well, that's not the highest and best use. There's a lot of parkland around here. The highest and best use for this property, based on all the work we've done, is this project with this developer.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Go ahead.
Any questions?
No, not at this time.
Thanks for sitting through that. I know that was a long presentation, but we really wanted to cover off some of those issues as we've been running into them over and over and over again through the process. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, before I open the public hearing, I think we'll take a break. So let's reconvene at 5 after. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I do have a roster, and I will call the name, and I will indicate whether they are in favor of the project and if they want to speak or not. If you have changed your mind on speaking, you can do so. When we've concluded with these names, if someone else would like to speak, please raise your hand and you can come on down. We'll need your name and address when you come down, and I do ask that you please honor the 4 minutes. When the light turns red, please wrap it up and close your remarks. So first one is Susan Bergsteiner. She is not in favor and does not wish to speak. Carol Brejak is not in favor and does wish to speak.
Wasn't expecting that. I was on page 2. I'm Carol Brezak, and I live in the 4th District. It is a real shame that this area has been left out of an area plan or a neighborhood study, leaving it susceptible to an unpleasant rezoning. In addition to the fact that the comp plan ignores the specific area, the wide-open, changing conditions will prevail in deciding how this property will be zoned. And unfortunately, the all-encompassing changing conditions will somehow prevail because it is a very low standard for the developer to meet. It is the citizens that will once again end up on the wrong side of the decision, and they will have to endure the nightmare of density, traffic, and congestion unless you, as the governing body, insist that there's real substance to the justifications for the changing conditions. Don't just accept the responses without a thorough examination, an examination that requires a real inquiry of the data. As part of the changing conditions, the staff report states, this project is a development which encourages the economic viability of a reduced commercial site. But is it the best use of this piece of property? Other options that might be more viable or even more desirable were not explored. Where were they even suggested? We have heard from several citizens over the past several years in this room that the only type of property that they can't find easily in Littleton is a one-level patio home that would allow our older citizens to downsize and still remain in Littleton. But this developer does not do single-family homes, so this type of development was not considered. Wouldn't patio homes also encourage the economic viability of a reduced commercial site? The staff report states, the development will provide housing that is in demand, but it can't be the only type of housing in demand. How much in demand will these apartments be when there will be 2,800 available in Littleton? Why not consider a truly innovative development for Littleton, a mixed-use project, a senior retirement community, cluster homes, patio homes? What is most offensive about this proposed project is how easily something like this development can take hold in Littleton without any discussion about all the other apartments and high-density projects coming to Littleton. Where in our comp plan is the stated need for all new development to be high-density, multifamily housing? Why is all of this coming to Littleton anyway? Who is out there promoting for Littleton for apartments? Surely not the citizens. Could it be staff? Please don't consider this project, or any other for that matter, in isolation. We have over 3,000 apartments coming to Littleton. Why? It may be the trend for the moment, but nothing says we need to follow the trend and look like every other community in the metro area. And as an aside, when I drive from Littleton to downtown Denver, you can almost pick out who the developers are. In fact, I was over by Alameda and Broadway and looked up, and there's a new apartment complex, and I thought, oh, that's Alexon, I can tell. And sure enough, that's what it is. We see it everywhere we go, and there's nothing in this development that looks any different that's going to make Littleton look special. Challenge the changing conditions. Make them more than a minimal requirement for the development that will forever change that part of Littleton. The citizens are counting on you to represent them. Ask the tough questions that cannot be asked in 3 minutes.
Jeannie Erickson is not in favor and would like to speak.
Hello. My name is Jeannie Erickson. I live at 5567 South King Street, Littleton. When moving to Littleton 14 years ago, I started working as a temp planting flowers for the city of Littleton. It was then I began my love affair with what has become my town. I saw how pride of ownership ran strong through the city, while I drove in the city truck watering and planting and pulling weeds in the parks. I thought, boy, this is the kind of town I would like to live and work in. I love the charm of the old houses near the downtown area and the cute neighborhoods with all the pretty brick houses. I love the historic charm, which had not been destroyed like in many other cities. Even though your new city logo is anything but little, the small town feel is exactly what attracted me to Littleton and makes me proud of being a Littleton resident. I think this is what draws people of all ages to Littleton today, even the younger generation. The small town atmosphere is what draws people. Believe it or not, not everyone wants to live in a big city. Please remember why the citizens of Littleton move here and stay here. Littleton isn't like anywhere else, and we don't want it to be like everywhere else. Please remember this when voting on high-density apartments, and imagine what Littleton will look like 10, 20, 30 years from now. Will it still have the charm and character that brought you here?
John Watson, and he is not in favor and would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, citizens, developer. I have a speech on the economic impact of apartments, but I've heard too much tonight to do that. I just wanted to talk as a neighbor about what this is going to do. Val and I live direct John Watson at 4500 West Hinsdale, District 4, as you know. Directly across the street from the land that we're talking about. Very familiar with it. Very familiar with the zoning that was originally created. I'm going to be very familiar with whether or not there were changed circumstances on this property since the time that was originally platted. The only changed circumstances are that we built houses there. The pinnacle of Mountain Gate is there, 500 apartments. Overlooks there, Polo Ridge is there, Sanctuary is there. And everybody in the neighborhood is very concerned. The fact that they don't show just means that they don't have a lot of confidence in our process like Val and I do. What we can't agree with in terms of the things that have been presented to you so far are so many that I won't have enough time to talk about them all. I'm going off script just so you'll know how we feel about this. You're going to build 50-foot tall apartments in an area that was zoned retail that we were using for a view of Pikes Peak. That's the starter for you. 50-foot setback on Mineral Avenue, which is going to create what was already an iceberg all winter long. That setback is going to block the sun to the north on Mineral Avenue. So now we have an iceberg going into 2 lanes of mineral, which will test Charlie and his patience and his staff and his snowplow crew, as well as the graders that they have to use in the wintertime. It's affected the neighborhood already in the sense that we have the traffic issues to deal with, and that's what everybody is going to talk about are the traffic issues. Charlie Boston has tried to solve that as well in the past. That pedestrian light you heard about, he's cycling that in the morning, he's cycling that at the nighttime traffic. Because the issue isn't whether or not they're going to reduce traffic for us by building all these apartments as a courtesy for us. It's not going to do that at all. It's going to have 500 new cars at 8 o'clock in the morning on streets that are so crowded. Val has so many pictures she couldn't figure out which one to use. And at 5 o'clock getting in, you can't turn left into our neighborhood. You have to plan your route. Make a jughead route so you can get back to your house at night if you're going in between 4 and 6. And it's not a rare occurrence. That's every night, every morning. We plan our day around when we leave the subdivision and how we're going to leave it so we can deal with it on a traffic basis. And no matter how many times you get told that the departments are going to reduce the traffic for the area, the first person to believe it, I've got some swamp ground for you. Because that's not what happens. That's not what happens with the traffic situation when you build residential. They're going to all be morning and they're all going to be night. And they're not going to be one resident and 1.5 cars per unit. If they're going to be charging for luxury apartments, they're going to be stacking them in there so they can afford them. They're not going to have a single person occupying that. And if they tell you that we're going to only have one car and that the average income is going to be $100,000 based upon Alta Aspen Grove, and if you want to believe that as well, and that they don't have any cars, then we're reaching far beyond the bounds of sanity to try to come up with some logic on why we need this many apartments. We haven't even addressed the issue of having 3,000 apartments coming to this city, an absorption rate, according to our own housing study, of 0.3% per which on our inventory, I think it's more than the 4,100 units that they're talking about. It's more like 6,000 units. So if we take 0.3% of 6,000 units coming online for Littleton, out of the 3,000 apartments that are proposed for 2013, we need 18. That's the math. I mean, how many 18s are we going to do? We've already approved 460 apartments in the first two projects that came before you, and we've got another 2,500 stacked up coming to town. And if we do those, we're going to have a whole lot of Alexans. And they can tell you that they're going to be paying to the city of Littleton $1 million in taxes. Well, if you can figure out how to take that Arapahoe County tax bill and divert it to Littleton, I wish you the best, because that's not what happens. The Alexan contribution is $18,000. Their contribution is a similar amount. This is what you could do with a mixed-use project. If you can show the slide, I'll leave that for you. It doesn't have to be high-density apartments. There's lots of projects that we could make sense of. And you've heard them all. It shouldn't be this one. The first deal is your worst deal. I beg you to pass on it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
John, which direction do you live from the property again?
Due north, 4500 West Hinsdale. That's in Meadowbrook.
That's upside down.
That particular house and Carl's house are the ones that are just across the street on Mineral.
Thank you.
We're contiguous to the property.
Daryl Schmidt is in favor and would like to speak.
I too am a neighbor to the west. Daryl Schmidt, reside at 9251 East Grand Avenue in Greenwood Village. I am the developer and owner of the Gardens at Columbine, which is a 100-unit assisted living project and soon to expand into assisted living memory care. I've been kept apprised of this project by the developer and feel that it does make sense as an alternative to the commercial zone that was there. We pride ourselves on having a lot of landscaping and a very great environment for our residents. Hope many of you have had a chance to come visit us. But I don't find the objection to the quantity of units, and I think the open space that's there, and I hope they endeavor to do a great job on landscaping. What I've seen they would be a good compatible change. I've been a retail developer also in Denver for 40-some years, and I agree with staff's comments as well as the applicant's comments about that not being a commercial zone at all. So I endorse that. So I'm in favor of it and have no objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Gray is not in favor and would like to speak. Okay. Lou Sullivan is not in favor and would like to speak.
Sullivan, 5940 South Bemis Street. Between Littleton Village, Nevada Place 2, and Littleton Commons, there are about 1,000 apartments and 400 homes already approved for development. We have Alton Aspen Grove and Alexan, I'm guessing about 700 units, and that they've already changed ownership. Isn't it time to step back and test the results of what have already been approved? The marketing trend for apartments must be nearing its peak and will be starting to decline. Is our goal to have a 25% vacancy rate in Littleton? Zoning has a purpose in the long run. There's a reason property is zoned retail and commercial. I think we need to retain what little commercial property we have left within our confined borders to support all these 2,000 plus additional residents that have already been invited into our community. By now you've already read reports how retail brings in more revenue than residential. And I think this design for access to this 3 acres of retail is guaranteeing failure. Retaining only 3 acres is insufficient. Increase it to 10 acres maybe, or vertical zoning. Otherwise, I would urge you to vote no on this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Harris does not favor and would like to speak.
I'm Betty Harris. I live at 6281 South Cedar Street in Littleton. The recent economic plan recommends imposition of 7 new taxes or fees on Littleton citizens, I suppose because sales tax revenues do not keep up with expenses. But no one seems to know what the city's expenses per capita is. Last Tuesday's study session showed some 3,000 or more apartments being offered to us. Without good numbers, we have no way of planning for the influx of some 6,000 more people. Commercial property generates more city revenue than residential. When you convert the land uses on a property from commercial to residential, you decrease the amount of current and future revenue that the city will realize from the property. This fact is recognized by developers, by the council, and by the city staff. There was an item on your consent agenda about a month ago to modify a declaration of covenant for Alta Aspen Grove, which was designed to compensate the city for loss of revenue when it rezoned Alta Aspen Grove from commercial to residential. Quoting from your council communication of July the 2nd, 2003, from item 7A, the staff involved with the development of Alta Aspen Grove in 2007 indicate the intent of RETA was to ensure the city received compensation to offset the expected revenue loss in the allowed zoning, in the allowed change in zoning that permitted the project to be built. RETA, as you know, stands for Real Estate Transfer Assessment, which was a fee assessed to the property by the developer, Quadrant Properties, and paid into a city fund to compensate the city for the increased cost of services and loss of revenue which resulted from the rezone. Littleton is landlocked. It has a very finite amount of commercial property. We aren't growing anymore. Each commercial property that you rezone into residential results in an increase in cost and a decrease in revenue. You have before you a proposal to rezone a commercial property into residential with no proposed mechanism to compensate the city for the loss of revenue. It angers me that you would consider this rezone, which decreases further revenue for the city shortly after you approved an economic development plan which calls for increased taxes on the citizens because of lack of revenue. The citizens are not likely to vote yes for that. I urge you to turn down this rezone from commercial to residential. Do the intelligent thing. Do the thing that is in the best interest of the city financially.
Ray Flesher is not in favor and does not wish to speak. David Fagan is in favor and would like to speak. No, he does not want to speak. Carl Mosquico. And you are not in favor, but you would like to speak. Come down and correct my pronunciation.
It's Carl Mascio, 7472 South Utica Street in Meadowbrook. My backyard looks right at the apartments. Lived there, built the house. I am a licensed contractor in the city of Littleton. I'm off script too because so many things were thrown out that I have to address. One is the traffic. If in fact, first let me say that I am ambivalent about the project. I know something needs to be built there sooner than later. The traffic flow right now is horrendous, and their own engineer says the light should not be put in. I concur with that. Just watching the traffic back up to my house, which is 3 homes past or to the east of Wolf Street. Okay. The traffic today, when it gets backed up in the evenings, they will cut through our subdivision turning on Dusk. Dusk is a street between the light that they're talking about, the equestrian light, and Wolf. They will cut through our subdivision to come out at Wolf to miss all the traffic that's backed up. That is already a problem, and it will just get worse. The approved zoning you have now on the property has restrictive design requirements attached to it. No one has talked about that. The setbacks are 50 feet in the commercial, but the design criteria that is recorded says that they can only have 125 feet back. You have to be at least 35 feet in height. After that, they can go to 50. If it's going to be the homes that they're talking about, you're looking at a 50-foot tall building, 50 feet off of mineral, which the zoning today does not let happen because there are design requirements. If you're going to approve this, I think those design requirements need to be enforced. There are other things that that property has with it that no one has brought up. We are talking about zoning, period. You saw the chart up there. There are design requirements with that property. And I would like you to send this back to your employees and say they need to do more work. There's a lot of questions that they did not answer to anyone's satisfaction in this room. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Paul Bingham does not favor and would like to speak.
Good evening, Council. Let's see, Paul Bingham, 236 West Delaware Circle. I'm going to read this because it'll go quicker. The proposed rezone is causing me a lot of concern in general about what we are doing and about to do. And I say we advisedly because this is not an us citizens versus you city council members. I'd like it not to be. This is our town. We are all in this together, and you just happen to be on city council at the moment. My concern is 3,058 new housing units is spelled out in the Littleton housing overview presented to us during our last study session. I'll repeat that, 3,058. That's correct. That's the number of new housing units given on page 19 of this Littleton housing overview. I called them the other day to talk about that and some other questions I was trying to get answers to. And they told me that, yeah, they got this number from the Littleton Community Development Department, and sure enough, they referenced that department on the table listing each of these projects. This list is on the back of the thing I just gave you. If we subtract single-family homes from the number on that table I gave you, we end up with 2,535 apartments. Well, so what? As near as we can tell, there are about 5,900 apartments in Littleton now. Adding 2,500 is a 42% increase. Is increasing the number of apartments in Littleton by 42% healthy for Littleton? I suspect it isn't. That gives up another question. How long would it take to rent out that many new apartments to have them assimilated into our city? Well, we've had two answers to tonight. John Watson was talking about 13 a year a little bit ago. And Jeff gave another number, 200 per year. That's quite a bit different than John's. Either one of these numbers, take the biggest one, 200 apartments per year. At the rate we're going here this year, we're going to be in a situation where it takes 12 years to assimilate the number of apartments we may approve. So this Meadows proposal is a 250-unit addition to our city. That's no big deal, is it? 250 units out of 2,500, right? Wrong. It's a big deal. There are many proposals all at once with no one except our city government to sort them out and say no to some of them. The developers are not going to do that. They're all going to simply apply. But somebody needs to sort that out, and guess who it is? It's our city government. Best I can tell, Littleton has about 35% of its housing stock in apartments now. Nancy Burke of the Colorado Apartment Association said last week, when we asked her during the study session, that 35% was a reasonably healthy number for a city like Littleton to have. If we continue to just approve these rezonings piecemeal, like we are doing and have done, with no plan, we'll have 50% of our city in apartments. 50% of our city in apartments. Think that over. I frequently hear people talk, older folks. I've got a lot of older folks that are friends, because I'm one, talking about downsizing. And I've heard several of them say that there's no place in Littleton in which they can go to downsize. Some of them have moved out of Littleton for this reason. I can quote you names. One type of housing that is great for downsizing is patio homes. Do we see any rezoning requests for patio homes? No. The only thing that developers want to invest in now is apartments. That does not mean that's all we should be approving for Littleton. Please vote no on this project, and please get a plan together on what we need to do with our housing stocks so it'd be like we'd like it in Littleton. Thank you very much for working so hard on the City Council.
Paul. Abby Sinnett is in favor and would like to speak.
Good evening. I'm Abby Sinnett. I'm at 5481 West Roland Place, and I'd like to speak to you on behalf of this project. I grew up in Littleton. I was raised here, and when my husband and I very first got married, we wanted to stay here in Littleton. And unfortunately, when we were first looking for housing, we were a little disappointed with what we came up with. We were looking for an apartment, we were looking for something nice and new, and a place to just start our life. And we just fell a little bit short here in Littleton, and so we moved to Highlands Ranch. We started our life there. And now looking back on our journey, this apartment plan, this development plan was exactly what we were looking for. We were looking for something new and refreshing, something that offered good amenities, that had good architecture and good community feel to it, that feel that Littleton offers. And now being back in Littleton, being a resident just a little ways from this proposed site, this is something that I would have looked for, and this is something that for my children, I would hope that they would maybe choose when they're looking to start their lives as adults. This property offers that nice community feel that Littleton has. It offers good architecture and beautiful landscaping. And for young people who are wanting to stay here in Littleton, that's key. So I would just ask you to support this project and consider it, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. And Val Watson does not support and would like to speak.
You do this every time, Val.
I sent it to her, but she didn't get it.
We're losing our TV crowd because I know they're staying up.
Val Watson, 4500 West Hinsdale Avenue. My backyard is on Mineral and directly across, just a little bit east of this project. There is 716 homes affected by this particular project. One that you all have not even talked about is there are 16 patio homes going in between the Overlook homes and the sanctuary at Polo Reserve. There's a little slice of land, and they felt it would be really great for patio homes. We do have, thanks to Charlie, are able to get in and out of our neighborhoods when that Polo Reserve light cycles. But this morning, I took a walk. This is what I faced. This is going east on Mineral. This happens every day. This is the morning. I wasn't able to get out this afternoon. This is exactly where they're proposing the project. We can't get out. To come here at night, sometimes we have to plan to get here, to leave our house 15 minutes early because we don't know what the traffic's going to be like. We are a corridor for Jeffco going into Arapahoe County. Their impact studies, all of them said they either failed, unacceptable levels. I want to also refer to the beautiful community scorecard that y'all did. We actually did participate as 2 people in the study. And one of the 2 pressing matters we all raised was job growth and traffic in general. How does this particular rezoning of this property help? You're getting rid of jobs. Commercial would bring in jobs. You're going to throw more traffic on Mineral. If there's a daycare, there's no taxes on that would go into our coffers. So how does this really help us? So I'd like to really dig deep and ask you all to follow me for a minute. I've been looking at campaign literature, and a lot of you have described your feelings on these issues, and I'd like to highlight them this evening. One says balanced growth, low density, diversified employment, appropriate retail. I love that, low density. The other one says low density, housing. I say low or no. The next one says to preserve our character and depth while appropriately nurturing and affirming change that builds upon our community's goodness. I didn't write these, you guys did. I share the passion of this Littleton citizens for preserving the community's character, small town feel, and high quality of life. Build on the best of Littleton's character and tradition. Favor progress, but strongly respect tradition. We voted, I didn't know any of you before I became a member of the Fine Arts Board. And I know I voted on you from your literature. I'm asking you to honor what I voted on, as all the citizens here tonight said. We don't want more apartments. We don't want high density. We want retail. If this site won't support retail, we just don't want high density. We want something different than what's being proposed. And I did call them, and I did ask if I could sign a 15-year lease to build a Quiznos over there, and I was told no, that wasn't what they were looking to do. So I would ask you all to vote against this project rezoning tonight.
Pam Chadbourne is not in favor of the project but would like to speak.
Hi, Council. Again, I'm Pam Chadbourne at 5402 South Nevada Street, and I'm just going to shoot at several things I heard. There's a process problem for notification. When you were shown the maps The middle part of Platte Canyon is not Littleton on the east or west sides and major portions, and all the way west is not Littleton, and none of those people are here. I don't think they even know about this. Their traffic will be impacted. They would buy and stop at this retail, as we just saw from the traffic. They drive by there all the time, and they would stop there morning and night. None of them are here. I don't think they're notified. They don't know about this, and they should be represented. It's invalid to say that the retail radius has water areas near it. It's not a change condition, and honestly, Highlands Ranch, it's not stopping them at all, or Aspen Grove, especially for a neighborhood community type retail. The half-mile circle, Glenn noted it's not big enough. And an odd comment that 470 is a barrier, it's just the opposite. If you live here, you're not going to drive into traffic into Littleton. You're going to hop on 470, and you're going to go to shopping that is in Highlands Ranch or Centennial or unincorporated Jefferson County. You're not going to come into Littleton for most of your shopping. There's other options that are quicker. The noise impact on residents is interesting because if it's too noisy for 60 to 80 single-family homes, why is it okay to impose the traffic on 250 homes? This is, and that's not just the traffic from this intersection. The 470 is right there, and when the wind's bad, it's Santa Fe. I don't think this is the right place to put people in dense housing. Littleton has aging apartments. You know what? That's our job to solve, and it's on the current sites. You're not going to fix that by putting high-density housing here. That's what we have to fix. So the traffic issue is the shift in pattern from retail to rush hour, as everybody has commented. It's not that there's fewer trips today or each day, it's that it's at rush hour. 470 is already a parking lot. There's a discussion of a fee lane there now. East on Mineral to Santa Fe is a parking lot at rush hour. It's already jammed. You go to Wadsworth is a parking lot. And Platte Canyon, maybe it's less traffic than the rest, but it's still pretty jammed, and there's nowhere to expand it without destroying the bike lane. So I think traffic is a problem there for the corridors, and that analysis hasn't been presented. There are issues with the retail and commercial analysis, and let me say, I totally agree it's not good for a grocery. It's not suitable for kangaroos either. So I wouldn't dwell on the fact that it's not suitable for grocery. It's not. So let's move on from that. It's not good for Walmart, and that's great. We don't want it. Littleton's asset, as many people have already mentioned long-term, is exactly what should be here. It's a retail, business, community center in an intersection where people drive by every day. And in 10 and 20 years, that will be an asset. As people have pointed out, it's in contrast to other communities that are succumbing to this type of development. So we need to preserve that. And finally, as I mentioned before, what is the viability of these units beyond 10 years? These investors are going to make their money in 8 to 10 years, and then what's going to happen? That answer has to be provided. You guys need to elicit it from staff, from analysts, and not the developer, because we're the ones who are going to be stuck with that result. So thanks for your consideration of this. It's a long night, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Pam. Karen Matusik is not in favor and would like to speak.
Karen Matusik, 5608 South Lowell Boulevard. I'm kind of off my script as well, and my concern has been mentioned halfway as far as the traffic. And I guess Glenn said that the traffic would be more with retail, but I know a lot of other people have mentioned it wouldn't all be at rush hour. It currently takes at least 3 lights, as you saw on the other lady's photos, to cross Santa Fe eastbound in the morning and to cross westbound in the evening. So because most people are pretty frustrated with that, a certain number of them decide that they'll use Platte Canyon to go north, to avoid Bowles, which is also a parking lot, and hit Bellevue. By doing that, the traffic in the morning on Platte Canyon and South Lowell, and again in the evening, is basically gridlocked. So those of us living on that portion can't even get out. Additionally, there's a proposal to add more high-density housing in Bellevue. There's only 3 ways those of us on the west side can go east, which is where the jobs are, unfortunately, or north. We can go on Bellevue, we can go on Bowles, or we can go on Mineral. And we can sit there right now for 3 lights to get across Santa Fe either way, or to sit on Santa Fe and try and go north. The C-470 is only going westbound, south on Platte Canyon, so those people are going to be adding to the Mineral traffic as well. I know they have brought up that straight retail wouldn't be viable, but as other people brought up, there's a dearth of single-level patio homes, homes for downsizing. The average age of the residents in Littleton is 45 or 46. That's going to be in high demand in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Apartments for young people, that's going to be 500 additional cars that the lady showed you pictures of. You can't even move in the morning. So what good is it to have a light at Wolf? You've got people backed up basically almost to Platte Canyon, just sitting there trying to cross Santa Fe. So if you're going to rezone, I would highly ask that you consider something other than more high-density housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Clark is not in favor and would like to speak.
Your sound system works really well. Doug Clark, 2454 Houston Waring. In the 1980s, Littleton annexed the area roughly between Highline Canal and County Line, Broadway, and Santa Fe, which is called in the comp plan the South Industrial Neighborhood. The reason why it's called the South Industrial Neighborhood in the comp plan is because the city annexed it to provide new commercial and industrial development for the city, to provide jobs and revenue for the city. After the area was annexed, developers started approaching the city saying that commercial would not develop and the city needed to transform or rezone the area from commercial to residential. And past councils did that for a while. And then they looked up and realized that they were transforming an area that they had annexed into the city specifically to provide jobs and retail into residential. And so the council, or past council, came up with a policy that they were not going to rezone commercial to residential, which they've pretty much followed for roughly 20 years. The reality today is there is no more available commercial property that Littleton can annex, realistically. What we have now is all that we will ever have. Every commercial property that you rezone to residential eliminates that as a potential revenue source for the city. I remind you that the arguments that you're hearing tonight, that this property will never develop as commercial, are the same arguments that those developers presented to past councils for South Park to convert those from commercial to residential. And you know that the arguments that you heard tonight are less than true. Jeff presented you a slide that showed you a 1-mile radius and said that the reason why this couldn't develop as retail is because you needed 20,000 rooftops within a 1-mile radius to make retail work. Littleton, all of Littleton, doesn't have 20,000 rooftops. And Littleton is 14 square miles and has substantially more than 16 acres of commercial retail. So you know that that argument is fictional. You also heard that shopping centers or that grocery stores will only locate when there's holes, that another grocery store isn't there. And yet, on the corner of Mineral and Broadway, we have 2 major grocers right across the street from each other. Past councils finally got wise and stopped the conversions, for the most part, from commercial to residential. The South Park office area, the area that supposedly would never develop as commercial, is finally now almost built out. It took it a long time. The property owners were frustrated because they thought it was going to develop commercial much faster than that. But the city is better off now, having waited, kept the course, and they now have a very nice business park in the South Park area. I ask you to have the long-term view, and it may be a very long-term view, of what's in the best interest of the city. Don't fritter away Littleton's commercial property. Stop converting commercial to residential. One of the criteria that you have to find in order to rezone a property is that it complies with all of the policies and the specifications of the zoning. One of those is that it has to enhance the general welfare of the city. Converting commercial to residential, losing the ability for the city to get revenue and to provide jobs is not in the best interest of the general welfare of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's all the people that signed up on the roster. Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to come down at this time?
Pat. Hi. I'm Pat Donahue, and I live at 7690.
Got to hear on the mic.
Just start over again there, Pat.
Start over in the mic.
7690 South Polo Ridge Drive. You know, other than my neighbors here, I'm probably the third or fourth most affected person. I live on the trail system there that they're speaking about, and I live right at the equestrian light that keeps getting brought up. And from a traffic standpoint, just for you all to know on what you're deciding is, when I leave in the morning, a lot of times people won't let me in. They're frustrated. Hey, here's a guy in a Cadillac pulling out of a gated community. He's got to be a jerk, right? So they don't want jerks like me. So, you know, I'll sit there and actually play tag with some of them. What my neighbors do is they send their kids out of their cars and go hit the equestrian button. Literally, that's what they have to do to get through traffic. The Littleton bus system, the bus driver sends a kid out of the bus to hit the equestrian light so they can stop and let the bus go through. So I don't know where this traffic study stuff that, with all due respect to the city, where the traffic doesn't justify a light, that might be through the course of a 24-hour period, but I personally think that we should really consider something to control some traffic there. I think their development looks cool. I'm not so much against that. I'm not smart enough to tell you what the best use for the property is. I came here tonight for South Park business. I think you guys know that. But as a neighbor, I felt like I had to just at least weigh in here that I think rezoning should be done by vote. We elected you. You're all smart people, but so are my neighbors, and they're not going to be here at 11 o'clock at night because they're all, you know, workers and dads and moms, and not for them not to weigh in on this when it affects their life so greatly, I think is not right. I think John's point is a real one, that I think that we should consider letting the citizens pick what's best for that piece of ground.
I'm sorry, what was your first name?
Pat. Donahue, Dunahhay.
Thanks, Pat. Marty?
Good evening, Council. My name is Marty Brezak. I live in District 4. I've been sitting up there in the corner and I listened to the developer and then the landowner and all these consultants. And what I surmise is that the landowner waited too long to develop his retail, and now he wants the citizens to bail him out with a rezone. That does not benefit the citizens of Littleton because we have to pay for the infrastructure and the higher traffic volumes with no hope of gaining much from revenues from this rezone. The 3 acres, as presented by the consultants, will not attract much retail in the future. So I guess the property owner will have to be back here in maybe 3, 5, or 7 years and say, gee, I want another rezone, and I'm going to put a high-rise apartment in those 3 acres. Just to fill the property up. So why should the citizens bail out this landowner for his failure to keep up with the market? The project does not seem to be able to support itself, so I would ask that this rezone be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing. And I need a motion.
Debbie, I'd like to ask some questions of Jeff if I could have him come down.
Okay, we'll
I want to wait till
go
I
with
get the public
questions
hearing.
first then.
Do I understand that the access for the apartments on the south side can make it through your development to get to the traffic light if there's one put in at Wolf? Is that correct?
Yes. There's one answer that's the spine road that's already in there would make a connection. And then there's a second connection that we've been working on with the adjacent apartment to create additional traffic through there, or additional access through there.
And your traffic engineer thinks that might help meet the warrants?
No, it's not going to. I mean, it's residential peaks, like John said. You know, it's early in the morning, late at night, and as long as the criteria that we meet more than one warrant, a residential community is just not going to get there. I would argue, though, that the F traffic, the F level of service from a stop sign ought to be taken into account. And as I said before, we're ready, willing, and able to pay for this traffic light there. And I'd really encourage you to include that.
One of the things that we have struggled with in the past is that commercial land that gets rezoned, or in this case it'd be left over if this gets approved, doesn't get developed because you're a residential developer. You're not a commercial developer. So I am very interested in seeing the commercial part developed as quickly as you're developing the residential part. And the commercial part needs to be something that's going to help us tax-wise. Child daycare centers don't do that. Hair salons don't do that. Lots of businesses you could put in there don't help us at all. We need tax revenues coming out of that 3 acres, and we don't need service things coming out of that 3 acres. So I'd like to see this PDC speed it up. You've talked a little bit about the things that might possibly go in there. Some of those would be producing taxes, some would not. And I've seen cases where the commercial just doesn't get built because you're going to build the residential and not ever worry too much about the commercial. And so I'm very concerned about that. I'd like to see some simultaneous development, and we'll probably make an amendment to the motion tonight to try to see if we can get that to occur.
Councilman Taylor, can I respond to that just real quickly? We are probably 85% commercial development and 15% residential. So we are actively developing commercial projects across the city. We opened up a Sprouts last month. I've got a King Super Shopping Center We got 55 acres next to Cabela's up in Thornton. So believe you me, my livelihood of supporting my 4 children depends upon me developing retail deals. So us realizing the 3 acres is top of mind for me as my part of the development team, and we're actively negotiating with users. The plan is to build the retail concurrent with the apartments, and frankly, I'd love to beat Jeff out of the ground because it's a lot quicker to build a retail building than it is an apartment building. So I just want you to know you've got my personal commitment that retail is what we do. You know, the 450 projects we've completed, you know, more than about 400 have been retail commercial. So we're going to bring our full, you know, weight to that corner. And I'll be honest with you, sales taxes are our focus. If sales taxes are focused, we do a liquor store and we do a gas station and things like that. What we're focused on is high quality retail, primarily restaurants and services that's going to be an amenity to the neighborhood, the existing neighborhood, and to our rental community. So we're approaching this, you know, from a different viewpoint because it needs to be tenanted with retailers that are going to be viable and are going to be a nice adjacency for all the residential out there, not just pure sales tax.
So by tying the development of the residential to the development of the commercial, sounds like you wouldn't have an objection to doing that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going full steam as fast as we can. You know, what we found in this recession is you can't build retail unless it's leased. So that's what we're trying to do. If Val wants to sign a 15-year Quiznos lease, I will love to get the LOI today because we'd love to incorporate her into our shops because we need to be 100% pre-leased before we can build anything. So, again, we're working every day. Brian Slaughter with Sullivan Hayes is blasting the retail tenant market every week so we can get that pre-leasing. I can't guarantee you that all 3 pads and all 7,000 feet of shops will be open the day we open the first apartment door, but that's certainly my goal because, you know, here's the reality. We don't make money off of vacant dirt. You know, we make money when we build buildings and we have tenants in there who will pay rent. So believe you me, our interests are very much aligned in activating that corner.
Bruce? I don't know if this is maybe an applicant question or potentially a staff question, but the gentleman who raised the design constraint issues on the existing zoning, you guys want to talk about that and help us understand exactly what the changes are providing that is an improvement over what was there, or what was there, why that isn't applicable?
That's right.
If I could put this up, we actually ran and got the original PD. And the question was the setbacks. And yes, if it was developed commercial, there were different setbacks proposed. But what they're proposing is something consistent with the original PD for the residential. So here's what we heard for the retail buildings. There's a 50-foot building setback from residential, and then there's a height limitation of 2 stories for 125 feet adjacent to the arterial roads. You can't be higher than 35 feet. So what they're proposing is something consistent with the residential portion, which are these standards that talk about a 40-foot building setback from the arterials. Now, they are going higher. I think this says 2 stories not to exceed 30 feet. They're asking to go to 50 feet and 3 stories for a portion of those buildings. So from the building setback portion, they're consistent with the PDR from the original plan development. Does that help?
Go ahead.
But this rezone, if it goes through, would replace those standards.
That's correct.
Okay.
So the phrase that you mentioned there was the issue of 50 feet on some of the 3 stories. So I guess with your architect, can you give us some sense, I mean, you're not talking about the entire mass of the project being at 50 feet. What percentage or what proportion of the total?
Yeah, actually, none of it gets to 50 feet.
Say it again?
None of it gets to 50 feet. I think our current design tops out about 40. Is that right, Chris?
Yeah, maximum 38 feet.
And that's for the 3-story, which is in the center of the building.
Okay, so out of the...
The 2 wings are only 2 stories high.
Okay.
We've only got, so it's 2 and then 3 in the center.
So how many square, I guess, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess just broadly speaking, if you looked at the square footage of the entire built-out space, how much of it's 3-story? 10, 15, 20%?
Third.
A third?
A third.
And it's dispersed, or it's pretty much concentrated?
Every building is 2 stories on the end, 3 stories in the middle.
Oh, they're all the same?
They're all the same.
So it's spread out in conjunction. It's not one, the issue being it's not a mass in the middle that's going to, okay.
Would you, I mean, I wrote down, so I must have been in La La Land, 2 stories on each end and 3 in the middle with up to 50 feet high. So what it
Zoning request is for 50 feet, the buildings that were actually, so that's the zoning, right? The buildings as they're designed today are 38 feet at the top, so we don't need all of that for the zoning.
Maybe you misspoke, because I wrote down 50 feet high for the main part, the middle part of the building.
Okay, well, if so, I apologize.
Did you have any more?
Yeah, the other question I wanted to ask is maybe a traffic engineering question. Again, may or may not be a staff question, but the pictures that Ms. Watson put up there are eastbound on Mineral in the morning, which I'm going to assume is, well, I don't have to assume. I mean, the issue is the timing of Santa Fe traffic and cross traffic on Mineral at Santa Fe. So, I mean, what creative alternatives are there from the standpoint of traffic flow on Santa Fe that would positively impact the flows on Mineral? I mean, it sounds like they've got an issue regardless of this. So, I mean, from our standpoint at staff, what are we, what are you guys thinking in terms of addressing these kinds of issues?
It's certainly a longer range issue, but as Charlie points out, a lot of the traffic is coming to the light rail station, parking at light rail station. So one of the things that would certainly help would be the extension of the light rail into Highlands Ranch. Right, maybe, so then there would be another that would perhaps split those trips. Other than that, it's timing of lights.
On the timing of lights in Mineral and Santa Fe, we have approximately 50,000 cars a day on Santa Fe, 35 to 38,000 a day on Mineral. You're trying to put 10 gallons of traffic into a 5-gallon intersection, and it really doesn't work. We have to time that signal on Santa Fe in coordination with the signals at County Line Road and also going north. It's on a 150-second cycle length. Actually, that's a cycle length that exists all the way into Denver, and it's coordinated by Dr. Cog, Traffic Engineering Planning. We can't change it anymore. We only have so much time we can put in those cycles before we have to go back and serve the Mineral traffic, or if you're going north, also the Bowles traffic. We just can't do it all. So the traffic's going to back up. Councilman, there is no answer to the problem except for changing the intersection of Mineral and Santa Fe to an interchange similar to what was done at Bellevue. And you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 to $75 million, not including the relocation of the railroad. It just literally can't be done. I don't know how. And so it would be impossible for anybody to tell you that there's a solution to what you described. We face it every day, and I don't know the answer. The timing of the lights can only accommodate so many cycles. And people are finding alternate ways to go, and they're running into the same thing on Bowles Avenue.
How do you keep them from getting in and out of the Meadowbrook subdivision the way they were describing? And
well, as John Watson indicated, that signal at Polo, which is a pedestrian-activated signal, actually we put it on automatic cycling only in the afternoon rush hour. It's about 4:15 to 6. And it cycles every several minutes so that there would be created gaps in the traffic for people in Meadowbrook, as well as the overlook and at the Pinnacle to be able to make left turns onto Mineral Avenue. That's the sole purpose of cycling that signal.
What about the AM?
Pardon?
What about the AM?
There is no, we don't cycle it in the AM because the traffic is moving from west to east, and it's already passed by the Meadowbrook, Pinnacle, and Overlook locations
backs up.
when you get to the traffic light that would cycle. No, it doesn't work in the morning. Only works in the afternoon.
All right. And then what impact would, assuming the light at Wolf goes in, what impact do you envision that having on this situation?
It'd probably back traffic up all the way to Platte Canyon from Wolf going towards Platte Canyon.
In the morning?
In the morning. Let me address the signal because, as the developer indicated, it meets a 1 hour warrant. Well, we don't use a 1 hour warrant. Most suburban cities don't use a 1 hour warrant. I talked to Craig Fessler yesterday about it in Centennial. He says, no, we don't apply the 1 hour warrant. A 1 hour is designed for locations like the Pepsi Center, where for 1 hour, several times a week, you're going to meet the warrants. We use the 4 hour and the 8 hour mostly. And for a 4 hour and 8 hour warrant, their traffic impact study, which we have, indicates they don't meet the warrants. Even with the connection to the Pinnacle development, doesn't meet the warrants.
Okay.
Matter of fact, it's not even close. So we just don't use that 1 hour warrant as the sole justification for putting in a signal, because I have other locations where that would apply. Right now, we have 4 locations of Mineral where people are asking for a traffic light. None of those meet the 4 or 8 hour warrants. We have one on Littleton Boulevard that's been requested, and we have one on Broadway. Again, none of those meet the 4 or 8 hour warrants.
Where are the ones on Mineral?
There's one at
other than Wolf?
Peninsula, Polo.
No, so they're all east.
At the Century Link building.
Okay. So I mean, essentially, more lanes aren't going to do anything.
More lanes might make it worse.
What about? I don't want to try and solve this problem, but I mean, ultimately, I would like to solve it, but I don't think we're going to do it here. Part of the issue on Santa Fe. You've got those high occupancy vehicle lanes, and I know there's issues with that, but does that impact the overall flow such that if those were fully utilized, you'd see a bigger pipe?
Going northbound, it would help if north of Bowles Avenue, because the HOV lane doesn't start until just north of Bowles Avenue.
Okay.
And so it wouldn't apply in this area, no. Adding more lanes on Santa Fe Drive? Yeah. You want to widen Santa Fe to 6 lanes? That would help. I'm going to throw out some suggestions, yeah. Add more lanes in Santa Fe, extend Coal Mine Road over the river through the town of Columbine Valley. Ain't going to happen. Now, we have what we have, and you're looking at improvements that would be unbelievably costly, or they'll have to wait in line. And yeah, the widening of Santa Fe is always a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for anybody? Anyone? Did you want to address any issues that came up?
I do. I'd like to go back to Councilman Taylor a little bit on the tying retail and residential together. It's, if you want to kill the project, do that. But it's not going to be financeable if one is tied to the other. Our company is more retail than multifamily. The presentation's about multifamily because that's what the change is. But we're really good at retail, and build it and they will come does not work for retail. You can see that by driving up and down Platte and up and down Pierce, where people have built retail and it's failing. So, you know, the market's got to work, and we will build it as quickly as we possibly can. But I will tell you that tying the one to the other will kill a deal. Besides that, thank you all for all your time and patience. I really appreciate all your questions and deep thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Council, I need a motion.
Debbie, I'll make a motion that an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Littleton, Colorado, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Meadows at Platte Valley General Plan Development Plan and the rezoning of a portion of the property known as 7620 South Platte Canyon Road from PDC Plan Development Commercial to PDR Plan Development Residential District.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Jim.
Yes. I fully understood what Jeff just told me, but I would like to call your attention to the ordinance itself. In Section 3, which is page 99, you're tracking all of that. And it says we're approving the rezoning of 13 acres. But I'd like to put a provision at the end of that statement. When it says at Platte Valley General Plan Development Plan, I'd like to add, with the condition that the commercial area be 2/3 constructed prior to the issuance of the 150th certificate of occupancy for the residential. And I'll make that as a motion.
Second for discussion purposes. Where do you want to put this?
At the end of Section 3.
3.
I am trying to do just exactly what Jeff is worried about. That they're going to build a residential and can't build a commercial. We exist on commercial. I do believe that changing conditions in this neighborhood, that all those people who are living to the north and to the east and to the south of this site, if it had been left as it was originally zoned, and I was on the city council when that was zoned in the 1980s. So if it had been left as it was originally zoned, this would be a viable commercial area. But it was not left that way. And all the people who live to the north of this, to the east of this, and to the south of this benefit with lower density, but it causes the inability to put in commercial at that site. There's no way that that can happen. And so I believe the changing conditions of changing all of the residential densities to the north and to the east and to the south makes this viable for a rezone into what's being requested tonight. My amendment is I don't want that commercial left behind. So instead of making it all the commercial having to be built, I said 2/3 of the sites, which means 2 of the 3 acres, whatever that happens to be, before your 150th certificate of occupancy for the residential is given. That ties the two together, that we're going to have something going forward with commercial as well as residential.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the original motion. Is there any additional discussion on the amendment? Okay, the amendment is to be added to Section 3 And Jim, correct me if I got any of this wrong. The City Council hereby approves the rezone 13.14 acres and the Fourth Amendment to the Meadow at Platte Valley General Plan Development Plan with the condition that the commercial area be two-thirds constructed by the issuance of the 150th certificate of occupancy.
It was prior to the issuance of occupancy in the residential area, residential zone.
Prior. Okay. Council, any questions? Ready to vote? Peggy?
The vote is 4 in favor with Councilmember Cole, Councilmember Brinkman, and Councilmember Beckman voting no. The motion carries 4-3.
Okay, back to our original, now amended motion. Any discussion? Jerry?
Yes, this is the original motion, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know that back when the planning board had their meeting July 8th, a planning board member, Renicki, had asked about, has there been, or did the director of the Economic Development Department, have they been consulted on the loss of commercial retail space, and if so, what is the opinion?
We discussed the validity of the 16-acre site, and as you might remember, they're able to do that gap analysis. I think they did kind of show that to council on a number of sites. So they did run it on this site, and it pretty much showed the grocery store wasn't demand, but there were some uses, and actually gas station was one of the uses that was very highly in demand at this intersection. So yes, I had conversations with Denise, and they did analysis on the corner.
And conclusion is?
Conclusions is really backed up what the reports that have been given to you today. The grocery, there just wasn't demand here. And that was really the only major tenant that had any kind of demand at all.
Okay, thank you. Sure. Well, I think this applicant has definitely put together a top-notch team, including the property management company, Riverstone Residential. I do like the plan. It has many favorable features. No need for me to go and restate the proposed plan. We do have a traffic issue on Mineral, and we do need to address the traffic on Mineral as well as throughout the city. Charlie, thank you for your explanation on the timing of lights, that kind of good stuff. This proposal, in my opinion, is not in the best interest of our citizens living near that site. Traffic is the primary issue there. The people most affected by the traffic are the citizens of Littleton that live right over there. And there's some of you here tonight. I think with that in mind, these citizens are not in my district, District 2, but they are citizens of our city, and I can't support this proposal.
Bruce?
I'm going to add some stuff to the record that I have done on on all of the rezones we've done. I think it's important to establish the context with which a decision is made, so that I'll try to make this brief, but there is some verbiage involved. As we've said before, with all these rezones, in a quasi-judicial proceeding, council's responsibility is to render a decision based upon the weight of evidence presented. We identified in the staff material the criteria associated with Code Section 10-2-23, whereby a planned development district is created to promote public health, safety, and general welfare by allowing more flexible development based upon comprehensive and integrated plan. Council recognizes all standards and regulations do not apply uniformly to all land uses. Subdistricts may exist singly or in combination on any approved general PD plan, provided specific standards and regulations applicable to the subdistricts are met. The criteria that was subsection A. Subsection B of 10-2-23 talks about the application and intent of the section is the intent of council to encourage more creative and effective use of land and public or private services to accommodate changes in the land development technology so that the resulting economies benefit the community. I think in general this does that. Encourage innovation and efficiency in residential development to meet the growing demands for housing of all types and designs for persons of any social or economic status. Likewise, I think this project does that. Encourage innovative development or redevelopment of all land uses to meet contemporary needs of the community, providing for a greater variety and mix of uses, including those which may coexist on the same parcel, so forth and so on. And encourage development that is consistent with the policies and guidelines established and adopted in the comprehensive plan. As, again, we've looked at the law with respect to this, and also as it's enumerated or elaborated in Code Section 10-12-1, in evaluating a rezoning application, actually this is from the Colorado Land Planning and Development Law Book, 8th edition, page 78, but it's replicated in part in Section 10-12-1. In evaluating a rezoning application, a local government asks whether the proposal complies with the comprehensive plan. If so, the proposed rezoning need only bear a reasonable relationship to the general welfare of the community. This is out of the law. If the rezoning would be in conflict with the comprehensive plan, however, the applicant generally needs to either show that an error was made in establishing the current zoning or there has been a change in the conditions of the neighborhood that supports the requested zoning change. So let's look then at the comprehensive plan. One of the first priorities in the comprehensive plan talks about economic development. In fact, it is the first priority. In this case, certainly the residents of this particular development would have some application or some connection to the commercial development that's planned, and then likely also would have some level of probability of supporting Aspen Grove, and we've already touched a little bit on some of the other taxes and so forth and so on. The community-wide goals talk about preserving existing neighborhood values while encouraging new development to make the most efficient use of land, resulting in the highest possible standard of living and best use of natural resources. Goal 7 talks about promoting and maintaining an attractive and healthful living environment for present and future Littleton residents. The housing section talks about continue to explore new techniques that will make housing more affordable and available to a broader segment of the community. Land use section, policy 1, talks about emphasizing the use of planned development technique, PD technique, for new development within the city, provide incentive for developers to use this technique. Policy 2 talks about the city shall emphasize new development in vacant areas within the existing developed limits of the city. So in general, there's a lot of this that plays into that. Now, the one that's at odds in some respects is the transportation section. Specifically, policy 6 in the comp plan says attention should be given to traffic problems west of the South Platte River. This is pretty much on point with what we're talking about here. In the comments section, it says there are problems of congestion and access on major roads west of the South Platte River. Heavy volumes of traffic are being experienced during peak hours along Bowles, Bellevue, Federal, Lowell, and analysis of these problems should occur together with implementation of appropriate solutions. Public Services Director Bloston basically acknowledges the issues and doesn't sound like there's a whole lot, given the dominoes that occur, that are going to overtly fix the problems anytime soon. Lastly, with respect to the South neighborhood policies, Policy 5 talks about Mineral Avenue being designated as completed as a major east-west arterial route connecting East Dry Creek Road with Santa Fe. And as was pointed out, this particular neighborhood resides outside the boundaries of the comp plan that was approved, but it seems reasonable to assume that Mineral was always envisioned as a major east-west arterial, that as it extended beyond Santa Fe would continue to be so. So that brings us to an assessment of the facts we've seen presented in evidence here tonight. There are pros and cons. The first pro and con discussion on the commercial reminds me of the old adage or philosophical question that if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? Well, if a parcel is zoned commercial and no one ever wants to develop it, should it continue to be zoned commercial to perpetuity? Chris Gibbons suggested a few years ago when we took a tour with council that the remaining parcels in the city of Littleton that were vacant all have a lot of quote-unquote issues, this parcel being one of them. I think it's fairly straightforward, and I tend to agree, having some background in retail myself, that this is a challenge based on the demographics and the houses and the traffic patterns to get any sort of major commercial development. I think the market pretty much says that if this were a viable commercial development, there's a high likelihood that in the past 25 years we'd have seen something go in there that would have likely contributed in a more convincing way. I worry a little bit. I respect the arguments that a lot of the citizens are making from the standpoint of sort of the overall compact with the community. Couple of points. If you look at, and the issue of too many apartments is something we're struggling with, right, wrong, or indifferent. What we're seeing coming in is apartment projects for a variety of market-driven reasons. Littleton can message priorities or preferences, but Littleton cannot drive the market. The market drives the market. If the market is calling for certain things, then it's incumbent upon us to essentially answer what we're being presented with. I will say that of the apartment complexes that or projects that we have approved in the past several months, the majority of the units involved have been on the edges of the community. So, for example, Marathon is clearly on the edge of the community to the east, bordering Centennial. Littleton Commons was far south, and while there was commercial property involved with that on a rezone, again, the argument was it wasn't viable commercial property, but the project itself is at the extreme southern end of the community. This particular project is on the extreme southwest of the community. So to the extent that apartments are in fact being added, the vast majority of what's been approved is on the edges of the community, which I think is not overtly inconsistent with maintaining the character of the core community that is being consistently expressed as something of high value to the residents. Let's see here. The other point I'm going to make is, while I absolutely do respect the comments of the citizens, I'm compelled to acknowledge the property owner's long-term investment, payment of taxes, and ultimately the right to enjoy property, his property, or their property at some level as well. And I'm loath to put too many constraints on that, notwithstanding the traffic issue. There was, I go back to one issue we dealt with on the Historic Preservation Board where one of the buildings downtown, the building next door wanted to put a second story on that was going to cut off the view corridor for the building, the first building. And the argument was that that view corridor had high value, and as a result, the person and the owner of the first building was opposed to the second story addition. And the end result was that the property owner of the second building gets to control and enjoy the rights to their property just like everybody else does. I did drive by this site yesterday to look at it. I was frankly, I mean, I was impressed. There's the Mineral Avenue is wide. These things are going to be set back quite a ways, and I was absolutely noted and was impressed because I didn't realize it was there, was the fence line that's on the south side of Meadowbrook along with the big tall trees, in fact, to the point where it's very hard to actually see the houses in there. I think as a result, this particular project isn't going to have necessarily the overt visual impact that potentially it could. When I went through it about 6:15, there wasn't a whole lot of traffic on Mineral, but I take as prima facie that there are a lot of traffic issues. So balancing all of that out, our job is to weigh the evidence and make the decision, and as a result of the preponderance of evidence that's been presented, pro and con, I'm going to find that the requested change in zoning is not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, and that sufficient evidence has also been presented to sufficiently document changed and changing conditions in the neighborhood such that the application should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Phil?
I'll try to use fewer words. Yes, thank you. The height of the buildings, having lived in the Pinnacle at Mountain Gate, I know those are 3-story buildings. So I don't think that any view corridor is going to be any more affected except for some narrow pieces where some of the buildings may not currently exist, but it's not something that's going to be measurably higher. The unfortunate thing, and I travel Mineral, so I know that traffic is not good. That's understatement on that. And both going east and west, it's, and Charlie, I'll just tell you that it's not just the parking at the Mineral Station, because going west in the evening, folks aren't going to go park at the Mineral Station, and it's backed up past Windermere. So I'll just tinge your credibility on that one a little bit, so, or at least make that comment. I don't think whether this project goes in or doesn't go in, it's going to solve the traffic issue on Mineral. I don't know how we actually do that, and maybe at some point in time we'll put in a request for a $75 million interchange there at Mineral and Santa Fe, which I think is probably the only solution. I know it's been mentioned, and I think Lou mentioned it, the additional lane on C470 has the possibility of helping. I think we do need to work with CDOT on the West Mineral Drive as it meets Santa Fe, which is just a right-in, right-out at this point in time. I was one of those folks that behaved badly at that intersection, making left-hand turns out of that. So in taking a look at that, I think from one perspective, I might have liked to have seen a number of patio homes go in here. But as far as the view along the property, if the retail goes in as the renderings have indicated, it's actually going to look much more like a retail site as it gets viewed from the Mineral side, except for the section of the entrance that's to the east, to the property east of Wolf, which would have the amenity center that would be there. So the part that weighs heavily is the point that Doug mentioned about dealing with moving away from retail at any opportunity that we have. What we've seen earlier at the Marathon property or what we saw earlier this year at Nevada Place. Both of those were already zoned for essentially the residential that was there, and it wasn't a reset. The only reset that we've dealt with has been the place along county line. At least that's the way my twisted mind kind of works with this. Having lived on that property, or very near this property at Mineral and Platte Canyon, though I can appreciate what has happened since the mid-'80s that changed what was going to be a higher residential density to something that would be a little bit lower, and also understand some of the needs for retail to succeed. I could have redesigned this maybe a little bit more along the lines, but my hope is that the retail that is put in there is very successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce? Peggy?
I think Jerry said it well. I don't think this is in the best interest of the citizens. I would observe that there's dirt and there's dirt. There are places, and then that dirt that gets a place. We had Cinderella City thriving. Then Southwest Plaza came along. Now something else is happening. Downtown Littleton, we've had, I don't know how many cycles thriving and ebbing and so forth in the 37 years that I've been here. I'm not willing to give up on the commercial, so much commercial at this site. We need to keep that option.
Well, I would say that many of the issues that were raised as to why, in the opinion of one of the council members, it supported the idea that the conditions had changed and that it was in the best interest of the community. I would argue that there's certainly a different point of view that I have when I looked at each of those. And based on my reading of what we have now and where we're going, I really don't believe that the project is in the best interests of the community. And I really believe that some of the issues about change are stated in a one-sided way, that there certainly is another argument, and I'm not going to take the time this evening to try to debate those, but to tell you that I certainly did see it differently.
Thank you. In the interest of time, many of the points that Council Member Stallman made regarding the comp plan and what we need to look at in terms of approving rezones, I concur with his conclusions. I also, it is hard to watch retail, a large 16-plus acre lot, not get developed, and it's even harder to hear, and I've heard it for the last at least 2 years from a number of developers. We've had a number of people that have looked at that property. I know the owner has, as he mentioned, been trying to get interest in it, and the answer just keeps coming back that the commercial's not interested in that. And in part of the reason is because, as Councilmember Stallman mentioned, the levels of density that we have around that. And it does make a difference when you've got over 800 acres of open space directly to one half of the property. While it's an incredible amenity to our community and to residents, it is not an attractant to commercial. I would like to see more retail on there than the 3 pads, but I understand and I respect the expertise of the experts regarding the feasibility of more than that being successful. And I think that's key is to have what we do there, have it be successful and have it not look deserted like some of the others that you mentioned, which sadly do. One of the parts of this that I think is also important to mention, and I've had this conversation with the people at Aspen Grove, is that they need more rooftops, and they have they're challenged by competition and having more population within a reasonable distance, which we saw many of that, the 1 and 2 mile distances, is incredibly important to them. And that in turn, as Aspen Grove is our largest overall sales tax producer, it's important for us to also consider their viability and their success. And I think that's not something we had talked about, and I do understand that the applicant had spoken to them and they were in support of this. So, okay, any other comments? Is council ready to vote? Okay, and this is an approve the rezone with the amendment.
The vote is 4 in favor with Councilmember Cole, Councilmember Valdez, and Councilmember Beckman voting no. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right, let me get to my...
You were the rubber vote man.
Yeah, maybe we should take a 5-minute break. Well, let's see. Back at midnight. Oh, that sounds horrible. Okay, we'll be back at midnight to go. Next one is
Guys, I went through them. You were the
impact fees.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning.
Hey.
Doug, can I have the PowerPoint?
What are we doing?
There, it's coming. It's thinking. Excellent. Oh, okay. I've only got 11 slides, Mayor and Council, so I'll go relatively quickly through, but I thought it's important, albeit early in the wee hours, to go back to where we started on this and discuss the evolution of the reason that we're looking at the impact fee to begin with, and then ultimately where we are and some options that you have based on some questions that the Council has given us between first and second reading. So we have currently on the books, there are 2 fees. One is called the public facilities fee for commercial development, which, as I have up there, the fee was based on, or still on the books, as 8% of the fair market value of the unimproved land. And then in late 2011, it was determined to have, actually I believe that was 2012, determined to have no rational nexus, and we realized that we needed to develop a new fee. The residential fee that we've had on the books since, and I think these both run back to about late 1977 timeframe. The residential fee was solely for the parks and open space, and that was at the time currently $2,550. And so when the city attorney and I at the time discussed this, one of the concerns that we had raised was we are a relatively built-out community, so we're talking about a small number of units, and impact fees are really things that are heavily used by communities that are in major growth areas. Erie is a great example from the 1990s when they were growing so fast they couldn't hire engineers fast enough to review the applications that were coming through, and their impact fees really were in place to pay for or have development pay as it goes. So this was one of the reasons, as council is aware, we hired BBC to do a preliminary feasibility study before we wanted to pay for a full blown-out study to see, with that small number of units that were coming on, relatively speaking, kind of in that 90th percentile, did we warrant having a full study done and bringing it to you? Ultimately, the answer, of course, was yes, which is why we're here this evening. One of the major policy shifts that we're proposing to you in the new impact fee ordinance that's before you, and I mentioned this at first reading, is that, as I stated a moment ago, historically residential has only paid for the open space and parks fee, and so this is a significant, from a policy standpoint, shifting it to pay for all the components that a residential unit impacts: police, fire, transportation, et cetera, that I've got up there. And then ultimately, while it wasn't a glaring yes from Ford Frick at BBC when he gave the report to presentation to staff, it was yes, it's worthy of doing the full impact study. As a quick reminder for impact fee requirements, this is from state statute, one-time payment levied on new development. I think we are all now very cognizant of the fact that this is not for this is the next one, not for maintenance or anything. This is for new capital infrastructure projects based on that impact of the development. These fees must be segregated and only used for the purposes for which they were collected. So I believe we are proposing 7 different areas of collection. So finance will be setting up specific funds, and those dollars will be kept within those funds and audited to that to make sure that we're using the fees as and for capital only, and not using it for maintenance or dissolving it into the general fund or anything. So there'll be separate tracking of that. You have to impose it on all forms of development. You can't just say we're going to do it for residential and not commercial. The council spoke during the study session, I think, in some length on this next one. Can't use it for existing system deficiencies. The fact that the city or municipality has not maintained their system to an adequate level does not mean you can charge the new development for making that up. And then this last one has been around even, I think, before this ordinance in terms of fees in general, is that there must be a reasonable expectation of benefit by the fee payer. And part of that gets into what Ford had spoken about, that you're really looking at this 5-year window. So you're not taking the money from me as a developer, and 20 years from now you might do something with it, and that lifespan of whatever it is, the impact has really been mitigated. So I'm not going to go through the study because you had a presentation on that, but basically the results of what we did, and this number does reflect, and I can't remember who had brought it up. I think it was a citizen comment identifying the Station 16 and the third ownership that we have in that. So this, for the commercial and residential, it takes that into account. But that the commercial impact fee would be $1.82, $1.83 per square foot. And one of the comments or questions that had been from council was looking at different types of commercial development, retail versus office, et cetera. And we are making a conscious recommendation, primarily from an administrative standpoint, that we do not differentiate between the different types of commercial development, and we charge it at a flat $1.83 per square foot. On the residential, using that same methodology, you can see the components of that, resulting the 2, 4, 7 at $5,300, $5,305 per unit. Yeah. All right. I apologize for this being small. This is an updated sheet from what Community Development had put in the packet for you. Really want to point out on this is, and the numbers don't change, we just have different projects on here, is, I'm going to actually go to this next one, is the shift in the residential fee, because that's where a lot of the conversation and questions from the council has come. So what you see in the third column from the right is the current, should say current residential fee in there. So Littleton Commons at the top, for example, under the current ordinance would pay $981,750, and under the proposed residential fee would pay approximately $2 million. So it's a doubling, and you can see the magnitude of the discussion at the bottom there at $5.7 million. Sorry, Phil, looking around your head, to $12 million. So based upon two primary questions that we received from council, there's a question of the what and the question of the when. The next slide will be on the when. So the question of the what discretion does council have in changing or not changing or charging for some of the components? I'm using the word components to reflect these pieces of the residential, fire, police, transportation, et cetera. And so to increase the fees, and I think council is cognizant of this, this is why we hired BBC, and we didn't just come up with a number ourselves, but to increase the fees, the council must have an essential nexus having a rough proportionality justification, and that comes straight out of court cases, Nolan Dolan case, I can't remember the other one. So you can't go up without having that justification, but you certainly have no legal requirement to charge at that rate that's been identified. You can always reduce any or all of those fees and ultimately reduce or eliminate some of those if that's what you so choose. That is not what we're recommending, and that's not what's in the ordinance. And then there's the question of when in the process, because we have received council inquiries related to the fairness of the projects in that plan review. We have in the ordinances, I think council's aware, had the fees due at building permit. We are not the only ones that do this. We are actually, there's a vast majority of, I have a list of some of the others that if you're interested, but a lot of communities collect that. Yes, I figured, Jerry, you didn't need to know, so I will not go through the list.
Man, put some life into your voice or something, will you?
It's midnight. Be happy the voice is going. I'll do better. I got, what, 6 more items that I'm talking about.
Man. Everybody went to sleep.
So, sorry, monotonous, monotone.
Bueller.
But anyway, there's a question of where projects, there's a variety of projects that are in process in somewhere, and that's what this slide here shows, backing up to this one. And you've got projects that are in the rezone. For example, you just went through that conversation for the last several hours. You've got ones that have gone through planning board or council, et cetera. We have drawn a line at the site development. Again, this is not what we're recommending. It's not what's in the ordinance, but should council determine that there is an appropriate fairness piece that you want to have in there, what we've put on here is that you may want to consider any project which has submitted a site plan application essentially to be exempt from any change in the fees that you would so choose. So we would not recommend that you go back any further than that. But if you were going to do something, site plan would probably be an appropriate place to draw that line. I want to be going back to the numbers and the Ford Frick presentation and the detail that's in there. I only have 2 more slides. We really had 6 areas where Ford had recommended and working with staff that we needed to refine the data that we had to get the best number possible. This wasn't something that we could do. We were trying to move quickly on this because we needed to amend the ordinance, obviously, but clearly we need to get some capital improvement plans put together. You've heard me speak to that since I started with the city. We had some policy questions in this year's budget related to doing that, and I'll speak to that in a second. The property casualty insurance data, CIRSA, that's one of the ones that in particular I think Ford was saying we really need to update that. So we checked with CIRSA, who's our insurance carrier, and we're actually scheduled under their policy for review in 2014. I think it would be wise to probably contact them now and see if we can speed that up, make that happen. South Suburban was another one where Ford felt that we could fine-tune those numbers. We're probably not talking big dollar shifts in this particular one, but again, making the numbers as accurate as possible. Fire department. Sorry, Peggy.
Before you get off that,
Yep.
could you go back there? So on number 2, I'd like to get that into this year if
Yep.
we can.
Yep. So as
like
part
last
of
month, but apart.
Yeah, and I'll make the. I had to get through tonight and see what you guys ultimately decided, but CIRSA does this as part of our membership for us, so if council passes an ordinance with whatever changes you ultimately make or however you do it, we will certainly contact CIRSA, because several of these we can do relatively quickly, and we can start to see what those incremental changes are, and if it makes obviously sense to bring that back in a relatively short time frame, and we would.
But don't get off. Then the next one, the South Suburban. We pay them for maintenance. My mind may have gone south or something given the hour, but have we paid for facilities?
Or
South Suburban?
Our value, we own some parkland. We have, all this is.
Well, I got parkland.
Yes.
That's not an issue. But facilities, we're not talking facilities. This is just park stuff.
That's historically under the Parks and Open Space, the existing ordinance. This would broaden it to say Parks and Recreation. So as long as it was within the capital realm, this in theory would create a broader opportunity for the use of those impact fees.
As in helping with facilities?
If that's what the council so choose.
Yeah, so when are we going to talk about that? Now, tonight, or?
Yeah, in terms of the fees.
So of broadening that to facilities.
It's written that way. The ordinance is crafted that way.
Okay, I don't support that part of it.
Okay. Yes, Bruce.
The chair of the South Suburban Board had sent us a letter asking us to look at widening an interpretation of where these fees would contribute to something that we do with South Suburban Parks. Is this the line, is this the number that which you're trying to address that?
No, and so I've met with South Suburban as well. And so just so everyone's brought up to speed, so South Suburban, all of our projects historically with South Suburban have been through intergovernmental agreements. That's how we're required to partner with them. And under the existing open space and parks fee, those dollars have gone in, and council through the IGAs as projects come forward, we have used those dollars in partnership. We've also used them on our own, but when we've partnered with South Suburban, we've put those IGAs in place. We don't, in my opinion, have to do anything differently relative to this ordinance. The significant shift that's coming for us is that the current fee collected has been used for maintenance and other activities. Right. Now, I will tell you, without keeping my back to the attorney, that probably has been an inappropriate use of those funds since the state law changed, whenever that state law changed. So that'll be the challenge for all of us, is that these are capital expansions, not used for maintenance. So how we determine how we're going to partner and pay for maintenance dollars may change slightly. But to Councilmember Coles, the discretion that the council has will be, the council will have the discretion on parks and recreation. Those are broad terms. And so I don't see us getting into the role of building, to your point, we're not going to get out and build a recreation center. We have a mill levy. We have a South Suburban Recreation District. I realize they don't use the D anymore. And so this is more going to supplement on our land if we wanted to expand a particular area because we felt like there was new demand because of the residential. We wanted to add some picnic benches in a particular area that we maintained and that we owned or something like that. So I don't have a good example this late at night. But all of these would come back to the council, and they would all be, in this particular example, if we weren't doing it on our own, would be done through an IGA as we currently do.
I would give one. So, for example, the Carson Nature Center provides educational opportunities for kids in LPS. It is currently just about at capacity for handling those educational sessions. If we would look to expand the Carson Nature Center or add to that facility, would be a capital fund that is on our property that we've typically shared.
So. Yep, that's a perfect example. Thank you.
And that has to go into the fund that Doug
Impact
is setting up.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. and then would be spent, again, because it's another governmental entity and we're required to do that through IGAs, it would come through the council as an IGA. So again, probably not seeing significant dollar shift on 3, but really fine-tuning. Number 4, I already mentioned about the ownership of the station itself, but one of the other things that Ford had mentioned was just ensuring that we've really captured all the components of this station and our relative ownership and ratio for that. Some of the fire stuff's hard because we move the rolling stock around, and so we just need to fine-tune that one. Again, you're probably not looking at significant dollar shifts. The application of the debt adjustment, I talked to finance, and I think this one can be done relatively quickly as well. And then the last one is really tied to number 1, as I have up there. It's a subset of number 1, but it's probably one of the more significant ones, is really getting fast-tracked on getting a capital plan together for the streets. And that's acknowledging, you know, from our standpoint, it's not just looking at the capital piece of it, but it's really looking at the maintenance and ongoing costs, because that's going to start to tell us if we're going to go maintain something and do something, is there a need to expand that, and then what's the pro rata share of the expansion that we can use from the impact fee in addition to whatever maintenance component that we were doing. So we're going to overlay it, but we're also going to put in a additional right-hand turn lane or whatever the example is. So really what all these last 2 slides is summarizing is I'm recommending to the council that we get an appropriate ordinance on the books and then get some direction. You can even do it through a motion to really direct us. I mean, we're on it anyway, but if you want to take that additional piece to say to Councilmember Coles, you know, start making these phone calls, start making this stuff happen now so we can get these numbers as real as possible as these projects start to come through. And that, Mayor, completes my 11 slides, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Phil?
Just in the whole process, recognizing that the need is to refine, is there any, once we have a nexus for refinement, is there anything to hold us back from making changes in the impact fees?
No, it would be an ordinance modification. We'd come back and I mean, if you wanted to change some of the wording because of experience, you obviously could, but what we'd be doing is replacing these numbers.
And the second piece is what's not there is capacity on streets or addressing street lights that the city might take on. Is that the possibility to include something like that going forward?
I doubt the ownership of existing lights, because again, you're looking at new capacity. If we were adding lights because of...
Yeah, I'm talking about new lights.
Yep, new capacity driven, capital needs driven by the impact of the development are where you use these funds. And obviously you have a pretty broad spectrum of how you define that. I think the biggest piece for us, as we've said for a while, is we need to get those capital plans put together, number 1, so we can tie that back and show that it's not an existing deficiency in the system, but actually a needed capital expansion.
Where would the interchange at Mineral and Santa Fe fit?
It would fit in 6. And I was chatting with a couple of you during the break saying we should be in CDOT's office because the constrained STIP probably puts us out 10 or 15 years because we're going to be at the bottom of the list. And hindsight's 20/20, but here we find ourselves. So be happy to call the CDOT director tomorrow morning. Not really because it's morning, but I'll call him soon.
Bruce?
Sleeping.
I've got 2 questions. One is just maybe a clarification. In the slide where you list fire, police, library, museum, if you just put that up real quick.
Coming. There it is.
You list facilities, and we say the word facilities. I'm not sure I know what facilities is. And there's no definition for facilities. And facilities is part of this entire legal discussion, so I'm wondering if we need a separate definition.
No, so facilities is, it's really listed, the term in the report is general government facilities impact fees.
Right.
So
Right.
it's this building expansion for administrative needs based upon more residents in town, more.
If we put a police precinct office somewhere,
Well, I think as we look at this thing down the road, you may want a definition in there for facilities, because that's to differentiate it from the police part of the building, and sometimes those change and offices change, and, I mean, it just seemed a little.
So he's listing, this is out of the BBC report, but the activities classified as general government include city council, manager, clerk, city attorney, municipal courts, development, community services. Most of these city offices are consolidated in the 55,000 square foot building, courthouse, and public works center facilities. So we've got, I think, a definition here.
Okay.
We probably should change the term so it's clear.
Somehow, because you got two terms, you say it two different ways.
We can do
And the other one is a little more specific. In 11.7.4 of the ordinance, which is called Capital Facility Impact Fee Credit, it talks about the authority of the city manager or designee, and I'm questioning why we would want to, as a council, have the city manager or designee have the ability to determine credits or adjustments or those kinds of things when we look at the zoning and various plans that we look at, and we from the dais up here make decisions about what fees are paid, and we make it whatever, and yet now we're going to authorize the city manager. It seems to me it should stay up here rather than be with the manager, just because of a clarity of responsiveness to the citizen.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's a council discretion on it. I would say that in the overarching council manager form of government, council setting that policy, and then the implementation administration of that is delegated to the city manager and or his or her designee. We've got other sections in the code where those components and the details around money are relegated under that authority, but you certainly can do it. My guess is most folks are not going to want to bring, because you're bringing in the political component more than just what's the value of that public infrastructure. But if you want to change that, that's certainly within your purview, and I'm sensing something behind me.
Well, I was considering making an amendment, but I just wanted to hear the reasoning first.
I would just add to the city manager's comments that the credit in 11.7.4 relates to, it's in context of a development agreement where the city is getting something in return for that, so it's basically a judgment call on getting other consideration in lieu of the credit that the manager is going to make that decision. I would just point out to the council that ordinarily, while council may ultimately approve a development agreement as part of an overall plan, council's not in the room negotiating that agreement. So part of the basis, I believe, for the manager's authority here is it's the manager and or his staff that is going to be making those decisions on negotiating the development agreement, whether it involves a credit or not. So it seemed to be more in the purview of the manager, but as Michael pointed out, again, it's ultimately your call.
I tend to agree with Bruce. I had that comment written down myself. I trust you, Michael, but I don't necessarily trust who might come along, right, or whatever. I think it keeps it cleaner, so you could negotiate and we approve, right? I mean, you could, anyway, I just think it's a better way to go.
I have a question. Well, what is the appeal process? If they don't like your decision?
Well, ultimately, they can always come to council.
Well, in here it does mention they can appeal it. It just doesn't say what the process is.
Yeah. Appeal from me is to you.
So it is. So whoever who it is would come to a council meeting and just appeal it, your decision at that point.
Yeah. What's that? Board of Adjustment. Board of Adjustment first.
Board of Adjustment, they would do. Okay.
First. And then I believe the council has changed, so the appeals all come to you. I think we got rid of the district. Didn't we get rid of most of the district court? Yeah. Sorry. Council had made a determination. I'm just following up on the appeal thing. So we had a variety of, a couple years ago, we had a variety of the boards where the appeal skipped the council and went directly to district court. And the council amended those ordinances to have those appeals come to you before they went to district court as the elected body. So, so ultimately they would come to
It
you.
would go to the appeal board and then council?
Correct.
So on this page 2, if you're defining, I think you and I talked about facilities, just as was requested, but also transportation, because what I had thought that meant wasn't what you all had in mind. I mean, it's not buses and things, right? It's the infrastructure for transportation. Is that right?
Well, ultimately, if you built a capital bus system, you could use it to buy bus.
But it isn't right now, right? So, but anyway, whatever it can or should apply to, I think should be in here.
Other questions, council? Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Do we have a roster? Okay, same rules apply. Come on down, state your name and address. I will read the name and then whether you favor and if you wish to speak. And if you want to come down, you have 4 minutes. Betty Harris does favor and does not wish to speak. Ray Flesher does favor, does not wish to speak. Nicole Arnett does not favor and does wish to speak. Is Nicole still here?
Yes.
Toughed it out. Good evening, council. I feel like I was just here, and I was 2 weeks ago. Microphone now, please. Yes, ma'am. Nicole Ament with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. Address is 410 17th Street, Denver. I'm here speaking on behalf of Watt Investment Properties, who just recently went through the rezoning of the Littleton Village site. And we do appreciate the support that we received 2 weeks ago, but we feel like we do need to come and speak tonight. I do believe you've all received our letter stating our concerns, but I just wanted to put them on the record again. We certainly understand the need of the city to implement a more defined impact fee structure. Certainly, we are happy to see the movement away from the very nebulous 8% concept that is currently in place. We're not a fan, and we definitely have concerns about that nexus. We appreciate the effort of the city manager and staff has put into creating a well-defined impact fee structure. However, as the 800-pound gorilla in the impact fee dollars chart that you would receive from Littleton Village, we have had to look deeply into the fee structure that's being proposed, and we have to question the dollars as calculated within the proposed fee structure. We certainly accept the new residential development and commercial development will have an impact on the city in areas such as transportation, fire, and city administration. What is more difficult for us to understand is how dollars collected from the fees associated with the library, museum, and parks line items will be utilized by the city for capital improvements that would be required as a direct result of these additional residents, and not simply as continued maintenance or infrastructure needs of projects already in place. While these additional line items included in the fee structure may seem small in nature, the overall expected impact fees from Littleton Village project alone would be $5 million. That's more than double what is currently in place when this developer was starting to look at the project and consider it. At $5,300 per unit, that puts a real impact on the probability and stability of the proposed residential units. We've heard over and over tonight and at other rezoning hearings how people want to have the small patio homes, the varied units, And again, at $5,300 per unit, that starts to impact what builders we can bring in who will have to pay this upon building permit. So we would ask council to seriously look at the line items of the fee impact structure. We certainly aren't trying to get out of paying an impact fee. We understand the nature of the impact that our development will have at 900 units and 250,000 square feet, but we still can't find the nexus to the library, museum, and parks. Those items, while they may need capital improvements, the dollars all can't come from new development, and without knowing where other dollars would come from to supplement that, it seems very unlikely that they would ever be utilized by this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lou Sullivan is not in favor and would like to speak. Okay. Karen Matusik is in favor and would not like to speak. John Watson is in favor and would like to speak.
Good evening, good morning. John Watson still, 4500 West Hinsdale Avenue. Want to make sure that nothing I say here tonight will in any way be misconstrued as an objection to the imposition of impact fees. As you're well aware, my only concerns are with amounts, because the calculation, which I would have been happy to have done had staff responded to my inquiries, it would have been exactly $36,000 less than the study amount, but it would not have been exactly these amounts that you're looking at. My concerns were with the fire amounts, and we've corrected that to the greatest extent possible, probably at this point in time, because we still have some rolling stock issues, and Michael's right, the rolling stock rotates from department to department, and we need to include that as part of the capital expenses for the city. I think that needs to be changed. We also have a need, in my mind, to change the transportation amount. We're talking about a $3 million county line expansion, which will be necessitated solely because of the commons that was already approved by council. 386 units. We don't need to expand county line without that project. That's a $3 million project. And the percentage attributable to impact fees by the study was 7.2%. Now, I'm a resident of Littleton and Hughes County line, and right now we don't need to expand it from its 2-lane nature to 4 lanes without county line commons, and with the commons it suddenly needs to expand, and therefore the $3 million is going to be spent. That needs to be 100% assessment for transportation, whether you do it tonight or in the near future. So I'm suggesting that that percentage amount should have been radically changed to the 100% amount for the assessment of impact fees. That would make a substantial difference in the amounts, because the citizens are concerned about the amounts of impact fees shown, because they were led to believe they would be closer to the $10,000 amount we experience in other cities and counties and jurisdictions, especially the ones I've done business. I've never paid less than $10,000 per unit for an impact fee on developments to include apartments. So I would suggest those would be important to do. And I appreciate the input by Councilman Stallman doing a permutation, but without knowing that we have to add the amounts in for fire and add in the amounts for transportation to include that county line expansion project of $3 million. The entire impact fees from the commons is only going to be $2.7 million, which is going to require the city to spend $3 million on county line. And we're not making any progress doing that as an impact fee. It's an oxymoron to say that the $2.7 million is going to cover the 3. I appreciate Dr. Cole's spearheading the effort to try to do the immediate changes on insurance values, because that's very important to getting the amounts changed. We agree there needs to be a nexus. It should be a reasonable nexus. It's not exact, because these are difficult calculations, and the amounts are put in a separate account to be able to try to make sure they're attributable to the capital expenses we're talking about in these categories. So with those CIRSA values changed and the actual insurance amounts, which is necessary for the city as well as for impact fees, I think they'll be more reasonable and closer to the amounts we're suggesting are appropriate. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, John. Tom Raggianetti.
I can't believe I'm about to say good morning. My name is Tom Raggianetti. I'm from Mott & Johnson Robinson, Neff & Raggianetti, 950 17th Street, Denver, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Littleton Commons. Littleton Commons East, as you have just heard, received an SDP approval last week for a residential project, multifamily project. They're looking at paying an additional $4.4 million in impact and tap fees, in addition to the $2 million that they've already spent on improvements to County Line Road. But on this ordinance, it may have a number of other issues and challenges, but from the perspective of Littleton Commons, we believe that under the state statute under which you're adopting this ordinance, it should not apply to Littleton Commons, and we would make that objection politely for the record. Now, why do I say that? There is a difference between when an impact fee is applied or assessed and when it's collected. And back in 2001, we worked on this statute. We wrote part of it. And the statute, we believe, is clear that you can apply a new impact fee at the time that someone applies for a development permit, which the statute goes to some length of define and does not mention building permits. The statute, however, is very clear that if you wish to collect the amount that's been assessed or applied earlier at the time of a development permit, you may collect it at building permit. And we believe that here, for Littleton Commons, which has not only submitted an application for an SDP but had one approved, they're past the point where this can be assessed upon them, although for anyone else it could be collected at building permit. And we would respectfully request that you consider that and weigh the proposal that Mr. Penny said was possible, which would be to exempt properties for which an SDP had been submitted. We believe that's proper and correct under the reading of the current state statute. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, that's everyone who signed up to speak. Did you want to come down?
Hello, my name is Mike McKesson, 981 South Park Drive, Littleton. I support the impact fee ordinance for the capital improvements as described. I guess what I'd like to, as I've just become made aware of it, and thank you for the correspondence that's gone out to the development community via the letter that Glenn sent out. With regard to the fee and its change of use, specifically it talks about the fee is due whenever there is a change of use classification. And my concern would be, is that true for within a commercial use classification for existing property types? For instance, office to medical, retail to medical, and that sort of thing. The way I see the language drafted currently, it could be interpreted as such, and I would like to suggest that that amendment be made to the clarity so that it does not apply to all the existing and current space within the city of Littleton. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Jack Reutzel. My address is 1700 Lincoln Street, Suite 2400, Denver, Colorado. I'm an attorney at Fairfield and Woods. I'm here tonight on behalf of Jonathan Miller, who is out of town and was unable to attend. Jonathan, as you will remember, is the developer of Nevada Place. I guess I want to start from the point where Mr. Raganetti left off. I've also read the statute. I provided my comments to the city staff in earlier versions. And I do think a site development plan is a reasonable place to land, but I also would think that the statute allows you to pick zoning as the place to start, and I would ask that you consider that. And here's the reason why. When Mr. Miller was before you in February, the staff report went to great lengths to point out how much, almost $90,000 in impact fees he was going to pay. So it was identified at zoning, it was to be refined at site development plan, and it's to be paid either at plat or permit. And so at each step along the way in an entitlement process, there are investments to be made, decisions to be made based upon the rules of the game at the time. So I think it's incredibly reasonable, and it's not a stretch at all to read the statute that allows you to set the fee at the time of zoning. That to me is basic fairness, because it allows everybody to understand what the rules are before you make the next investment back expectation as you go through the entitlement process. To let him to rezone his property, to change the thing, to change his property status, and with an idea that he's going to pay $90,000, and then all of a sudden say, oh, we really meant $190,000 or $200,000 somewhere down the process after he's already made these commitments based upon the plan and the agreement and the statute that was there at the time, seems fundamentally unfair. I, too, have some concerns about the nexus that this ordinance shows. I just heard Mr. Penny suggest that you really need to drill down on the capital CIP, because you don't really have an idea of what the capital improvements are. Well, that, to me, suggests that there's not evidence in the record here that would justify the establishment of that fee. There's no nexus. I also would agree with the Marathon Oil attorney here tonight that said that I'm not seeing any nexus in the library or the museum. So I'm wondering why this seems like this is still half baked, to be blunt. And I think that while we acknowledge the fact that we need to pay our own way, developers need to pay their own way, I think that a rush to throw an ordinance together here seems dangerous, and I do think that the timing of the payment or the assessment of the fee, when you know the fee, should be related to zoning so that everyone has a clear understanding from the beginning. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My name again is Chuck Edwards. We're the owner of the property that kept you up late tonight, and it's kept us up late for 25 years. We have a relationship with the city of Littleton that goes back a very long time. The relationship is a business relationship. It's also a legal relationship. We entered into an annexation agreement with the city, but it was based on sitting down with people and having a business deal. The business deal was, hey, we'll let you annex this land, but we're going to put a limit on the fees we pay. Then the very next year, we get together with the city. We meet with the attorneys. We meet with people. We look them in the face and said, we're going to pay for West Mineral. We're going to be assessed $2.9 million that we'll pay, and our risk was we might not develop it in a long time. Well, that's in fact what happened. We took that risk. We understood that risk. But the business deal was, when we paid the money out, the city said, hey, when we get impact fees back and sales tax from building, we'll reimburse you at least in part for what you've paid. So our fee arrangement was, our impact fees on this commercial tract were going to be $137,000. The city has said, well, we think you changed the zoning, so we want to raise it to $500,000. Well, what happened was, unbeknownst to us, you commenced the study, you had experts that were going to look and see if it's feasible, then you commence a whole study. When you look at the tax base, because this is a tax, it wasn't on all the citizens of Littleton. There was 9 projects listed. Well, you've apparently had this under consideration for a very long time. I've never gotten a notice. I've never been told that our taxes are going to go from what we agreed upon for $137,000 to $1.3 million, maybe $1.5 million, but at least $1.3 on that slide. And we were never told. And like I said, we have a business relationship. We made an investment in this city. We've lived up to our bargain. And we would ask that when we negotiated a contract with someone, because we did. It took a very long time to negotiate the contract. And businesses and people rely on certainty when they do transactions. We went in with the understanding that our fees were going to be anywhere from $137,000 to maybe, if the city didn't think our initial agreement still applied, to $500,000. What we weren't told is at the same time we were entering into that contract, both parties, the city was going to do this and never even notify us about it. So what we'd ask for is at least the city
The other thing is the credit for infrastructure. You're leaving it to the judgment. One thing about taxes and business, again, is certainty. We know that we've put in much more money into the city of Littleton than we've gotten back. Well, what we'd like to know is will we get credit for that? There's only 9 projects being considered here. There's only 9 people that this tax is being applied to. But yet when we look at the infrastructure improvements we've made and paid for and the interest cost on those, we have no certainty whatsoever if we're going to get a credit back from them, because that's not in the statute. So again, out of fairness, I would at least ask that this be postponed so we could have some time to respond to it. And then secondly, I would ask that the council say, hey, if a business deal has been set, both between us and the city, and then with people who have put time and effort into a deal where the economics were set and understood, that they not, after the fact, come in and say, hey, we're going to double the taxes, because this isn't a project. We're talking about our family, and that's who this is going to hit. It's not a nameless company. It's not, some stranger. It's us. It's me. So anyway, thank you for consideration, and I appreciate the vote earlier.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Pat Donahue, 1600 West Mineral Avenue. As a volunteer of South Park, I'm not a developer, as you all know. I sell car radios. As a volunteer at South Park, my friend Mike and I are on the board of, we get questions all the time from outside sources as to they'd like to consider developing something in South Park. We have about 9 or 10 building sites left. We have somewhere around 30 or 40 acres left to develop there. What I'd like to know at some point in the future is, are we with this impact fee, and first and foremost, I am for a healthy city, so I'm in favor of this. I just want to know what I can tell these sources that we're competing with. We got guys that are looking in Inglewood, we got guys who are looking at Inverness, so they come to us as the board first and they say, hey, what do you think of the fees? What about water fees, tap fees? You know what they ask, and we want to make sure that what we can say to them on the building permit costs is we're competitive. So sometime here in the future, I need to know so I can respond properly to the people who are asking us, are we competitive? Is this going to be a value? Does this make sense? Just for consideration. I think with that fee we still should be, but I'd like to hear from professionals like Mike and Charlie as to, yeah, that's for sure. And that was all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Pam?
I'm still Pam Chadbourne at 5402 South Banana Street. So it surprises me that the city manager's presentation did not include an explanation of the cost accounting methods that were going to be instituted to implement this. It's fundamental that the only way that this gets done in a traceable, accountable manner is to have a cost management system in which we've got keyed entries that trace it through the lifetime of the cost, from the time it's proposed and then spent and then segregated and then expended. That has to be there. So if the cost management system isn't explained here, if it's not the fundamental part of this, then it is not a viable plan. I really appreciate the questions about the definition of the terms, because those have to be implemented in the cost accounting line items. So those definitions are totally crisp. If they are not able to be traced to line items in the cost accounting method, then they're not valid. So that kind of precision, that kind of understanding has to be presented in the city manager's explanation of this. And the other issue is it can't be too complex to implement. If it costs us a ton of money to implement this and do this kind of cost accounting, we need to change it and simplify it. So that cost accounting method has to be part of this proposal. It can't just be words on PowerPoint. Second of all, I fundamentally object to the city manager rules. Negotiations by our city staff behind closed doors raise questions. It has to be public, and so I'd like you to change that as well. And that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Council, if you have any other questions? Phil, do you want to make a motion?
No, I was going to ask some questions.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I think these go to the city manager on this. I'm presuming that since we did look in the study session at comparisons to other jurisdictions, Pat can, and the folks on the board there can have access to that.
I told Pat I'd follow up with him.
Okay. Second, notices were sent out or communicated with the projects?
Correct.
Okay. And the 9 projects that were included that we looked at in the study session are not the only 9 projects impacted. They were just samples.
Correct.
Okay. And what I think I heard you in your presentation, and I may get the number wrong, but that our finance director is setting up 7 accounts to be the receptacles for the funds as they would come in, and the accounting would then go from those funds for expenditures.
Correct. And no additional costs. No, these are things that are done on a regular basis, so handled easily.
Thank you. Ready for a motion.
Okay. Bruce.
Quick question. Do you want to respond to the question about the Meadows project and the money already invested in mineral? Is that, how do we?
There's an annexation agreement. No, I don't want to at this time because I think ultimately it's a legal conversation with the council and the city attorney. But there's a disagreement right now or an ongoing conversation, depending upon how you want to think about it, about whether the annexation agreement and the fee limit was intended to cover this particular portion of the PDC, what you just amended tonight, and whether it's appropriate to carry the fees that were tied to the residential and the original approval into what was at the time a PDC, not a PDR. And so those conversations are ongoing. Credit for infrastructure that was put in place is part of what that 1174 section is intended to do. So I'd say at this point we're in the conversation. What we showed on the spreadsheet is based upon what the ordinance had moved forward or proposed to do. So, okay. But ultimately you may have a conversation or get some input from the attorney once we've gone through some level of conversation. Okay. If I may, Mayor, point out just a few clarifications on here. This is not a tax, this is a fee. There's a very constitutional change. I know that Councilman Valdez and I argue on this on occasion, but it is not. And I want to be clear that in my statement and presentation, what we're talking about in those 6 items are refinement. We hired a very knowledgeable and reputable firm to give us the numbers that we have, and those do meet a rational nexus that we can defend. We have an expert who would testify on our behalf, so I think you can use those numbers. The County Line Road expansion has actually been in place and proposed for over 5 years. It is not tied to the Littleton Commons piece of it. It's really Lucent and going east on that traffic. We're not making those changes because of Littleton Commons, which is why it's not included in there. So I think those are just so there's no outstanding questions for the council based upon some of those comments.
Okay. Need a motion?
Could you also comment, or you want me to comment on the library and the museum?
I do not have a comment on that, so go ahead.
Well,
Peggy, do you want to wait till discussion? If this is a question, or then wait till
it's
discussion?
an observation in response to what one of the speakers said. There certainly has been some discussion about the need to expand the library. When, how, whatever, but there has been some discussion. I would say probably at least some people also considering at some time we might need some expansion of the museum. So it's not like those are built and that's that. So I just wanted to...
And that's why we have an impact fee associated with both.
Right, but that's what I wanted to respond to, so...
Okay, any other questions? Phil?
Madam Chairman, I move that the City Council approve the ordinance on second reading to amend the City Code to implement a capital facility impact fee system.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Bruce?
All right, I'm going to make a couple of amendments here, predicated on a follow-on analysis to the BBC study that Mr. Watson alluded to. Essentially what I did was replicated the BBC model, which is based upon the CIRSA 2008 inflation-adjusted replacement values. And essentially, they calculated these amounts as single-point estimates. The problem with single-point estimates is it doesn't really address the question of what level of variability would impact the resulting fees. So essentially, without going too deep on this whole thing, what I basically did was laid in probability distributions on all of the BBC point estimates as far as the replacement value inputs, the dwelling units, and the commercial square footage, as well as the streets new growth percentage that was in at 7.2%. I did add in an estimate for Station 16, our third share of it, and then essentially virtually everything was created as a normal distribution with the exception of the streets capital projects, which I assumed along with the 7.2% was as low as we would get. In all likelihood, they could be higher. When I then ran the software, which is an Oracle product, I did 10,000 trials on it, and I got output statistical representations of the two fees, including the residential impact fee and the commercial impact fee. Now, I did in fact talk to the city manager about this, and we are not in complete agreement as to the utilization of this. Certainly, I don't have a problem with what BBC did, other than it was single point estimate kind of stuff. I do believe that what I've got in terms of the methodology here and in terms of the standard software that's used and supported by a Fortune 500 company is viable and does meet the rough proportionality test, because it's essentially using the same data that BBC was using. I just took it a step further. And the results of the whole exercise suggest that, in fact, some variation on the numbers that BBC came up with or that we then adjusted, which I want to say is like 5305 on the residential, and what would you say, 1827 or $1.83? Was that the number?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Those certainly do have an opportunity to vary somewhat based upon the input assumptions, which were in the process, and I completely encourage you guys moving forward as quickly as possible to replicate. However, by virtue of the distribution that was output from the variability of the distributions that I ran this thing on, I'm going to make a motion to modify the impact fees in totality, and we'll come back in a minute to the component pieces. Essentially, the 5305, and according to my analysis, somewhere in the 35 percentile range. I'm going to amend that to recommend that we use what I came up with at the 70 percentile range, so $5,884 on the residential, and then at the same level, $2.63.5 on the non-residential, and I've given you guys the analysis. And, what did I say?
Non-residential.
I'm sorry. Well, commercial, non-residential. Yeah, correct.
So your first number was 5884?
5884 instead of 5305, and then 2635 instead of 1.827. And as I said, I understand where you're coming from. I absolutely agree we should clean up the data, get CIRSA to rerun the numbers, get it current, but I'd rather be a little conservative than a little non-conservative, given where we are on this thing. So that would be amendment number 1.
Does you have a second? Good.
Okay. Amendment number 2, then I would move that we remove the library fee from the calculation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second to remove library from the impact fee. Any discussion?
As I've already said, at least some people have been talking about need to expand, so I am definitely opposed to that.
Jim?
I think that it's going to be extremely difficult to prove an expansion of the library because of new growth. We've got a baseline now of people who go to the library, but just because there's an increase of 50 people going to the library, it doesn't mean they came from the new growth we've had. They could be people who have just never been to the library. So I'm not for sure you can justify having a library fee that's going to be based upon utilization by new growth to the city.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, ready to vote on the amendment to remove the library fee?
The vote is 3 in favor with Councilmember Cole, Councilmember Valdez, Councilmember Sunanek, and Councilmember Beckman voting no. The motion fails.
Two more. The next amendment would be to remove the museum fee.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove the museum fee. Any comments or questions? Ready to vote?
The vote is 3 in favor with Councilmember Cole, Valdez, Sunanek, and Beckman voting no. The motion fails.
And my last amendment would be to, I want to set the timing of the application of the fee at the site development plan acceptance. I'm not sure where to interject that, Michael, but I think that given the financing attributes, I think that's a fair point to pick.
I'll second.
At the site development plan review?
Right. Acceptance.
So if it is in review, the fee does not.
It'd be grandfathered in.
Okay.
If they were already in review.
Okay. And we have a second on that. Any discussion? Bruce?
I just need clarification. Clarify for me the timeline in this process and where we're going to put the line that when we can implement this fee.
So essentially, the site development plan is basically the last component prior to the building permit application. And Doug, if I can get the slide back up. Doesn't come up real well. So again, I apologize for this, but that thick line, Bruce,
right.
Second column from the right, if I said that correctly. And what we identified were those 2, 4, 5 projects that have the gray highlights that have already applied for that. So based upon the motion that's on the table, those would be the folks. But these are people who have already come through rezoning. They've gone through all their entitlement process. They're now coming in for that final site plan piece of it. So I think what Councilman Stallman had said earlier, and maybe it was a public comment, there is a substantial amount of investment and calculation around the costs associated with the project when you're getting to that level, because you've already expended that amount of funds, which is part of why we drew the line there, figuring that earlier in that process. You still may have expended some money and gone through it, but you haven't gone through it to that level. So does that answer your question, Councilman?
It does, and I have a comment. I just think it's really important that we be as equitable and transparent as we can be when we're doing things like this. I support the idea that everyone needs to know when they come to the table what the rules are. And, you know, back in my other world, I know the lawyer would not agree with me, but ex post facto kind of matters. You know, you don't start making the rules after the game's been played. And I think I think the wrong message would be sent if we did that. I feel like this city certainly has a need to have growth pay its way, and it certainly has a need for any kind of help that we can get along the way to do that. But we sure need to be fair when we do it, and I think we're kind of closing the barn door after the horse got out on those, and I wouldn't be comfortable doing that.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Who seconded that motion?
Jim.
Thank you.
Jim?
Could we read the motion again, Deb?
Yeah,
Imposition of the fee at the point.
site development plan review.
Yeah.
So conceptual review is done, and they are in review on site development plan.
Yeah, if they've crossed the line to do site review, then they're grandfathered in, and then anybody who hasn't gotten to site review yet would be on the hook for the fee.
So we're saying, once it gets out of review?
No, once they go into review.
Once it goes in?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
So that would be Littleton Commons.
Right.
Nevada Place, Sycamore Street duplex, and the Circle K. Any more comments or questions, Peggy?
So I'm fuzzbrain here, given the early hour of the day. So the things that are on the right of that dark line would not be included?
They'd be grandfathered
if we approve this, right?
Yeah, they'd be
Yes.
grandfathered
Okay.
into whatever the fees were.
Okay, I just want to make sure I knew.
Any other questions? Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor, with Councilmember Taylor voting no. The motion carries.
Now what are we on here?
Jim?
I'm going to speak against this entirely. I think Mr. Beckman was correct in that developers need to know what the rules are when they come forward. We're changing the rules in the middle. We are more than doubling the cost to build each particular unit that is being proposed. That's changing the rules right in the middle of their planning. We built this city without having all these fees. We can continue to exist without having all of these fees. Now, I would support some fees, like fire and police and transportation. But we've already decided that museum and library was important to the majority of this council. This started out because of all of a sudden we decided we were going to be open for business. And open for business got the attention of a number of developers in the metropolitan area who said, wow, Littleton is now going to move into the 21st century. And because of that, most of the projects that have come forward have been residential in use and not commercial. Now, it has been the policy of this council for many, many decades that a developer will pay for their water, their sewer, their streets, their sidewalk, their street lights. All are being put in, and those are impact fees that they pay already. And so this proposal comes forward with saying, now you're going to not only pay those impact fees, you're going to pay fees for the museum, the library, facilities, all of these 6 or 7 items that were listed. I contend it is extremely difficult to prove that new growth, that the expenditure out of these various categories is going to be caused by new growth. There are some of them I think you can make an argument for that, yes, that's true. But the amount of money that you're putting into each of those categories that can be spent only for an impact of new growth means you can't consider anything that is now deficient. If, as Peggy says, the library is now deficient, you can't spend money because the library is now deficient and blame it on new growth. So, knowing what the rules are when developers come forward to the city because we are open for business and we're changing it in the middle is extremely unfair to anybody who wants to build in this city. And I think this whole capital facility impact fee rates are entirely too high. And I understand, Bruce, you went through all of those gyrations to come up with 10,000 different iterations of what we were going to be doing, but I still think they are all too high.
Other comments? I'm going to throw an amendment on the table. Make an amendment to remove the parks fee.
I'll second.
Part of my intention with that is that the money can only go to new capital buildings. Phil gave an example of Carson, but I would suggest that we have a situation where there is a much greater need in terms of maintenance money for our existing parks, and that continuing any kind of new construction, with it comes a maintenance expense, which this does not cover. Additionally, we have a requirement for a certain amount of open space on these properties, which does allow for that replanting of, the green and putting some green and grass and trees. And the one that we just saw tonight went, I think the requirement's 20% and they're at 25%. So anyway, there is my amendment. Any questions or comments? Ready to vote? Jerry? You thinking?
Yeah, it was.
The vote is 4 in favor, with council members Cole, Valdez, and Cernanik voting no. The motion carries 4-3.
Okay, back to the original. Bruce?
And I do have an amendment then that I'd like to propose. On page 231 of our packet, which is the section that has to do with 1174 capital facility impact fee credit, in both paragraphs A and B, which is lines 23 and 43, it's the very first lines, I would like to delete the word grant after the city manager or his designee may grant. I'd like to delete grant, and I'd like to replace it with recommend. and then a comma upon approval by council in both those lines. And my intent of doing that is I really do think that any adjustments to fees and those kinds of things, which we're talking about tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, potentially with everything we're talking about, should be done right out of here.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Okay, does everybody understand the motion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 5 in favor with Councilmember Taylor and Councilmember Brinkman voting no. The motion carries 5-2.
We're cruising right along here, aren't we?
Here we go.
Okay, we're almost done.
Okay, so now we are at the original motion that's been amended.
And Mayor, just so council's aware, the total impact fee, I don't know what I'd have to look at the ratio for the commercial, but it'd be $3,762 per unit, residential unit.
Say that again.
$3,762 with the removal of the parks.
Okay,
Say again, how much?
$3,762.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're at the original motion that's been amended to approve the impact fee as amended. Any questions or comments? Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor with Councilmember Taylor voting no. The motion carries 6-1.
Okay. 7D, this is a ordinance on second reading to ask the electorate whether to impose a 3% lodging tax. An ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a ballot issue at the November 5th, 2013 election regarding imposing a lodging tax of 3% on all lodging of less than 30 days, which is expected to increase the city's revenues by approximately $90,000 per year. And City Manager, did you want to add anything to this?
Mayor, I just wanted to remind the council that we had contacted the Hampton Inn relative to this, and they stated that about 70% of their business is corporate, which they believe pays fairly close attention to the taxes associated in the total cost of rooms. But they did not actively oppose it. They just wanted you to be aware of that. And then as well, the corresponding areas, there is no additional lodging tax in Douglas or Arapahoe counties. Not sure exactly where the competition for those rooms would go. Inglewood does have a 2% lodging tax on top of their sales tax. And Lone Tree a little far away from a competition standpoint, but is at 6%, and Greenwood Village at 3% lodging tax, respectively.
Okay. Council, I need a motion. Oh, no, I don't.
Public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And
We have a
Doug, can you
public.
take the graphic off? Sorry, Mayor.
So we'll open. Okay, thank you. So we'll open the public hearing, and we have no one signed up to speak. Is there anybody who would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and now I need a motion.
I move to approve ordinance number 17 on second reading and have the council president affix her signature there too.
I need a second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 5 in favor with Councilmembers Cernanik and Beckman voting no. The motion carries 5-2.
Okay. 7E is an ordinance on second reading to ask the electorate whether to impose a 3% tax on retail sales of marijuana and retail marijuana products. This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a ballot issue at the November 5th, 2013 election regarding imposing a tax of 3% on all retail sales of marijuana and retail marijuana products, which is expected to increase the city's revenues by approximately $90,000 per year. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. The only comment I want to make on this, and I believe it was Councilman Taylor had asked that we contact the existing medical marijuana facilities and ask them about their interest in converting to retail. you've got a yes vote up there for Councilman Taylor still. And so I want to revise our estimated revenue, although it's going to be a little more averages more than anything else. But basically, so we contacted all four at the request of the council. 3 of those existing medical marijuana facilities are interested in converting to retail. 1 is currently not. And the 3 that are interested are not interested in only converting, but plan on having continuing to sell, based upon at least the study session conversation with the council, have the shop be dual with the retail marijuana as well as continuing the medical marijuana with the limitation of the 20% for grow and all the existing components that are in. And so without going in at 1:30 at night into the calculation, we're anticipating that the estimated revenue, if this were to pass by the voters, would be approximately $123,000. You could round it to 125 as opposed to the 90. And that's primarily because we had anticipated a full shift over from the retail, from the medical to the retail with limited growth in that. And so Finance and I went through this fairly quick gyration to try to come up with that number. But if you want to have it at the low end, it's probably at the 90, but I think we're comfortable saying we're looking at about $125,000 if this were to pass.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is also, well, does staff have any, or does council have any questions for staff? Phil?
Yes. With this, I'm kind of presuming that we would use these funds for surveillance enforcement related to the retail marijuana and marijuana distribution.
No. We did not put a limitation on the expenditure of the funds. Okay.
They go to the general fund?
Correct. Sorry, I should have finished the sentence.
That's okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. I have one person on the roster, Betty Harris. Do you wish to speak? Okay, she is in favor. And does anybody else want to come down? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and I need a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve Ordinance 18 on second reading and have the council president affix her signature thereto.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Bruce.
I know I'm the broken record, but I do absolutely have problems with the retail marijuana sales in Littleton, so I'm going to vote no on this, but I fully understand that should it pass, it's appropriate to tax it. But one comment is that $120,000 may be a revenue from taxes, but I have to tell you that in talking to professionals who deal with rehabilitation and drug-related issues, the cost to the public and the citizens, not knowing where the lines are from Littleton and wherever, but it's substantially higher than what they anticipate the tax revenue will be for Colorado.
Okay, any other comments? Jim?
Michael, were you suggesting that we change the $90,000 in the ballot question to a higher figure?
Yes, I guess I would be. I think that anticipated revenue at 120, if you want to amend it.
I'd like to make a motion that we amend the estimated taxes to be $120,000.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to amend it to stay the estimated taxes at $120,000. Any questions or discussion? Ready to vote on the amendment?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion is unanimous.
Okay. Any other comments on the original motion? I would just also echo Councilmember Beckman. I didn't support medical marijuana. I don't support retail marijuana. Out of principle, I'm voting no on this, but I also agree if we end up with it, then I certainly want to be able to get some extra tax out of it. Ready to vote?
The vote is 5 in favor with Councilmembers Brinkman and Beckman voting no. The motion carries 5-2. He's trying to do me now.
Okay, 7F. is a ordinance on second reading to amend Section 27 of the Littleton City Charter. This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a charter amendment to the electors of the city for the November 5th, 2013 election, amending Section 27 of the City Charter regarding council meetings and the use of executive sessions by council.
I have actually no comments, additional comment on this one, but I would, when's this is executive session? I'm just going to sit right back down. No, I have.
Okay.
I was on to the next one already. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, sorry.
Give me
Yeah.
a slap.
Yeah, this is 7F.
I'm running out of coffee.
Section 27. Okay, council, any questions? Phil?
Yes. Could you quickly maybe provide a comparison to the ballot initiative?
Yes. Not having that language in front of me, I'll do my best. But so what council asked staff to do was look at how historically the council had utilized the executive session, and so that's what's reflective in this ordinance. And as I recall, the citizen initiative restricted the council primarily to either legal cases which already had assigned case numbers and those issues that were of state or fell under state or federal confidentiality rules. And I would believe that those were the only 2/3, depending upon how you want that, reasons by which you could go under. And since you brought it up, I think there is, I mean, what we're operating under now, what the municipalities operate under is the state statute is both enabling and limiting legislation within the state statute. They very clearly call out under I believe there's 7 or 9 executive session privileges. And so that would be a limitation in both measures that would move forward to the ballot. Should the council support this one tonight, one is more restrictive through the citizen initiative. And as I stated earlier, what council had asked us to do is be reflective of how we use it. So, but you don't need it in the sense that you're granted that privilege under the state statute.
Okay. Jerry?
So what we're putting on the ballot, how is that different than the way we're operating today?
It would mirror that. What you would be doing is asking the voters whether they want to memorialize that, if you will, within the city's charter as opposed to relying on the state statute, which is what the citizen initiative is doing as well, is saying that the limitation of that should be within, not an ordinance, but within the charter amendment. That answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Bruce?
I just want to ask the city attorney, the way the ordinance is written, the reasons for going into exec session, the law is, in your opinion, is pretty well settled on this? Is there much, have there been many challenges to these? Or what is the state of the law with respect to the reasons that we're elaborating here?
Most of the court cases that have challenged the law have actually challenged government bodies' actions as to whether they fell into those categories. But there have not been, that I'm aware of, challenges to whether it's appropriate, as Michael described, for the state legislature to both empower local governments to go into executive sessions under these circumstances and then limit what those circumstances are. So I don't feel like there's any question that the validity of the reasons to go into executive session as set forth in the state statute are valid and would be upheld by a court. So therefore, putting them in a charter would not expose the city to any kind of liability for the same reason.
Okay, thank you.
Peggy?
So I did ask our attorney Philman questions, because there are a couple of reasons in the state statute that are not in this, nor does this address the manner in which minutes are kept or the length of time they must be kept. And if I understood you correctly, whatever isn't in this proposal that is in the state statute would still apply to us.
That's correct, Councilmember Cole. We are governed by the state statute now. So, for example, the issue that you brought up about keeping minutes and how long records must be kept would still apply. The state statute would still apply to the city if this issue is put on the ballot and if it is adopted.
And there are two other reasons in the state statute that are not in this.
There's actually three other reasons in the state statute why a local government can go into executive session. One is for security kinds of reasons. One is to consider and review documents that are allowed to be kept out of the public domain under the Open Records Act. Staff feels that that those are really subsets of the current reason for legal advice and to discuss pending legal issues. So the fact that we would be taking that part of the statute and putting it into the charter would still allow, in the very unlikely event that there was some security issue that would require the council to go into an executive session, there would be legal issues involved. And again, if there was a reason to confidentially review records that are required to be kept out of the public domain under the Open Records Act, that also involves legal advice and legal review. So we think you'd be covered. The one additional reason that a local government can go into executive session as set forth in the statute really applies only to school districts, and it relates to student kind of activity. So obviously that would not apply to the city.
So before we vote, then I'd like to say I find it.
We have a public hearing.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, any other questions?
Late. Jeez.
I know, that's all right. Okay, so I will go ahead and open up the public hearing, and I do have a roster. Betty Harris is not in favor and does not want to speak. Still. Frank Atwood is not in favor and he does want to speak.
Good morning, City Council. Frank Atwood, 7094 South Castilla Street. Thank you, Councilmember Cernanek, for asking for a compare and contrast between this proposed amendment and this proposed referendum versus the citizen initiative. I'm kind of disappointed that for item I this morning, we had a wonderful table, and item F did not have a wonderful table. I'm concerned that as council, some of you might be motivated to confuse the voters. I'd like to point out that the citizens' initiatives have a number, and I believe that when we see the referendum number, you'll discover there's letters in it. As an example, here is a yard sign for an initiative to repeal the grocery tax in 2003, in which the number is 200. And look forward to hearing from the voters on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Lou Sullivan is not in favor and does not want to speak. Pam Chadbourne is not in favor and does want to speak.
Pam Chadbourne, 5402 South Nevada Street. So there are a couple of things here. Conferences with an attorney for the local public body for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions is pretty broad. And it's too broad, and it shouldn't be in here. And determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations. Why should that be executive session? Why shouldn't that be public? What do we have to hide there? I think we citizens have a lot to learn, and we really would. How do we collaborate and get together to solve our problems without this kind of visibility of what you do? So those two items, I think, ought to be removed from this. And I do want to mention, I think it's discouraging that this came up in response, it appears, to a citizen-initiated petition drive.
Ray Flesher is not in favor and does not want to speak, and Karen Matusik is not in favor and does not want to speak. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. I need a motion.
I have a question. Or you just go to the motion, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, do you want to ask a question?
I was going to ask our attorney a question. As Pam just mentioned, that going into executive session for negotiation reasons, is the one that the citizens have brought forward, does it allow us to go into negotiations or executive session for negotiations?
My understanding is only after a case has been filed and it has a case number. So first of all, if I can respond to those points, both of the items that she referenced are exactly the wording from the state statute as it exists today. And the reason, at least what I would suggest to you as your legal counsel, if you have a potential legal claim, a threat of a lawsuit, and someone claims that the city has damaged them and owes them $100,000, and you engage your insurance counsel and you've had discussions with the staff as to what the potential exposure is, and the council needs to decide, what are we willing to spend on this? We have a deductible. We want to make the most appropriate use of the taxpayer dollars. We think if this thing does go to trial, it's going to cost X to defend it. Our potential exposure is Y. You may want to instruct your negotiators that we would settle this for $30,000, but let's see if they'll accept an offer for $15,000. If you have that discussion in public on television, you think they're going to take the $15,000? Of course not. That's the reason why the council, as the steward of the public funds, when trying to decide what kind of direction to give to minimize the city's exposure, wants to be able to tell its negotiators what its direction is outside of the public view, if you will.
And there are jurisdictions now that do not have executive sessions, is that correct?
Very few.
Very
the
few.
Vast majority of the governments, both local and state in Colorado, are permitted to fall under that state statute.
I know, just and for the citizens, I did talk to one of the jurisdictions back in June, a couple council members, and asked who do not have executive sessions. And they don't like it themselves, but they said what they do to get around it is they have individual little meetings, and it's a little game they play to get around that, having no executive session. I think that puts us into a worse situation than having executive sessions. I think there is a time and a need for them. And I think if we were not even to have an executive session for certain reasons, I think it could develop a process among any city council, not just us, but future ones, where we would have little private meetings, 2 at a time instead of 3 at a time, of course, to get around that. And I think that is a little sneaky, if you ask me. So.
Okay. I need a motion.
An ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a charter amendment to the electors of the city for the November 5th, 2013 election, amending Section 27 of the city charter regarding council meetings and the use of executive session by the city council.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Bruce.
There's just a subtle kind of thing here that becomes kind of overwhelming, and I think at some point, and it's there is a petition out there. It has been run by a lot of citizens who have chosen to ask for it to be on the ballot, and then comes along council with another. And this could be solid gold, and it could be absolutely perfect, what council's proposing, but I think that's the subtlety. It looks like, why is council proposing it now? We could have been talking about it for months. There could be all kinds of reasons, but that's not how the political adversarial system works. And I'm very hesitant about council putting something on the ballot when there's a similar petition measure going, just because of that kind of thing. And just my comment would be, I think we should follow state law. State law gets tested regularly, and it's the right way to do it. But I think there's a challenge putting an alternative petition on.
Other comments? Peggy?
I think Bruce made a good point. I also find it challenging to read the state statute, but I would find it even more challenging to have to read this and the state statute to make sure that everything was being covered, because the minutes piece and other things that are not in this, you have to look at both of them, and I can support this.
Any other comments? Ready to vote? Yep.
The vote is 3 in favor, with Councilmember Cole, Valdez, Cernanik, and Beckman voting no. The motion fails.
Item 7G is an ordinance on second reading to amend Section 37 of the Littleton City Charter. This is Ordinance 20. And let's see, this is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a charter amendment to the electors of the city for the November 5th, 2013 election, amending Section 37 of the City Charter regarding approval of rezoning application by City Council. And this is, Mike, did you want to explain it, or you want? Go ahead.
So there's two here, and this is actually where I was going to comment last when I tried to comment on the previous one, that it's actually agenda item 7I that has the graphics in it, and so you may want to refer to that because we did not put them in both ordinances as attachments, but in 7I specific, what page is that? 295, I believe, has some additional, as Councilmember Cole had asked for some additional analysis. But in that, we have the ratio because the two ordinances before you. This one's a 33% with 300-foot radius, and the three-quarter majority of the planning board. And then Ordinance 7I is a 51%. I realize I'm pushing them together with 500%, and still that same three-quarters for the planning board. But the graphics are, again, in 7I.
Two-thirds.
Two-thirds, yes, that too. It's simple math.
Summarize that again real quick there. You sort of faded out. I couldn't quite hear you.
So 7G is 33% of the homeowner or property owners within a 300-foot radius, and two-thirds majority of the planning board recommending denial. Ordinance 7I, which will be discussed briefly later, or will be discussed later, is set at 51% with a 500-foot radius, and still that two-thirds majority from the planning board recommending denial.
Okay, and just a point of clarification that we can, if we decide we want to put G and I, both of them can go on the ballot, or neither, or either. So it isn't either or. It was late, but I don't even understand what I said. Okay, any other questions or staff?
And the citizens' proposal is 100 feet, is that correct?
Yeah.
That is correct. The citizen initiative is matching the state statute to,
Which is 20% at 100 feet.
100 feet. Yep.
Which we have not done as a home rule.
Correct.
Okay. No. It would require a two-thirds vote of us, but not a two-thirds vote of planning. Okay. So any other questions before we go to public hearing? Bruce, did you have a question? Okay.
Public hearing.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. On the roster, Betty Harris is against it and doesn't wish to speak. Frank Atwood is against it, doesn't wish to speak. Lou Sullivan.
Frank's changing it.
You changed your mind? Yes. Come on down.
Good evening, City Council, and good morning again. With regards to this, as you pointed out, the either-or nature of items G and I, in a sense, there might be 3 on the ballot, and in a sense, it could be an approval voting opportunity. A vote for one or more, most votes wins. And so Wendy and I are having our tiff about this, but we're still happy. And so consider that you're cooperating on educating the voters, perhaps on the advantages of approval voting, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Lou Sullivan is against it and does not want to speak. Pam Chadbourne's against it and does want to speak.
So Pam Chadbourne, 5402 South Nevada Street. And it's hard for me to decide whether the 20%, 33%, or 51% are, which one is right or wrong, or useful or not. Denver uses a larger amount, but that's because they said they have properties in which the city owns a large part of the adjacent property, so they wanted to extend the distance because they wanted to overcome the issue that the city owns property that's adjacent to rezonings. What's our rationale other than it appears for extending the radius, other than it appears to raise the bar for the number of people who have to be on a petition? I like the fact that more of the adjacent property owners get to weigh in, but again, it raises the bar for the petition. So my fundamental objection here is it requires both conditions to be met before the 2/3 voting requirement is invoked. And that's not appropriate. It should be either or. Both of those conditions are reasons for the council to have a better reason for the rezoning. Either one of them is valid. And so to require both should be rejected. And the other question I have, point of clarification that I'd like you to bring up, is I believe Councilmember Taylor asked that in both or either of these, non-Littleton citizens be excluded. That to me is fundamentally anti-American and wrong, and it must not be in either. I don't see it in these, and I'm glad about that, and I don't expect it to be here, and if it is, you need to reject them out of hand. Thanks.
Ray Flesher is not in favor and doesn't want to speak, and Karen Matusik is not in favor and doesn't want to speak. Does anybody else want to speak? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions? Okay.
And just I had one is, can you comment, Michael, on the including intervening public streets and alleys in the distance calculation? Including or excluding?
We included it from a logistical standpoint on being able to actually calculate distance easier in terms of mailing and using the GIS system. So the state statute, I believe, excludes it, and we included it in the distance examples that you have, and we included it, we removed that language as part of the second reading.
So if there were some alleys and some streets, 100 excluding could be the same as 300 including?
I guess there's a potential for that. I think if you look at the graphic examples, and to some extent from the citizen comment that you just heard, there's a much greater impact around the density and the development in the area. You can see the ratios have very little impact relative to what kind of neighborhood you're discussing. And that has a much greater impact ultimately at the end of the day. I think Walmart is one of the classic examples that we have in that. Again, those graphics are in 7i. But that is correct. It is excluded or included.
Bruce?
Yeah, a couple of things. I think I'm going to support this one for two principal reasons. The first has to do with the fact that the language we're dealing with here is the state statutory, or the language is state-based for statutory communities. According to essentially Wikipedia, there's 12 statutory cities in the state of Colorado and 160 statutory towns. The average population of the statutory cities is about 4,000 people. It's less if you take Castle Pines North out, which is by far the largest at 10,000. The statutory towns, average population is a little under 1,400 per community. I think this language was originally developed for purposes of smaller venues than the city of Littleton. And as a home rule municipality, my sense is we've used the existing methodology for 50 plus years, and I think it's served the community well, and I don't see a need to modify it at this point in time. So, thank you.
Other comments or questions? Jerry?
So Michael, the only difference between this and the citizens one is 20% and 30%. And 100 feet. I'm sorry, 20%, 100 feet, 33%, 300 feet. That is the difference.
And with the and as opposed to or with the planning board.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I'm, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The other is the or.
Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions? Jim?
Not a question, just a comment, but at the 20% level, there are very few people that can demand and put severe restrictions upon what this council can do. It's somewhat true even at 33% because of the numbers of people that are very limited as to what can force something to happen.
Any other questions? I guess I do have a concern, and Pam actually brought it up, and I don't agree with Pam. I think it should be a requirement that it's the citizens of Littleton. I don't think that if you take, for example, the Marathon property and you draw a circumference around that, the citizens of Centennial would have been the ones that would have pushed this to a supermajority. I think it's very important to consider what this is really doing in terms of the fact that we live in a democratic society where the majority is really the rule. And we may not like, I'm sorry, Ken?
No, Mayor, I was just going to point out that the language actually does refer to the signers of the petition, or the signatures need to come from I'm on the 33% ordinance, 33% or more of the area of land located within the city of Littleton.
Okay, so we do have it in there. Yes. Okay, good. And I think that so I support it being in there, obviously, but I think that when we ask to go above a majority vote, that bar be held high across the board. And on some of these, the circumference, and I think the map is very helpful in putting it into a perspective. But you're dealing with four people. And I appreciate everyone's opinion, but I don't, and we've got some of these 1, 2, 4, and it's a pretty high bar to put in the hands of such a low number. So I'm sorry. If you guys wouldn't mind the noise, your conversation, it's disrupting a bit. So I guess my point would be then that I do want to keep that in there, and I don't know, any other questions or comments, guys? Peggy?
I think what we've been doing has worked well. We've had a couple of real interesting issues, including with the Walmart property, but that was under current situation. I can't see a reason to be more restrictive than the state statute, for sure. So I can't support this.
Any other comments? Ready to vote?
Yep. Did you get a motion?
No, we don't have a motion. Need a motion?
Or not.
So let's just vote.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a charter amendment to the electors of the city for the November 5th, 2013 election, amending Section 37 of the City Charter regarding approval of rezoning applications for City Council.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ready to vote?
We got everybody. The vote is 3 in favor with Councilmember Cole, Brinkman, Valdez, and Beckman voting no. The motion fails.
Item 7I is a ordinance on second reading to amend Section 37 of the Littleton City Charter, Ordinance 22.
We're going around here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stallman should be keeping track of this, but he's not.
Oh, he's asleep.
He's asleep at the wheel. Okay,
If he were awake, he would.
This is an ordinance on second reading to amend Section 20 of the Littleton City Charter. An ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a charter amendment to the electors of the city for the November 5th, 2013 election, amending Section 20 of the City Charter to require that divisions, changes, and consolidations of districts occur every 10 years following publication of the federal decennial census. And basically what this does is it, instead of redistricting every 4 years, we would redistrict every 10 years following the release of the census. And Wendy, you were asked to get a little bit of feedback from the Election Commission.
Actually, after speaking with Kristen in the city attorney's office, because I am the chairman of the board, she sent out an email to, because it would be like us having a meeting, because there's only 3 of us, and she sent out an email to the other 2 election commissioners, and I don't think she received anything back.
I believe it's actually in the memo.
It is in the...
Hold on one second.
I didn't see them, so she didn't forward them on to me, their comments.
They are in here. Okay. Council, any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, and we have, I'll open the hearing. Betty Harris is in favor and does not wish to speak. Frank Atwood is in favor and doesn't wish to speak.
You changed your shirt, too.
Good evening, Frank Atwood, 7094 South Castilla Street. Again, good morning. I'm hoping one of you suggests that it be amended to once every 5 years, consistent with the census, and then 5 years midway in 5. I think City of Littleton does. I think the more often it is done, the less catastrophic redistricting will be as we witness it at the legislative level, and therefore I would like to see it more often than just the once every 10 years. I'd like to see it once every 5 years. I think the original charter members commission were brilliant on picking 4 years. I'll back off to 5. Thank you.
Ray Flesher is in favor and doesn't wish to speak, and Karen Matusik is in favor and doesn't wish to speak. Does anybody else want to come down? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions? Peggy?
Whoops, I'll have to wait to a motion, sorry.
Oh, you want to make a motion?
No, I want to amend it after it's moved.
Okay.
I'll make it. I move to approve Ordinance 21 on second reading and have the council president affix her signature there too.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Peggy?
So I'd like to amend it to be at least every 10 years, which then gives flexibility if something motivates otherwise.
Is there a second?
Wait a minute, now we need to look at this again. Where are you inserting that into the title of the amendment?
Yeah, I was
Where are
putting
you
it.
inserting it?
Well, I was putting it in the title, but
that's-
wherever then we would put it in the body. So
We're voting on what's on page 2 of the ordinance.
okay, let me sneak it in there.
Well, the ordinance says consolidation of districts to occur every 10 years, and I think Peggy would change the word every.
At least every.
To at least every, okay. Any questions? Well, we don't have a second. Is there a second? Okay, no second. So we're back to the original motion. Any questions? Ready to vote? Jim?
I would just make a comment because of the comments that Frank made. On the borders of our current council districts, what has happened in the last 10 years is that we've had a group of citizens who moved from one council district to another, and then back to the original, and then back to the secondary one. That's disenfranchising people from voting because they don't know who their representative is. I'm not sure but changing it to every 5 years is going to be of any greater benefit than what it is of any 4. Doing it after the annual federal census makes a lot of sense because we've got something very definite to tie the population figures to.
Okay. Any other discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay. Now, 7I. Okay, this is an ordinance on second reading to amend Section 37 of the Littleton City Charter. This ordinance of an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a charter amendment to the electors of the city for the November 5, 2013 election, amending Section 37 of the charter regarding approval of the rezoning applications by City Council. And this is the 51%, 500 feet, and is also sticks with the 2/3 vote for both planning and council. Any questions? Okay, it's a public hearing. I will open the hearing. And Betty Harris is not in favor and does not wish to speak. Frank Atwood is in favor and does wish to speak. Okay. Lou Sullivan
Put it in the
is
minutes.
not in favor and does not wish to speak. Pam Chadbourne is not in favor and does wish to speak.
Hopefully last time, Pam Chadbourne, 5402 South Nevada Street. So I just want to say, this is not a severe, a two-thirds vote is not a severe restriction on what the council can do. It's just a two-thirds vote. And what this rezoning does is say that if the planning board disagrees, and it shouldn't be by two-thirds, it should just be a disagreement, or if neighbors who are the people who are most affected by a change disagree, they get a seat on the council. Well, I don't think that's asking too much. In fact, I think that's appropriate. If I live next to something that's being changed, I should have a right to have a much more forceful impact. You know, one seat ain't much. It's not too much to ask. It's not a severe restriction. It's a reasonable restriction for either one of those cases. And again, I'm dismayed that anyone would think it's appropriate to restrict this to people in Littleton. Changes like this affect the neighbors in the neighborhood, and it's vital to consider those people. They are community. We need those other cities around us to be part of our customers and our friends. So that doesn't belong here either. Thanks for listening.
Ray Fletcher is not in favor and does not wish to speak, and Karen Matusek is not in favor and does not wish to speak. So I'll close the public hearing. Council, any discussion or questions, rather? Any questions? Okay, we need a motion.
Michael's got some.
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
I do apologize. I know it's late, but I was trying to find a place to put. I just want to put out there that the conversation that's being had is about the procedural process on a rezoning and where do you set that bar relative to votes. And I would make both an argument and not requesting direction from council, but I think that what we really should be looking at, and you heard it from some of the public comment tonight, you've heard it a lot, is that we really should be looking at the criteria by which the council reviews and approves a rezone request. I looked through earlier tonight, and the vast majority of our zoning was done in 1992. So it's not too much of a surprise, I mean, separate from the commercial moving to residential, but the fact that we're 20 plus years out on zoning, it's not surprising that people are coming in for a rezone. And we certainly could have the bar set in the ordinance that all 7 in planning and council would have to say yes, because that's how the code for review is set up. Or you could have it so high that it doesn't matter because the bar is unachievable, if you will. And so I think what would be prudent for us to do, and if council is supportive, is for us really to look at our policy for rezoning and what those review criteria are, because that, I think, has a much greater impact at the end of the day, and it's part of what the public comment, you've heard it, I try not to use citizens' names, but I think Pam said it earlier tonight during the public hearing, that looking at that criteria, I just quickly looked at Lakewood, which has a fairly comprehensive, they've got 5, I will promise I won't go through them tonight, but they have a lot of detail, much beyond essentially just saying, does it meet is it consistent with the comp plan, and if not, is there the change or change conditions a particular area. They go through a fair amount of detail, so they've chosen to set the bar high, separate from whether the votes are 2/3 or not. So anyway, I just think that that's something that we should be looking at, especially given the fact that we're talking about 20-year-old zoning. And it is on our work plan, but I feel obligated to say it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, I need a motion.
I move for the approval of an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, submitting a charter amendment to the electors of the City of Littleton for the November 5th, 2013 election, amending Section 37 of the City Charter regarding approval of rezoning applications by City Council.
Need a second? No second? It dies. 8A is a motion to consent to the dissolution of the South Park Metropolitan District. And Glenn?
Mayor and Council, 30 years ago, in August of 1983, you agreed to the formation of the Metro District, and they have retired their, or will soon retire their bonds, and so you have to consent to the dissolution. So that's all I have as far as a presentation. We've got Pat and Mike here from the district if you have any questions.
All right. Council, any questions? Saying no.
We got to find some way to bring Pat down here.
Hold on. We've got questions. One moment, please.
I have
Peggy?
a comment, and I guess I can say it before the a motion, that I think this needs to be contingent on final payment. It's just a technicality, but it seems to me we can't approve this now as though it's going into effect now. It's contingent on the economy not collapsing, and indeed that final payment being made. So that's, unless somebody wants to comment.
City Attorney.
Mayor and Council, under state law, the district cannot dissolve if they have outstanding debt. So that issue is separately addressed in their dissolution of the filings that they'll have to make with the state. The reason that the city gets to vote and to give its consent is the city consented to the formation of the district initially because it's located within the city of Littleton. The city gets to consent on whether it should dissolve. So your point is a good one, Councilmember Cole, but there are separate legal criteria between the state and the district that has to address that. That's outside the purview of the city's scope of review.
Why didn't we do it when they were constituted then? I'm not quite following why we're doing it now rather than, let's say, in November.
I don't understand your question. Why, you mean why aren't you voting after they pay off all their debt?
Well, they're going to pay it off December 1. Why can't we do it in November?
You know, I don't know if they need to file something with the state and how long in advance, but you could do it any time before.
I mean, I'm thinking this is okay, but the timing just seems a little weird to me.
Yeah. The issue is if the council gives its consent tonight and the district does not pay off its debt, then the state will not accept the dissolution.
Jim, did you have a question?
No, it's all right.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Do you want to come down and say something?
Waive your right to speak. I did not. I did for you.
Hopefully I can help. Mike McKesson, 981 South Park Drive. I'm the current president of the South Park Metropolitan District. And yes, there is some timing consideration with regard to your all's approval from the city level tonight for the petition and plan for dissolution, as I understand it. We directors of the South Park Metropolitan District have decided this evening to not have council come, and thankfully so, with 7 hours of attendance here. So if we have any other further clarification, it might be necessary to you all, but I do believe this is a vote for the petition and plan for dissolution, and the plan does call for us to fund that final payment and on December 1st of $500.
No, I didn't question that part at all. I mean, I just was not quite understanding why we're doing this now rather than close to that time. But if there's not a legal reason, then I withdraw my concern.
Okay. Did you want to add anything else? Okay. Phil?
Yes, I think Pat ought to come down and tell us how he feels about the use of a metropolitan district.
Oh, I waived. You're right, sir. I think you should use districts. I'm a strong believer.
Thank you. Okay, Council, any other discussion? Okay, I need a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move that the City Council consent to the dissolution of South Park Metropolitan District and the Council President be authorized to execute the attached consent.
Second.
Thank you all.
Okay, we have a motion. You haven't gotten a vote yet, Pat. We have a motion and a second. Ready to vote?
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Okay, 10.
Was that a public hearing? Was that a public
It
hearing?
was, yeah.
Didn't require one.
No,
Didn't require, okay.
no.
Just,
It was as good as one.
No, we had 9 of those. Okay, 10A, this is an ordinance on first reading. I will read the ordinance. This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, conveying by quitclaim deed the city's interest in public street right-of-way for West County Line Road and slope easements to the private property owner. Charlie?
I have 15 exhibits. I'd like to show you one at a time.
Don't let Penny talk, though.
Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Charlie, I do have one.
this-
I do have one, actually.
Okay.
The issue has been that both Lockheed Martin, previous Lockheed Martin, and Quest may have had telecommunication equipment somewhere buried in that area.
They do.
Have we gotten, I'm wondering why you're trying to do this in advance, and then they would do something in the future. Why don't we do it when they do it in the future and then address this? It seems like we're trying to move along.
First of all, the ordinance does state that the deeds conveying the city's interest would not be executed and recorded until Quest and Lockheed have been taken care of with other easements. It also allows the developer to start work on the east parcel of property.
I know.
Okay.
As a result, without this, he can't do anything, and some of that is not affected by Quest and Lockheed. So they will be taken care of. It's just a matter of timing.
You answered the question, thanks.
Okay, council, this would then set the second reading for a public hearing date on September 3rd. Okay, I need a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move the ordinance authorizing conveyance by the City of Littleton of its interest in a part of West County Line Road right-of-way and adjacent slope easements be approved on first reading, and a public hearing be scheduled for September 3, 2013.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ready to vote?
Yep.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay, Bruce?
Pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute Section 24-6-402 sub 4 sub E, for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with respect to King Soopers development, I move we go into an executive session. Joining us would be City Manager Penny and City Attorney Fellman, and is anyone else needed?
And it'll actually just be me.
Then forget City Attorney Fellman.
Forget them. Forget them.
Second.
And we will not be returning to open meeting.
Your vote?
We won't be returning.
Do we have to vote?
Yes. Ready to vote? Votes in.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay. Okay. 5-minute break.
I didn't have a chance to vote.